Pledge.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
As you can see, I'm in the closet at work.
Can't get days off when it's like this and not raining.
Oh, I know. I don't even want to be here. I want to be down there with you guys. This sucks.
Right. Yeah, we're getting word Karen's not going to drive in the normal way again today.
Oh, really?
So I guess after the morning prayer and pledge, we're going to kind of just stay down here.
Yeah,
Probably
that
go
would
on the
make
corner
sense.
of Pearl Street.
Yeah. Good
I'll
morning,
have to
everyone.
switch signs and get rid of my free Karen Reed sign.
Well, that's all right. At least you can carry the other signs that you normally do.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Yeah. Good morning, Kimmy. They're saying morning, Dina, from the closet. Yep, this is the closet at work, folks. I come in here to hide just to say hi to you guys in the morning. You know, it looks like a good crowd there, Scott.
Yeah. I mean, we expect
nice.
a lot of people down here today.
Yeah.
You know, just because the trial's coming to a crescendo. It's going to be nice weather today.
I know.
So I already see some newcomers here. So
trust me, I want to. I want to like walk out of work right now. I'm debating on coming when the kid comes in at 9. I might just leave for the day. You know, it's the end. You know, we're almost to the end. I just put in for Monday off, so you know, we'll see. You're breaking up a little bit, Scott. Well, Scott's breaking up a little bit. I think you guys might lose him a little bit. But anyways, good morning.
yeah, I mean, there could be closing arguments.
Good morning, Fids. Good morning, Handsome. Good morning. Hi, good morning, Tracy. Good morning, everyone. I can't stay on long. I'll let Scott take over, but I just wanted to say hi to everyone from the closet. I'm in the closet. I'm going to come out of the closet. Anyways, good luck down there. You possibly could see me in a while. Free Karen Reed.
Okay, Dina.
All right.
That'd be nice.
Love you, Scott.
Love you. Hopefully see you later. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes it gets old. We're getting word that Karen Reed's not going to drive in the normal way again today. So we're going to probably stay down here inside the buffer zone after 8 o'clock. I'll have to switch signs, get rid of my free Karen Reed sign and switch to one of my other ones that are buffer zone approved. But we already have a few first timers down here in front of the court. Obviously, when I take a link on this channel, I don't have the app, so I can't see the chat. I have Verizon, which works poorly down here in front of the courts. So my broadcast might not be the greatest either. Sorry for that. Sergeant Harbin's already here. Commander of the community action team that does the security here at the court. We like to check in with them every morning. Morning, we're live.
Hey Scott, how are you, brother?
Good, Dylan. You?
Yeah, good. Hang on, let me change the settings here. I'll jump on with you for a little bit so I can get some chats up for you as well. So, yeah, people can't see the chat as well, so I thought I'd come on for a little bit to help you out. Let's start right here.
Yeah, I think my audio is a little choppy.
It is.
I have the
fine.
glare of the sun on my phone screen.
Yeah,
I'm using
that's fine.
the
It's a
rear
struggle down the people.
camera
It's a struggle
my
down the people. I know, Scott. It's fine.
phone.
It's a real struggle down where there's lots of people down there because they take up so much of the internet people. So anyway, let's go through some people here. Have we said good morning to everybody? Robert G, hello my darling. Kelly, hello my darling. Stranger, nice to see you. Shout out to Talk Time with AB and Kelly. How are you, ladies? Hope you're both well. And shout out to Mark as always. Handsome Brian, hello to you, sir. Hope you're well.
We're getting word Karen Reed's not going to drive in the normal way again today.
I heard.
So we're gonna stay down here.
Okay. Hi, Alpine. That's fine, Scott. Hi, Sue. I'll try and help you out, buddy. I'll try and help you out here a little bit. Hi, Connie. Good for you. Hello, Ashley. Good for you. Hello, Ashley and Bobby. How are you both? Hope you're well.
Any guesstimates?
Hello. Any what? Hello, concern, man. Any what, Scott? Hello, Kimmy.
From Aka today.
Yeah, he's there for, I think, probably till, they said another hour and a half, and so 2.5, about 4 hours he's going to be there for, probably, for today. Hello, hoping for you. Hello, lovely Tracy Murray, one of my favourite people in the world. Hello, my darling, how are you? Fids, hello to you. Hello, Leanne, allegedly. Hello, Grammy. Hello, Kayleen. Hello, Karen from Ireland. Top of the morning here. How are we? Boston Brandy. Hello, my darling. How are you? How is St. Ross? I hope he's doing well. We all love Ross here. We all love Brandy as well. Right, where are we at here? Mark, hello, sir. How are you from OH? OH, Mark. Debbie, hello, my darling. Hello, Kelly. Hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Junior, hello. Debbie, there you go from sunny California. How are you, my darling? Brian, Guten Morgan. Oh, there you go. How are you, sir? Hello, Brian. There you go. All the boosts. There you go. Roswell, hello, Liz from Roswell. Skippy one, hello to you, my darling. Go on,
This is interesting.
Yes.
Go on.
They don't see too many of these people down here.
Where is it? I can't see it.
Protester here, which is unusual to see.
What they protesting for?
Morning. Sign says she clipped them.
Okay. So it's the anti. Okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
which we don't see down here, so that's new.
Well, they're entitled to be there, so good luck to them. Where you from, Skippy One? Where you from? Dory, hello to you, Dory H. Carol, hello. Oh, you're there, Carol. Now, don't give Dennis Sweeney any chocolates, please. He had enough of mine.
Yeah.
Hello to you both. I don't think they did go into it, Karen. Junior, hello to you. Yes, TB is on today as well. 11 o'clock today, people. Anne-Marie, good morning to you and Joe. Top of the morning, Joe and Anne-Marie. Yeah, now, same as last year, people. Same as last year. Hello. Yes. Portsmouth, there you go. Well, so Ashlyn, who is good for you, she's originally from Portsmouth as well. She's at boots on the ground, Skippy Wood. No, we have not. You're right. Boston Brandy. This is the same thing happened last year, people. They turned up last minute, you know, so what they do, they haven't got the balls to be there all day, every day for 30 odd days. They're not like Scott McGuinness standing out there every day in the rain, snow, all that. No, they come in last minute. Brian, Glasgow. So I used to live in Glasgow. I lived in Hillhead and in Queen's Park as well in Glasgow. Loved it, Brian. Hope you do well.
I don't know who the guy is, but he's. Yeah. Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. Just let him do all of this thing. Jen McCabe's tough. I've not seen you for ages. How are you? Hope you're well. Glasgow Green. Happy days. I know where you are. I love Glasgow. One of my favourite places in the whole world. I live in Dublin and Glasgow. I love them both. Hello, hippie chick. Cheating again, I see. Hippie chick. Hippie chick loves to cheat on me. Hello to you, Jen. Right. So just so people realise, Scott's audio and camera is bad because there's so many people down there. Hopefully, when he gets down the corner, it'll be a little bit better. So, never a cheater. You're in the wrong frigging chat. I'm joking. Morning.
Hold out, Bev Canoni.
Hello, Wicked Psych. How are you? Hope Matthew as well. Well, Scott, what's that? Can you hear me, Scott?
He's rolled out.
Hey, Dylan.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Go
I
talk
can't
to
see who it is.
Tracy now. Send bail money.
Send bail money. Oh, there you are. Oh, hello. Hey, Carol. We're a bit delayed here. Pugwash. Look at that. Skippy, it's all good. It's because there's so many people there. Once he gets on the corner, it might be better. So it might be better. Good morning to you from Pugwash.
You gotta love the sign. She left in Brian Albert's house. Why didn't Brian Albert come out of his house?
True. Hello, Kathy. Hello, Robin G. I know. Your audio seems fine, Scott. It's your camera. Your camera is awful. But your audio's fine, though, so you can speak, Scott. Gotta keep on rising. Hello to you. How are you? No, I agree. Look at Lauren. Lauren's got the altar corner top on. It sucks because it's not anyone's fault, people. It's just the way it is down there sometimes on days. It's connections and stuff like that. So, hey, look, I love Hunter Bryan's positivity.
Dylan
What?
was on the screen, no?
I know I can't hear you at all, Scott. Let me try communicating. I can't. Right.
No, I can't hear anything. I don't know if my thing is.
Scott, try to go in and out. Let's see how he interprets this. Let's see how he interprets this. Let's try go in
Coming
and
in.
out. In and out. Alex, hello. There you go. You get up. Oh, I'm sorry about your son keeping you up. Hello, Kathy. Yeah, that's it, Kathy. Everyone's having a great day. Hello, Wendy. Hello, Joe. Bad Grandpa. This should all be over by Monday or Tuesday. Should be. You're right. Should be. Scott, try to get it in and out. Get it in and get it out. Shake it all about. Do the hokey cokey and turn around. That's what it's all about. Ooh. I'm not sure. I don't think there's anyone else there that's not got Verizon.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know we could check. Hello, P. Cooper. Where you from, P. Cooper? Where you from? Whereabouts in Great Britain are you from, P. Cooper? Right. Let's see if we can get him to come back in. I kicked him out to see if he can come back in. You'll notice he'll come back in. He might restart his stream. So, it's been a great week with everyone. Love the boots on the ground. I told people from Rhode Island they need to take a lesson from the synergy. It's been awesome, isn't it, Alex? When I was there for ages, it was amazing. Here we go. Let's try this then. Scotty! Right, your picture's better.
I had to back out and come back in.
Yeah.
Are you hearing me now?
The picture's a bit better, but the audio's not better, no.
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 I noticed that previously.
Yeah, it's not. By the way, it's not Scott's fault. He's absolutely trying his best right now. It sucks, but it is what it is. I'm not sure if there's anyone else down there that's got a different phone that we can use. I don't know, but we'll try our best, people. We'll try our best. And I'd love to hear about Scott, because Scott's got all these amazing stories and stuff. So I'm gutted. Good morning, Vanessa. How are you? Good morning, Audra. How are you, my darling? Now you're back to the proper chat, yeah. Greetings to you, Titan Uran. Titan Uranus. Good day, mate. Good day, Bruce. Good day, Bruce. He is absolutely doing his best, people.
No, you're like that.
So Brenda Sweeney always records that. She always sends it to me, so we can watch that again.
Yeah, I'm dual citizen, but I used to go when I got into school. I got adopted when I was 8. I'm 24 now, so yeah. I moved to Canada when I was 8, so yeah. I gotta learn the old Canada now.
Hey, Shona. There is. I know, Rory. Sucks.
My first time. I like to say it. Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop this.
All right, hang on. I'll move that for a second. Right. So they just got to decide to get a better shot at Karen, basically. So we'll see what happens. Morning, Vinny. Morning, Leanne, allegedly. Morning, Magic. Here you go. We got the Bruce, who's got the Sheilas. We got everybody here. Skippy one. I love Cape Town. I'm in. I can't say that word. Debbie, hello. Yes, let's go. Rothouse Media, hello to you. How are you? Right. Good morning, Elise. Elise. Tracy. I know. Vanessa, hello. Right. Let's get some. His picture suits me a little bit better. I know it's not great, but it's still a bit better, people. So, hello, Ruth. Hello, Spooky. Right. Well, let's get some. See, this is sometimes what happens. We got more people down there, more bandwidth taken. But whilst we're waiting, make sure you go over to both channels, Alternate Corner and Resistance Silence. Give them both a like. I would appreciate that. I know Dana and Tracy would appreciate that. I know I would have got 18 likes, so come on, people. Friggin' Nora. Right, let's do some music as well, shall we? Look, his picture quality is getting better. Maybe not.
Can you hear me, Dylan?
I can't now, yes.
Yeah, Sergeant Hardman saying as soon as this is over, he's going to go back to being a real cop.
Huh.
I think he's tired of babysitting the Karen Reed trials.
I think so.
It's dumbed down. That's got to go.
Yeah, I know. I got to go back to my truck and get rid of my free Karen Reed sign.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go back to your truck.
I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch signs.
Listen, I don't care anymore. It's just like rules are rules. I'm tired of it. You know what I mean?
I understand.
I really am.
Yeah, I'm going to switch signs.
That's fine. Morning, Erin. Morning, Bug everybody. Morning, everybody. Yeah, so there's two streams happening: Resistance to Silence and the Alternate Corner. So please make sure you go to both streams to like them.
Yeah, Hardman saying to me, "Yeah, I know you've been here since the beginning, Scott, but I'm tired of it, and you have to get rid of your free Karen Reed sign," which is what I'm doing right now.
I know. Hey, Kayleen. Morning, Erin. Right. Hey, once you do this, I'll play a song. Shall I play a song, Scott?
Sure.
I'll play a song. Just whilst you're doing that, let me play a song then. Share screen. Right. Here we go.
Jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping and the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, cause that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. I want a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight, make my day. I want a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight, make my day. Make my day. Make my day. Make my day.
Yeah, behind the you can take the next right.
Yo, pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping and the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd are jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, cause that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. Oh, a place to stay.
Don't play music.
Oh, a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. 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 Yo, pump up the jam, pump it up, pump it up. Yo, pump it, pump the jam, pump it up, pump it up. Yo, pump it, pump up the jam, pump it up, pump it up. Yo, pump it, pump up the jam, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it. Pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump it up, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump.
Morning. Dylan's playing music on the channel. My audio is really squishy, I guess.
Pump it up a little bit more, get the party going on the dance floor. Because that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. Oh, a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. Oh, a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day.
Morning. I'm trying to give Dylan Davey the live feed down here. So my audio coming in clear so he's playing music. I'm just showing the crowd. My Verizon service down here. I gotta change cell phone carriers. It's easier now to keep your phone number.
And they do it all for you.
But they've been trying to sell your phone.
Cheaper. I told her advertising stuff here. And Verizon, pays contractors. So, no, that.
Better.
I got to do it.
Well, one of the problems with these StreamYard apps is even an iPhone and I have an Android. So I don't have the app, I just have a link.
Oh, that gets fun.
Yeah.
More supportive.
Right.
It'll probably pick up later.
So Aiden's not there yet. He's
Morning.
not there yet. Right. Scotty.
What's up, Randy?
Let's check in
Hey.
with you.
Live.
Yeah, you want me to do that?
Randy can go live. She'll have a better feed.
There you go. Let Brandy go live then. Happy days.
Yeah.
Scotty, do you know what, Scotty? I love you though. You are the best, man. You know that, don't you?
Mr. Prophet.
Oh, thank you, Dylan. I try.
You fucking do try. I appreciate you. I honestly appreciate you. I'm gutted for you. I appreciate you. Right. Well, I'll put you down, buddy, all right?
Yeah, because Brandy will come in a lot better down here.
Yeah, I'll bring Brandy in now. Hang on. I'll bring her in.
Dylan, hi.
Hello, Brandy.
Hi, how are ya?
Hang on, let me just see.
You can hear me and everything, right?
I can hear you, yes. I can't. Oh, hang on, I got Ross in the way. Hang on, 2 seconds. Let me move Ross.
Okay. I'm gonna just walk down here. I don't have an earpiece, so I'm gonna
Oh,
try.
you are good. You're much better quality.
Okay. Much
No,
better quality.
it's
We're live.
today, huh?
No, she comes on Tuesdays. Hi.
Brandy. Brandy,
Yeah?
you just keep going. You just keep talking, all right? And then I'll jump off.
Okay. All right.
There you go.
All right. Love you long time.
Love you too, madame.
All right. Bye. All right. Here's Dennis. Should I go sideways? Landscape. Let me do landscape. There we go. All right, guys. You're stuck with me now.
All right.
All right.
bro. All right. Say hi to Pat Sweeney. You might be watching.
Hi, Pat Sweeney, if you're watching, which I highly doubt.
You draw that by yourself?
So let me see if I can. I don't know if I can see the chat. Oh, all right, there's the chat. Hi, Alessi. Hi, Kimbo. Massive love from London. Oh, London, yeah. Good morning, Officer Hardman or Sergeant Hardman. Hi. Good morning. Hi. I'm trying to. Dennis is cursing me right now. Yeah, I'm streaming. I had to take over the spot. This is like, yeah. I wish I brought my stand. Do I know what? Cheryl, is she here? Oh yeah, I'll ask her when she gets back up here. So it's a good crowd in the morning now. Yeah, it's much better. We got our first anti. They never came, not once.
Yeah, I had him on video. He was like, yeah, because he said something to me. I was walking by myself. He was like, and I was live. No, I was live, like not even talking to him, and then I like was just doing that to his sign, and he was like, "Oh, let me get action from you." I go, "Sir, you'll never get action from me."
Right?
And then I just kept walking, like, come on. But yeah, I was like, "Where are you from?"
Should we go talk to him?
Well, yeah, it's 8 o'clock. It's 8:01. Why does he get to be right there?
I don't know. Can I see your sign? Let's see. It's 227. Tell him the guy and everyone in the house. Exactly. Most important text, right? This one's less sidebar, more truth. Yeah, please, please. We the people are pissed off. Yes, we are.
Hold on.
Yes, we are.
Let's give him the non-buffer zone approved one.
Oh, Terry, you're welcome. No problem. Morrissey, McCabe. Yes. Federal prison. Please, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Yes. Perfect. Love it. And what's that? Still going. We ain't got no quit. Yeah, she's got everything. Little, we see you. Yes, we do. We love the signs. Yes, you guys want to say hi? We're live. Hey, Scott. I'm freezing. So my hands are shaking. Yeah, I know. You get off the. I like when other people show up too. Like if Dean or Erica come, like, hey, you want to take off?
So you don't understand. Sergeant Hardman just made me leave the buffer zone with my free Karen Reed sign.
And it's 8 o'clock.
And this guy over there has a sign that directly pertains to the case. How is he allowed to still have to sign after 8 o'clock?
I don't know. Let's go read it. Let's go read it.
I'm gonna go ask. I'm gonna ask.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Well, I just want to see a sign. She clipped him. She clipped him. She clipped him. Who's your client? Oh, so you really believe that? Can I see?
Right out of her own mouth.
Can you show your face or
Right
no?
out of her lawyer's mouth.
Her lawyer said that? Which lawyer said that? Which lawyer said it? You don't want to tell me? You just want to spread lies, or?
Let's get a shot of you, sweetheart.
You can get a shot of me all you want.
Let's get a shot of you, okay?
Go ahead.
See what happens.
Get
See
a
what
shot
happens.
of
I'm
me.
gonna get a good look at you.
Yep.
Get a good look at these jokers, all right?
All right, get a shot of me. I don't give a shit. I'm out here every day. My name's Brandy. Nice to meet
Be
you.
worried about me, not be worried about you. Trust me.
Why are you hiding your face, though?
Yeah, you want to see my face?
Yeah, I do. Do you have a name?
There it is. There it
Do
is.
you have a name?
Yeah, it's none of your fucking business.
That's a nice name. Did your mother give you that name? Did your mother give you that name?
Go try someone else.
No, I'll try you all I want. Just don't like people who lie, you know? Thou shalt not lie. It's not the truth. Do you see that you're standing alone? Do you see that you're standing alone right now? It means everything. It means everything.
I'm talking about the truth. That's all.
We're not brainwashed. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to read the sign. I'll go back.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Hey, Michael.
I saw him get in your face. I was like, oh.
Look who's coming.
Oh, where?
What did the second sign say?
My client had no criminal intent. It was an accident. She loved this man. I said, which lawyer said that? Which lawyer? He wouldn't answer me. I said, you got a name? He said, yeah, go fuck yourself, or whatever he said.
Oh, so that would
I said, did your mother give you that name? Yeah.
I said,
I forget what he said.
give her a
But
kiss.
no.
She'll go, poof.
He goes, you're all brainwashed. I was like, oh, okay. I go, notice you're standing alone, buddy. You're over here alone. He goes, that doesn't mean anything. I
God
go, it
bless
means
you.
a lot. It means everything.
You are so quick with the word.
Sometimes. I'm hangry again. I didn't eat again. So I might be hangry. I need a donut. My kids took all the munchkins out of the car with them before I got one. Hi, I didn't even see you. How are you? You did awesome yesterday. You always do awesome. I'm always trying to like record your little clips because I'm like, she's coming up. She's perfect.
No, the guy holding the sign.
Yeah, he said his name is Go Fuck Yourself.
donuts. Oh,
That's what he said to you? Yeah. I said, did your mother give you that name? I was like, that's a nice name.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I know. I said I might be yelling at people. I haven't eaten yet.
Who's on
We're live, RTS.
RTS.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm just cold, so my hands are shaking. I hope the camera's not shaking.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Is Janice gone now?
Yes.
So she goes.
So why are troopers allowing him to stay there? I don't know why they're allowing him to stay there, honestly.
They said that it's his right.
Oh, it's his right to, but not ours? Does anyone have a sign I can sign? I'll go hold a sign right next to him. Give me a sign.
Get a sign from us. I would have like flipped through my digits and been like, text me and just big one.
I know. Jen, you want to go over there? Can we stand over there? Did you get something? Oh my God, Aspen, you shall receive. Thank you, I need a munchkin. It's the word of the day, I heard. Yeah, come on. Oh. You going back over there, Brandy? Give me a sign.
That was good.
I got you. Oh my God, look at this.
Yeah. My sign is bigger than your sign.
Yeah, my sign's bigger than yours.
Oh yeah. Somebody take that picture. Make them pose.
That Randy's a trouble.
Bring him a munchkin. Where are the munchkins?
Let me zoom this in. Hey, how are ya? It's how to do it with your fingers.
I don't know. It's live streaming.
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't know. I should just cross him by. I have no idea.
I don't know.
Not sophisticated enough.
They give you these, so I don't lose them.
You should control the party.
Got it?
We got enough left. No, yeah, Reed's going to come with escalates off those.
My sign is bigger than your sign. Are you going to? Are you joining? Are you joining? Are you staying? I could stay. I'm just. I didn't know if we were allowed. You want me to take that? You want to hold this? want to pop it in front and I'll hold it? I'll stay here with my son. I'll put my drink in the shade. I think this is live streaming.
Yeah.
What, read the comments? Like, girl, those are so small. Don't forget to go to the. My phone is all. Give Dylan information. Okay, if you told me 3 years ago that I would be filmation. How old I am? Do you know how old I am? Yeah. No. She was doing it like a few minutes ago. Are you streaming? No. Yeah, she's live. I think I'm supposed to be narrating, but I have no idea what the hell to say. Yes. You want to say hi? Can I say hi, Diane? So they just handed you the camera and said, what show are you narrating? I have no idea. I think it's Resistance. Is anyone else on there with you? I have no idea. I can't see it. Yeah. It is Resistance. Yeah. Hey, if it's Resistance, hi, Carolyn. I know my little grandson. Oh, and Kane, you're watching me. Hi, Dylan. I only said I'd take it for the sign. Oh, hello. Who else is great? Well, I've never been there. It's like a place to bring your kids with you. I'm going to go water park. Building. Hello. I'm too old to be streaming. It's okay. Love it. I don't either. I'm just holding the camera and they said I'm doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Or drove to the gas station and people took pictures with
I
him
have no
there.
idea. They say I'm streaming.
Streaming.
Scott. Oh, Scott, do you want this back? I'm
supposed to be at work.
Oh, that's Brandy's.
Yeah, I took it so she could go over there with her big sign.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Scott's back. Good. Hi, Diane.
You're streaming.
It ended back up with Scott. Sorry, thank you.
What did Hardman say about this guy still having that sign?
He said as long as it doesn't say like Hodman or Marcy's an asshole or fucking piece of shit, nothing like that. He goes, it can't have a name on it and be degrading, anything like that. But his sign says like she, so it's nobody specific.
Even if it says like
She, and you can't have letters FKR, just the abbreviation you can't have. And you can't have Free Karen Reed, nothing that says Karen Reed or any name specifically.
wish someone had the initials.
I was like, I left my Hodman socks in the truck, and he's like, all right.
So if I had a sign,
I was like, I'm just kidding, no.
but if I had a sign that says he was killed in the house, that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yep. Because it says he.
Because it
So
doesn't name any
yeah,
name.
so we can make more.
She's framed.
Yeah. I want a shirt that says she was factually framed. Like factually, 100% factually framed. Somebody. Yeah, we got a good group. Sorry, I wasn't reading the comments, guys. Karen came in a different way yesterday, so I don't know what time she's coming. What way she's coming in, but I think she's coming in this way, and that's why everybody stayed down here. Hi, Hanks. Hi, KCC. Isn't that where he's in? I think so.
He's sad today. He made fun of my new team.
Kelly said great job, Brenda, last night, but I don't know what Kelly's last name is. I can't see.
all the bars.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jen, your sign's over there. Where's Jen? Oh. So I left your sign over there. Yeah.
There you go. We got
Okay.
you.
Like, all right, we have a little bit. Oh, I like that one. Oh, look at him. So handsome. I love that one. Big sign, who killed JOK? Yeah. I want to come on Friday. A lot of people are coming Friday, and I told my kids I'd have a pool party. Now I'm regretting it.
It's okay.
Yeah. Woo! I know. Well, then I have to do it. The Ross like, I don't need to do that. Can you ask them if anyone has a power cord for their car for Jess Machado? Does anyone have a power cord in their car for Jess Machado? In the courtroom. She's asking. She forgot hers. What kind of power cord? Does anyone know?
She's got an apple.
An apple? Like a charger?
Oh, laptop power cord?
A laptop power cord? Does anyone have one?
I don't have apple.
I have 2 chargers.
No, it's sidewalk, guys.
Not a cell phone, a laptop probably.
Sidewalk, guys.
But if you
Oh, if
have
you hear
two
them say
different
sidewalk,
kinds
it
of
just means move over. Sorry.
Timba!
Good luck. Good morning. Yeah, I'm like, some people are like, what are they yelling sidewalk for? No, it's just, yeah, I know. Oh, it's your first time? Oh, cool. Welcome. I love your shirt. Are you? Oh. What was it, like 3 hours drive up or something? Oh, yeah.
Terrible. We left at 5:15.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Do you care for live? Okay, all right. Did you guys get a picture under the buffer zone sign? Yeah. We should do that before you leave.
Oh, you're right.
So right down at that black pole, the
Okay.
second one across from like
Right after court. Oh yeah.
where that sign is over there. They're on both sides.
Oh, nice.
So before you leave, go on there. You know what I mean? Because I tell everyone that comes down. So we're on. I'm Boston Brandy, but this live channel is resistant to silence. So we're live every morning down here and afternoon and stuff. Yeah. But yeah. I think I'm Boston Brandy online on most of my socials. Yeah. Boston Brandy 25 maybe. On Instagram, it's 25. Yeah. Well, Brandy Perry Magnolia usually comes up. Harry, I'm giving up everything. All right, let's go see. Who are we going to see? We see the crowd again?
Because
This is the crowd.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, there's Jen.
Good job going up to that guy across the street with this sign.
I know. I wanted it because I saw him get in your face. I was like, oh.
Well, he's like, my name's whatever he said, motherfucker. Or fucking, I don't know what he said, but I was like, that's a nice name. Did your mom give you that? Nice.
Your mom really loves you.
Well, my mom named me Brandy, so I was destined to like drinking.
There's a picture.
I don't anymore though. Oh man, crowds are getting bigger. Hi.
Resistance.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say hi to Mikey B. Get your
Hi,
foot
Mikey
down
B.
here, Mikey B.
You heard it. Get down here now.
I want to see you or after the party.
Yep. Instructions have been given. Nice. Yeah, Monday and Tuesday. I really want to come early on Friday. I heard a lot of people are coming Friday. Yeah. I know. I got to have a full pool party for my kids. Half day, last day of school. And I said, yeah, now I'm regretting it. On Friday. I got to have a neighborhood pool party.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for the kids.
What are those little parents just drop them all off?
Yeah, well, a lot of my neighbors are coming, but they all have like 4 kids each, you know what I mean? But they're like 12:30. You can come if you want. Women. Yeah. I want to come here early in the morning, so I at least can be here for a little bit. But anyone else, if you can hear me, you're invited if you want to come to Whitman. It's a good day in America because the Dr. Laposada was the best witness so far, in my opinion. She made it specific that he was not hit by a car. I think she was Laposada, yeah. In my opinion, she was the best witness so far. Yeah. She specifically said it more than once, too. She's like, well, it didn't hit him. Well, it didn't hit him. It doesn't matter. Nope. She corrects him. She talks ish to him. Like, she's good. Yeah.
Yeah, someone needed to.
Wait, you're not the one from Texas, are
Yes,
you?
I am.
You are? Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I was looking at you. I'm like, she looks like the profile picture. I was going to text you, too, on my way here.
No, I
Oh, welcome. How, did you get here early?
I got here about 7:20.
Oh, you did?
And then I brought I put stuff in my trunk so I can change. I'm gonna go to Cowboys stuff.
Oh, you are good, yeah. So she's from Texas, came up yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
awesome.
so glad it's so pretty today.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
Did
I'm
you end
here
up
for
coming
it.
yesterday afternoon or no?
Yes,
You
I
did.
Yeah. I brought cookies and a card for Mr. and Mrs. Reed and Karen and gave it to them. Walked into their car, but it was pouring down rain. So
Yeah. Oh, that's
they're
nice.
So sweet.
They are. They're all of them. Nathan, all of them.
You see their family, and then you see what they're up against, and it's
Total opposite.
They just need to move to Texas.
Yep, it's
Come to
good versus
Texas.
bad, but
Come
bad
to
has
Texas.
power,
Yeah.
and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
Even if you have all the money and donations in the world, like
Doesn't
it's
matter.
crazy to me.
Yeah.
She has all these countries behind her, all these people, all these
everywhere.
donations, and she's still going through hell with her family every day. Like they're forced to come here, and it's like, at the end of the day, she's still facing prison time, and it's so
It's
scary.
someone's life on the line.
It's so
and
scary.
These people are just walking around still selling pizza and drugs.
Yeah, Colin said F you to me twice the other day, last
Where's he at?
Sunday.
I'd love to see
Yeah.
him.
Oh, he's at D&E Pizza on Sundays.
Well, I won't be here Sunday.
Yeah.
I would like to run into him.
Oh God. Yeah. He's not a nice boy.
Oh,
And he'll
what was his
definitely
thing?
he'll
I'm
kill
gonna beat your
again.
ass.
Yeah, he'll kill again. No repercussions from this. He'll kill again. He will. I mean.
So are you gonna be here all day? Or?
I'll be here till what's today? Wednesday. So yeah, I'll be here till about 1. I'm pushing it if I go to 1:30. But like between 1 and 1:15 I use. But I'm probably gonna go to Turtle Boys thing too.
Cool.
So yeah, go with me.
Yeah.
But we have to go in there early because last Monday I didn't get in the first time, but I got in the second and third time because they make you come out and then sit down, go back in. You have to and we're all squished.
Okay, so after
and,
all this right here,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to my car and change.
Yeah, and
then I'll
head over. Yeah.
find you. We'll just I have no plans today, so I'm here.
Good.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm hoping.
And it's a nice
I'm gonna
day
try
out.
to extend my stay till Friday. Just gotta change my flight.
Yeah, a lot of people are coming on Friday. I'm
I
hoping to
know.
come in the morning.
Well, see, and that's why I want to
Look
be
at
here.
Jack, all spiffy. You look good.
Yeah. You were recording over there, and I was videoing you because my husband's like, "Are you sure you're talking to someone that's real?" I'm like, "I'm sure."
Oh, me? Because we were emailing?
Well, I emailed people. I've been telling my parents, and they're like, they all think I'm crazy.
Yeah, because it's scary. It's so far away.
Well, I've
when you're
never
traveling.
traveled alone. I have kids. Like,
Oh, wait,
this
don't
is
say
like.
that. Yeah, I don't want to.
No. No, I am.
I'm going back with you. I'm going to Texas. Sorry, I get nervous.
No,
about
you're good.
everyone.
But yeah, no, I was like, no, I'm for sure.
Yeah.
This
So
is awesome.
Yeah. Scott, did she come in through here yesterday this way? Oh, she did? All right.
I don't know which way they're coming in, but
Yeah, but she'll get dropped off right here
not
anyways.
driving down the other road.
Yeah.
Okay, so where? Oh no, they come this way. Are you Facebook Live right now? Or what?
YouTube Live.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I don't know what I'm doing.
On
I'm not
Resistance
a live
to Silence.
person, so I just.
Yeah, I wasn't until down here.
Wait, is mine? Well, that whole time, my whole thing was muted.
Did I get a hug yet today?
Good morning, Brandy. Thank you for going across the street.
Oh, yeah, of course.
If anyone was going to do it,
Especially if I haven't eaten yet, I'm like, I'll do it. I'm hangry. No, Officer Hodman just said, because I said specifically, like, you can't have case related. He's like, if it doesn't say the name, and you can't have the initials either. No FKR, no Karen Reed, nothing specific. He's like, you can't have anything that says Morrissey's an asshole or Sergeant Hodman's an asshole. I was like, oh, I left the Sergeant Hodman one in the truck. And he's like, oh, okay. I was like, I'm just kidding. I don't really have one. But
This sign doesn't specifically name Sergeant Hardman.
yeah. So
I already told Hardman. When I say corrupted Mass State Police, I'm talking about Morrison, Texas Police, not the Mass.
I'm talking about Colonel Noble, the top dog. He owed Imara a favor, definitely. That's why he came out of retirement. He didn't clean up nothing. We still don't know about Enrique, and that pisses me off every day. Poor Enrique's family, it's awful. Like, if that was my kid, and I went almost a year without knowing who put him in the ground, I'd be in jail. Hi. Oh, sorry. That's Jen's sign. Is he? Yeah. All right. He left?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. That's Jen. Thank you. Sorry. Where is Jen? Is she back there? Oh, yeah. You hold it. Do some work, Ross. Oh my God! Did you see that thing how they made that picture of Ross? How he's a saint? Yeah. It was on my TV yesterday, and the kids came into school. They were like, "Dada, what is that? What is that?" It was so funny. I was like, "Oh, Dada's the sign. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah."
I'm gonna put it up tomorrow morning because I come at 6.
Do you?
And 4 and 5 are right up here.
Hi. Thank you. What video? Which one? I was like, I make it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And some people don't like to be called out when they give things, so I didn't name people specifically. But yeah. It was cute. You're adorable. You're very friendly and you're thoughtful. So you know what I mean? Of course I'm gonna thank people. You know? Of course I will. And I love your baby. I sweat the pink. Sure.
Are you on the channel?
I'm on Resistant to Silence live right now. Is that okay?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all right.
I forgot the name of it.
Yeah, Resistant to Silence.
I have to
Say
say,
hi.
yeah, you had some, you know what, to go over there to that guy with that sign. That was awesome.
Well, I mean, we're dealing with murderers. I don't care. If I can go over and say something, I will.
Karen Reed.
You're excused. I mean, there's no excuse for your attitude, but you're excused.
Oh, hey. Hey.
No, but she always.
Karen Reed could be you.
I know.
I
I
Karen Reed.
Gotta let them through. Otherwise, Hardeman's gonna kick us out of here. I'm telling you.
know. I'm sorry. I just said, she said, excuse me. I said, there's no excuse for your attitude.
This lady didn't fucking move. It wasn't her fault.
Yeah.
This lady on our side.
Oh, okay, all right.
I don't know how.
I know, maybe I need another munchkin. Give me another munchkin.
I don't know how much longer I can scream.
Feed me, Dennis. Give me another munchkin. Somebody, where'd they go? Oh, here they are. Here they are. Somebody, you gotta keep me feed. I'm like an angry, like, what are they called? Gizmo? Angry? Yeah. What are those things? Gizmo? From the 80s? The little, remember if you put water on them or you feed them after midnight? Yeah, what were they? Yeah, gremlins. Yeah, that's how I'm a gremlin. Angry gremlin.
I was like, remember that watch that you would feed something and then it would grow on what's
The Tamagotchi thing? No. Is that it?
Oh, Gizmo.
Gizmo.
Showing my age.
Me too. Me too.
You never know what.
No, I'm an 80s baby.
a lot of those garbage
Eating
kids.
Oh, yeah.
Cabbage meal kids. It wasn't funny. Uh-oh. Just hide from the cops because of the shirt.
Oh, no.
Or just try to. I would go down that end if you want, but they're gonna make you. Wait, she can come up to the sign with the free can read, right? Yeah, just try to blend in, but I'm just trying to warn you, like, you know what I mean? Because he already just said, he goes, even the FKR, but if you can, like, if you want to see her, you could probably go down. Just blend in. I just want to. Are you? Is it today your first day? Sorry, we're live. No, okay. Hi. I'm like, I already got yelled at because I had FKR. He's like, the initials aren't even. I'm like, I have Fiona, Kira, and Reese. But I really have Gianna, Kira, and Reese for my 3 daughters.
There you go.
And it didn't work. He didn't care. He was like, you're in handcuffs next time. I was like, oh, I'm leaving them. Bye. See you later. You were going to tell me again. Yeah, they're not really paying attention right now anyways. Oh yeah, you can always turn. And if anyone needs the restrooms, the right in that door to the left is the deeds. You can go right in there. Yeah. Just right down those steps. If you go in the door to the left, that's the restroom where that lady's going in right now.
Okay.
So if you just go in there, the woman's room's on the left. No, yeah, that's the registry of deeds, so anyone can go in there.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
All right, guys, what time is it?
Yesterday.
What time is it? Oh, sorry. Anyone know what time it is? What time is it? I can't look at mine. What time is it? You know?
Oh, okay. 8:27.
Oh, all right. We got a while. Oh my God, what's her name's over there? We gotta go see her.
We'll get something right after this.
Hi.
How are you? Good to see you.
Miss Brandy. I'm live with Resistance. Hi.
I'm the E-Dub.
You're E-Dub? Hi, nice to meet you, E-Dub. Is that like, I used to say N-Dub because I lived in North Weymouth. N-Dub, E-Dub was East Weymouth. Yeah.
Oh, E-Dub. Yeah.
E-Dub, East Weymouth. Oh my God, so nice to meet you. I see Rita over there. I want to go say hi real quick. I haven't seen her. I'll be right back. All right. Can I run? Sorry. She didn't clip them. Hope Rita brings her pom-poms. Well, she's right here. She's talking.
Okay.
Hi, Rita.
Yes.
Hi.
This is my friend Bob, a fan from Dedham.
Hi, we're live with
This is
Resistance
the man,
right now.
The legend. What are you doing? You're not
Resistance. We're
Resistance,
live.
Very nice. This is Bob Abe from Dedham. And he's the best. We go back way back. Right, Bob?
Really back.
And he's married, but that's okay.
As long as he doesn't turn his face.
Only Rita can get away with it.
Rita,
Oh, so
so good to see you. I love you. So good. The chat was asking, is Rita have her pom-poms? I said, I'll see them.
Yeah,
She has
going,
herself.
this is what I'm doing, red,
America.
white, and blue.
Yep, America.
So I encourage anybody, red, white, and blue. That's what I'm doing.
Mhm.
This is our country, and this matters.
It does.
The outcome of this case matters. It impacts all of us.
Yep.
Not just Canton, not just Massachusetts, all of us. So I'm wearing my red, white, and blues proudly this week. It's Flag Day. And
Yes.
let's do this.
I've got
Yes.
a white towel in today.
Yes. Hi, how are you? Good morning. Good.
So good to see you.
Where's Henry? Is Henry over here? Hi. There's Henry. We're live. Say hi, baby. I had to come say hi. Hi, my sweetie. How are you? Good. How are you? He's so sweet, huh? Yes, he is. Oh, hi. Hi, babies. Oh, my God. High five. High five. So cute. Yeah, that's Rita. It's amazing to me how we try to be, you know. Oh, let's see who's over here. Anybody yet? No. Got nobody down here. Hi, how are you? Good. I like your ring. It's nice. Ah, my darling. Hi. We're just live on Resistant to Silence right now. Just wanted to give you a hug. I haven't seen you.
Mods and chat. I know. Oh,
Gorge.
your hair is always amazing.
Always burnt and straight.
You look great.
Good luck in there today.
Thanks.
I think
It's
it'll
gonna be
go
a big
well.
day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
real big day.
Yeah.
I'm
Yesterday
excited.
was amazing, and today's just gonna be even better.
Yeah.
Just solidifying everything. Truth.
Yep, exactly. We got our first anti today. Hasn't been a single one. He's over there with his signs, yeah. Yeah, it said she clipped him. But, yeah. First one, all second trial. Yeah.
It's freedom of speech.
Yep,
So,
exactly.
but
Well, give Karen
too
our
bad
best.
he's an idiot.
Tell her we love her. We're always praying for her. Yeah, she knows. She's so sweet and gracious, you know? She really is.
She knows everybody's name.
Yeah, she
knows
does.
what
She's very
everybody's
smart.
doing for her.
Yep. She does. Great family. Esty, you look sharp. Says. She always looks sharp. Look at her outfit. She's always the best dressed. All right, well, good luck. I'll see you later. Yes. She's so sweet. Hi, Chief. Hi, Annie. How you doing?
Right, absolutely. It's horrible.
All right, we'll head back over this side. Hi. Yeah, big crowd. Hey! Oh my God! I haven't seen you.
How
We're
are
live
you?
on Resistant right
Oh,
now.
boy.
Hey,
Oh,
Resistant to Silence.
Free Karen Reed.
Yes.
Hi, Tracy.
Sidewalk. She's not here. I think she's at work. Yeah.
Hello.
We're just doing all the dirty work. How are you? Good morning. And here's the first anti we've had all second trial. Whose name is, what was your name again? Motherfucker or something? What was it? Go fuck myself? I'm a midget?
Yeah.
I'm a midget?
Tell your friends. I'm taking their photos. I have two sons. One served in Iraq and one served in Afghanistan.
Well, thank you for his service. Thank you for his service.
So come at me.
I ain't coming at you. I'm just telling you you're wrong. And what do you, is that a threat that your sons are going to come get us?
You know, you're trying to intimidate me.
I'm not trying to intimidate you. I'm saying we have our first anti down here. Bullshit. You threatening me with your son going to Iraq is an intimidation. Me telling people that you're an anti?
Let the crew know they've got your photo.
You want me to let the crew know?
Yeah.
Why don't you let them know? You're so tough. Why don't you? Sir, if you're so tough and you have these sons that will come get us, you let them know. You're saying it. Guess what? I'm live and you're recorded. So just so you know, I ain't making no move, buddy. I'm just recording. I can be a pain in the ass because guess what? It's America.
No brains.
No brains?
Yeah.
Look, you're standing alone, buddy. So what does that tell you? You're standing alone. No, it's not the truth. It's not the truth. It's not the truth. Tell me what evidence you have. Tell me what evidence you have. What attorney? I asked you earlier. What attorney said that? David Yannetti said that on February 4th? Oh, it was in the news. So David Yannetti didn't say it then. So the Boston Globe said it. David Yannetti didn't. So now you're changing your story. David Yannetti didn't say it. The Boston Globe did? No, this is how you are. You twist stories. Tell the truth. You just said David said it, and now you're saying the news said it. Be specific. If you want to be believed, be specific, you coward. It's when the shit doesn't add up.
So look at, I mean, he could only afford to.
He just threatened me with his 2 sons that went to war. He said, my sons went to Iraq. Tell your buddies over there that, whatever he said. I know. I'm like, well, I said, thank you for your son's service. I mean, if you want to be intimidating, go ahead, but see you later.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
I told him, I'm not taking that one if you make him put that
I don't know
sign
if it's
Yeah.
wearing anything.
But
Stripe on her sneaker, but I don't
shall
know.
set you free. I know. Thank you, Magic. I will stick him. I'm sorry. It's just people. I was, because he was threatening me with his sons, and I'm like, I don't give a shit. I said, thank you for your son's service. He was in the army, or wherever he was.
Oh, I love it.
Whatever. Robin G said hi, Dennis.
I heard him say,
Robin
you're
G.
changing your story.
Yeah.
Where are you? I'm supposed to be here today.
Yeah.
Got some umbrellas for sale and they
He
work.
said David Yannetti said it. I said, David Yannetti said that one. He goes, well, it was in the news. I said, so the news said it. He goes, yeah, the Boston Globe. I said, the Boston Globe said it. David Yannetti didn't. I go, that's what you're changing your story. You're not consistent. You're an idiot. Plain and simple. Hi, how are you? Hi. We're live, guys. Hi. Hey, guys. We're live. I love the pink. Utah? Oh, come here. Can I have a hug?
Yeah, I just flew in last night.
Really? Oh, welcome. Here's Utah. Thank you for being here. Yes. Awesome. Hi. Hi, Florida. You're from Florida? Oh, nice. Look at all the states we have here. This is awesome.
So where did they come back? This right here.
Right here.
Wait, let's see. Is it a direct quote? Am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. If Yannetti said that, but I don't think he did. Wow, this is awesome. I love it. I love it. This is so good. Oh, flipped, mirrored, inverted, framed. Yes, factually framed. I love it. That's a good. You could probably have that on. Oh no, the FKR. Nope. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I got yelled at because of FKR. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. Flip it, reverse it, invert it. Invert it. You'll be good. So can you guys see okay? Is the picture clear and everything? Here comes trouble. Here comes trouble. And I'll move so you guys can see when she comes out. Like, I'll move for you guys, don't worry. Give a shout out to Dave, recuperating at Mass General. Dave, we hope the best for you. We hope for a speedy recovery. Aww. Dave, we're thinking about you. Is that who they were mentioning last night on the show? It is. We've been thinking about you. It's not easy, but... Hi. Hi, guys. Got lots of people today. I love it. I love it. All right, let's see.
I have to say hi to Erin. Erin's like, I see you. I'm like, where are you? She's
Oh,
like,
cool.
No, she watches you.
Hi, Erin.
She's like, I just saw you.
Oh, thanks. Try to do some pink.
That's not buffer zone food.
Listen, it's coming. I know, thank you. I have to cover, I know, I have to cover my bracelets. He will.
Like, I thought I told you.
I know.
Are they really that?
Yeah.
Are they really that?
Well, I tried to tell him because I have 3 daughters, Kira, Gianna, and Reese, so I said the FKI was for Fiona, Gianna, and Reese, but he didn't buy it. I was like, oh, well, they're my 3 daughters. He's like, get out of here. I was like, okay. So I haven't worn the hat since.
Oh.
Yeah, so anyone down there? Who's that? Let's see. Yeah, we'll take walk. Oh, hi from the UK. Say hi. We're live. How are you? Good morning. I'm a hugger. Hi. Lots and lots.
I inverted mine.
Yeah, inverted. That's better. Hey. We got Tim. Oops. Oops. You're not sorry. Yes. Hey. You did. Yeah.
You're doing such a good job.
Oh, thank you. I love you.
No, really.
I'll do anything to help someone if they ask.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
If I can.
you know when you know, right? Oh,
Yeah.
You get a lot of. I have donuts. Bring them up.
I was just eating somebody's munchkins. I don't know who brought them, but I was eating them.
The little girls.
Hey, girls. Oh, there's Tom. Tom's across the street. I don't. He was over there. No. No. He's right here. I found him.
That's what I was going to tell you.
Thank you. Want to say hi, Tracy and Dana?
Hi, Tracy and Dana. Free Karen Reed.
Hi, Dana. Someone's here again. Where are you? In bed again? Well, you're off out
They're laying with their feet up, watching us. Hi.
Wow, you got to be here. Very good, very good.
And all spiffy. Love it.
Oh my God. I know. I've been working my tail off. These girls came from Connecticut.
Yeah, I met them earlier. There's Connecticut, Florida, Texas here today. Kansas. Oh, Kansas.
Kansas. Say hi.
Hi. You're alive. Hi. Welcome.
It was a lot of fun.
Oh, thank you for coming. Yes, I mean it could be any of us, right? And it's not just these cops. Corruption's everywhere. It's worldwide. Yep. Look at how tall you are. Hi, girlfriend. Hi.
Sidewalk.
Up, sidewalk. Sidewalk, guys. Sidewalk. Ross, move. Excuse me.
Heads up, heads up. Oh, I'm sorry. I love you.
To anyone who doesn't know, if you hear someone yelling sidewalk, it means somebody's coming through. Please get out of the way.
Good job.
Thank you. Sorry. Just because there's new people. Because they'll complain, you know, the people that live here, and we don't want to be a problem. We just sidewalk again, guys. Sorry. I'll try to get out of the way too as I'm yelling.
What is your name?
My name's Brandy. Boston Brandy online.
Boston Brandy?
Yes.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. I love this shirt.
Yeah.
Look at the Hershey Kisses. I love it. I love it. How you doing?
Hi, good day.
I'm a hugger. Nice to meet you.
Boston Brandy.
Where are you from? Are you local?
I'm from Chicago. Just moved here to Boston.
Really?
Yeah. Just moved here.
wow.
Following the Karen situation,
Good.
and obviously wanted to come out and
Oh,
support.
good. Thank you for being here. This is awesome.
There are so many more that aren't here that do support.
Yeah. Oh, that's so great. So how's it been so far living here? Scary? A little scary?
I do. Look, I watch the speed limit when I'm driving.
Yeah.
I'll say that much. Yeah.
You're actually not allowed to beep right here either in the buffer zone. You'll get in trouble.
Okay.
Can't even beep your horn, so don't do it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
it
was
is.
like, oh my God, I've got all the buffers on rules.
Yeah. It's almost over though. I mean,
I think we're coming up. They said what, Monday is?
yeah, I think close. I don't know.
What do you think? I heard
I think it'll finish by
legal
Friday,
expert say that
and Monday will be the.
because of what he did with the shirt. Oh, here comes the
Oh, here comes Paul O'Keefe. Yeah. I'll be right back. Sorry, here comes Paul O'Keefe. That's the cop that yelled at me for saying peekaboo. Him, this guy on the bike. Final countdown. Yes, it is. Who's across the street live? That was Paul O'Keefe and that girl that kissed John when she was 12 or something. I forget. What's her name? Tara?
They don't get along.
I know. We got the cameraman here. Hey. Resistant to silence. Yeah. Resistant to silence. At first I thought it was, yeah, see his shirt, the back of his shirt? It's right there. This is us right here. Turn around. What's that?
Yes, she works at the hospital too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, cool.
Oh, no,
yeah,
you
you
do.
did. I
Yes,
did.
I do.
I worked at Quincy Hospital and Social Hospital.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I worked at Quincy once. That was
Yeah, Quincy. I worked in the kitchen in Quincy.
Square up.
Wait, I think he's in the photo.
But yeah, it's Ross and Boss.
I love it. She is the boss. Oh, yeah.
Only when he doesn't feed me, then I get angry. Right, Ross? Right? He's like, yeah. The Pope, he is the Pope too. Live Quincy, live Quincy. We're from Quincy, Kaylee. Toba girl. Hi, Erin Hack. Hi, LPH. Hi, Kaylee. Toba. Hi, the pet. I'm laid up with a broken foot. Watch your step. All you did was misstep. Thank you for that warning. I will watch my step. And I'm so sorry you hurt your foot. I hope you heal soon. Hello.
Is that the faller?
It's somebody. Oh, is this the girl that fell? I don't know.
With the dog leash? Is that
Hope you feel better. I don't know her name. Nobody ever saw her face, so that's good. Well, unless you were down here. I wasn't here. Oh, there goes the jury. Hi, Ted. Oh, here they come. We love you, Ted. Oh, here they go. Okay. There's Alan Jackson. Keep the noise down, he said. Was it Leslie? Okay. Leslie! Good luck! I'll let you go in front of me. I've been here every day. You can go.
Go get him, Counselor.
Let's go.
Alan Jackson.
We love you, Jackson. Yes, there's a winning team right here.
We love you, Jackson.
Yes. Alessi, good job.
Bye.
Alexi, come back. Go get him, Counselor.
I love you, Little. Let's go, Little. We love you, Karen. We love you, Letty.
Bye, good luck.
Keep the faith, Karen.
You got this. Sorry. There goes our hero. Yep. Those are our heroes. I think she's invited by the family.
You got this, Karen.
Yes. We love you.
You got this. Almost there. Coming out. Justice will prevail. Right, Tim. Go get her.
Yeah, Tim. Good luck. The crowd.
Justice is coming, people.
Yes,
it's
it is.
coming quickly.
Oh, someone said their tears. They're crying. That makes me cry. Don't tell me you're crying, because then I'll cry. I'm Sal.
Yeah. Then she was rough.
That was good. That was good. Oh, you drew a little picture?
Yeah.
Can I read it? It says, keep fighting, Karen. You're an inspiration to all of us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you. Oh, she's so cute. I love little supporters. They're adorable. The little supporters, the little young ones. Oh. How does she do this every day? I don't know. She has to. She has to or she'll be in prison. It's awful that she has to do it, but... Oh my God. Justice is coming, yes. I know, Connie. It makes me cry too. I'm such a sap. I had to walk away. My eyes water. Like, I'll cry over the littlest things. Like, oh. Okay. Okay, cool. You got the keys, right? Here, will you take... Actually, no, never mind. I have the AirPods. I don't know how to use them. Uh-oh, my turtle's stuck. They cannot investigate themselves. Karen! Oh, you're welcome. I will, of course, always help. Say hi to Cheryl. Wait, can we just see your earrings?
Having the not guilty party at your house?
Not guilty party, yeah. I know, right? If it's hot out, I will. I got in Grumple.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Look at her earrings, guys. Ready? Little turtles. How cute are they?
I have little turtle studs in the car too. I might put those in too.
And I got my turtle ring.
Let me see. Oh!
Yeah. Yeah, she loves the shirt too. Yeah. I know. This troublemaker. So he used to be a troublemaker, but not no more.
Yeah, what makes you think I quit?
No kidding, huh? Just kidding. Yep.
I mean, he's been there since day one too, to be honest.
Telling people to get on the sidewalk now.
Human barricade.
We'll stay here. Yep. Come on back. Come on back. Come back. I know everybody's kind of dispersing. Everyone's going to get food or leaving or going down if they got signs and clothing down to the bus zone. You go in your truck? Listen, I've been wearing my pink shoes every day except today. I had them on almost all every day. Did you? And then I finally see you. She's the one that got me the pink shoes. Look at, see? Yeah, but I don't know. I guess I'll walk down too. No, sorry.
Right at the crosswalk.
I know. Cool lady's like, you want to go? I'm like, no, sorry. But yeah, I think we're gonna go into Turtle Boys for a little while. Are you going in? No. Yeah.
I'm going right down here to South Truck.
Yeah.
Tim brought me this morning. I came with Tim.
Oh yeah. He was gonna bring me the other morning, and then I had to cancel last minute because
I can't have
to go. Yeah, I had to go see a lawyer that wanted to see me and Ross. I thought Ross would go by himself, but whatever. Yeah, I got it right. He's like, I'll pick you up at 6. I'm like, all right. Then I call him and I'm like, sorry, I don't need you anymore.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it was like 6
Sorry.
o'clock. They picked me up at 6.
Yeah. It takes a while to get here. If you want to be here by morning prayer, you know.
Yeah.
It takes an hour at least. Yeah.
I feel like there was more traffic today than all the times we've been.
I left at 6:45 and I missed it. I didn't get here till 8. Yeah. Every 15 minutes makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
It really does.
Look at her with her bike.
Yeah.
Look at you. Hi.
Oh my God, hi. Listen, I know, I'm sorry. I wasn't fed. I wasn't fed today.
We're going to eat because I was like, we're getting hungry too.
Hi,
Hi,
baby.
Hi, I haven't seen you in a while.
I love you.
I said Brandy.
And I'm gonna tell her she's a savage. You're gonna save me a spot. I want to sign it.
I do it. No, I have my pen.
I'll sign it later. Don't leave without me doing it.
Are you setting up there? Or are you going to?
Yeah, we're gonna set up. I'm going in. Ross is staying out, so the TV will be out.
All right, so I'll set up over there.
Yeah.
Because I don't
He's
know if I
actually
really...
trying to get like a closer spot. We're like one down, but
Oh, you didn't get your normal spot?
No. I know.
Well, we were running late. We got
Damn
stuck.
kids.
We
Damn
got stuck
kids.
in massive
Traffic.
traffic.
Yeah, awful
I know, and
traffic.
it's the last week of school, so it's like,
No, I want to go Rivers next week.
Oh, we got Friday. Friday's our last day. I'll see you down there. Hi, Iceland. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone from Iceland. That's awesome. Look at it. Iceland's in the chat, Tim.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jack, we got Iceland in the chat.
Iceland?
Yeah. Do you believe it?
That's
Iceland.
awesome.
I know.
Awesome.
Yeah, so good. I heard Iceland's beautiful. I want to go there so bad. All right, so a lot of people want to cross the street. Oh, there's a lot of twin dogs down here. Every day I see twin dogs. Yeah. This is so cute. Look at, here comes the street. Here they come. The beautiful twins. Hi, babies. Oh my God. Can I have them? Oh my God. Hi, this is so exciting. Hi, babies. Oh my God, this is the best part of my day. You don't understand. I love it. Thank you so much. Oh, kisses. Kisses. What are their names?
Maverick and
Peter.
Maverick and Hunter, nice to meet you.
I need a picture with you.
Maverick, leave it.
All
Whatever.
right, I'm going to run over here. Let's see who's over here, and then we'll go down to the out of the buffer zone. Check back. Hi from Florida. Hi, Mark. How you doing? Iceland is beautiful, huh? I've seen pictures. Well, now that we've met, like, online, can I come see you? Can I visit you? I love Goldens, too. They're beautiful. There's a lot of twin dogs. Hi, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. I just got a picture with this for me.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, look at the picture she got. So cute.
Too. Speaking of pictures,
Morning.
can you take
Morning,
a picture of me
Nathan.
with
Good
Brandon?
luck.
Do you mind? Hey, come here, lady.
Come here, lady.
We don't have. She's gonna take a picture.
All right. Say chicken.
Chicken. You know what's funny? You know what's funny? The cat my son brought home from McDonald's the other night. We ended up naming him Nugget because he found him in the parking lot of
A chicken nugget?
on Starro. Yeah.
Oh.
And he's a Siamese with no fucking drink. He's like 6 months old.
Oh.
He's like, oh, this kid. Yeah, but that's what we
cute.
named him. Just a
Nugget,
chicken. That's
yeah,
what I thought.
nugget. My little
Perfect.
nugget.
You want
That's so
anything
cute.
down there? I'm gonna
No,
go
I'm gonna walk down in a couple minutes.
All right.
Just going to do one more.
You were supposed. They said you were gonna show up Monday night at Warren's.
Yeah, and I didn't. I went home, and then my kids had 2 girls over, and then I felt bad. They were playing. I was like, I'm exhausted because it's an hour here, and an hour home.
Yeah.
And I gotta come back another hour.
I live in Rockland, so I know.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like, so the morning's worse, you know.
Yeah.
So like, I'm like, oh, I was just exhausted.
It was actually.
And then I wanted to stop on Sunday too in Weymouth, and I didn't. Like Sunday stand out.
Yeah, yeah.
I forgot because I ended up going to Canton.
Right.
And I'm like, oh.
When, we had everybody in Warren's.
I read that. That is awesome. I was like, yeah.
There's a steak off.
Hey guys.
I'm like,
Hi.
come on.
Hi.
I wanted to tell you that you look like Kyle Richards from Real
What?
Housewives of Beverly Hills.
Thank you. I think. I don't know. I think I know who she is. Yeah.
Wait,
she's
I want to show you her.
Oh. Wait, she has that drink, the margarita drink? No? No, that's the other one. Oh, yeah. I like your sweatshirt.
Oh, thank
love
you.
It. I love it. I never seen it in purple, I don't think. I love it.
Where are you from?
We're live on Resistance. I'm from Whitman, from here, so an hour away.
I think you look exactly
Oh my
like
God,
Kyle
shut up,
Richards.
get out of here, give me
Yeah.
Bye.
They do look alike.
They look so much alike.
Oh,
I
thank
was
you.
like, is that Kyle Richards in Massachusetts?
Let me just give you my autograph. Just kidding. Hi, guys. Oh. Hey, how are you? I haven't seen you. Good morning.
I almost ran over the keeps of my car.
Oh, Paul.
Filming them. I
Yeah.
went on this thing and they just came out of nowhere. And the cop made me sit there while they squeezed by my car getting filmed. And I'm like,
Oh,
I didn't know you were here.
Stay far away.
I did not hear.
Oh, man. Yeah, so it's still a pretty good group up here. New Zealand? Get out of town. Wow. That amazes me. That makes me want to cry. New Zealand, like people everywhere. I mean, it is a worldwide problem. Corruption is a worldwide problem. But a lot of people out here today. Yeah, lots of people today. Yep.
Is she?
Yeah, yeah. She's good. Hi. Good morning. Hi, how are you? Good morning. Good to see you too.
You guys are hanging down there again.
Well, I got nothing on today, so I can kind of walk back and forth. But yeah, I'm gonna go into Aiden's thing in a little while. But I think Ross is gonna set the TV up down there because we have to set it down there because it hooks up to the car.
Okay.
So we can't.
When does Aiden start?
11. But if you're gonna go in, I'd go in
Can
by
anyone
like
just go in?
10:30. Yeah, but there's gonna be so many people that
I'll let
they
them
won't.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to go in at like 10:30 probably. Yeah.
That's awesome. I hope hopefully that starts to.
Yeah.
Because I can't.
Oh, I went in the other day. There's no case. They're gonna pause for
imagine
nothing.
he doesn't have a huge case against the.
Oh yeah, yeah, he should.
With the whole setup. And
Yeah.
How can he not?
Oh my God, they both should. I don't want our state to go bankrupt, but I would
this.
love them to go bankrupt for Karen and Aiden.
For this.
100%.
They deserve it.
100% they deserve it. It's disgusting. And just show to make a point to the rest of the country. You know what I mean? The Fed should move in and say this is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yep.
His setup,
You should show the rest of the world this
his
is what
setup
will
is
happen.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Not that this whole bullshit is not
Awful.
But anyway.
Hi from Scotland. We got Scotland in here. Iceland. Oh my goodness. Canada. This is awesome. This is so good. From the Cape. Hi, morning Cape. Dylan, you're in. Hi. Dylan.
Hello.
Hi, Dylan.
How are you, darling? You well?
I'm trying to. I forget how to flip it around. Let me see.
So, to the people that don't know, this is why we made this sign.
Shut up.
She can have 2 seconds now to get some air back in her lungs. How are you? You done awesome. You were doing very well, Brandy.
Thank you.
You're
There's a lot
very
of
much
people down
loved.
here, so they're keeping me occupied. You know, there's a lot of
Yeah.
people to talk to, so it's good.
Hello
Love
to
seeing
everyone
it.
as well. Hello, everyone. Yes, it's good. You've been keeping busy. I was hearing you in the background. I was like, fucking Brandy's going for it. I loved it.
Oh, thank you. I try.
So,
Yeah.
hello, everyone.
Rita.
There you go.
Yeah.
Rita's back.
Yeah, she's back.
It's nice to see Rita here, you know, so.
Yeah. Oops, sorry. Hi. Hi, guys. Yeah, we got lots of people walking by.
Hello to all the mods as well.
What a day yesterday. Yes, hi. Sidewalk, guys. Yeah,
What?
Tim's keeping me in check, too. He's another one that got to tell me to shut up when I'm not supposed to be doing. He'll tell me. I listen to him because he knows a lot more than I do, so.
Well, the head hen.
Yeah, head hen. Yeah, he's head hen for a reason. Yeah.
I know.
Yes, of course.
One day.
Yes. I want to get a picture. Come here.
So-
Wait. Well, I'm on the live, but I'll. Hi. All right. We love her. She's great. Thank you.
Hey, Dana.
Oh, cute.
So you're
Wait.
going to see Aiden's, yeah? You're going to Aiden's hearing?
Yeah,
Trial?
I'm gonna go in.
Cool. What time?
Right. Probably about 10:30, maybe.
So, is it 11 o'clock start, is it?
It starts at 11.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'll stay on until I go in. Like, I mean, after
No,
they
it's fine.
start and stuff. If you need me, I'll jump on until I
No,
go
it's
in.
fine. Don't worry. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Don't worry.
Right.
You go and enjoy, because lunchtime then you can come and update everybody about jump on during lunch break. So you can update everyone how it went with Tilda.
Yeah. Okay. Who's gonna be here? Scott outside? Is that what you said?
Yeah, no, I was saying, so Scott can jump on the break maybe, but lunchtime you jump on and tell us how we went with Aiden.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Say hi.
You did have a clue what I just said, do you?
I
You just
didn't
said-
hear. All right, I'm gonna listen
No.
now. I'm walking away. I'm sorry. All right, I'm listening now. Go ahead.
Right, so say after lunch break now, once we go for lunch, jump on and you can tell us all how we went with Aiden.
Oh yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll do
Yeah.
that.
Do
Okay, I
that.
heard you that time.
There you go.
See, I
There
can
you
hear
go.
you, but I'm not listening.
Yeah, this is Ross's life. I know. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Someone just texted me saying, you and Brandy's live.
Someone just said to me.
What about Jason?
Oh my God.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, we're live.
Hi, Karen. Hi, Karen Blackie from Medford.
There you go.
Oh,
Morning, everyone.
Keep it up. That's Dylan. He's in the UK. Hey, Dylan.
Hello.
Alternate corner. Follow the alternate corner too. Oh, say hi. Let's go. We love Boston Brandy. Free Karen Reed.
There you go.
Karen will be freed. Mark my words.
Hold on, Brandy.
saying it.
Is she hungry? Is she okay? That explains everything.
Yeah, will you? Because I can't take any photos. Will you take them? Wait, hold on, let me show you. Who is it? I love her too.
My friend Karen.
Oh, hi, Karen. Hi, Karen from Medford. We love you. I love it. Thanks.
Oh, I'm here, Dave. I'm
What?
right at the bottom. Dana says you're hungry.
Yeah, I was hungry earlier. Did you eat? I had 2 munchkins. I stopped yelling though. Oh God. 2 munchkins. Like I don't even feel my cavity. Right. Yeah, so there's not a lot of people down this end anymore because people just, they know what to wear and they can stand up closer. But we got to come down here because we set the TV up. But,
Oh, yeah, cool.
yeah, because we can plug it into the car and stuff. But my car's way down there, so I guess.
Brian, I agree that Tracy's very cute, but I mean, that's a stretch for Dana. But,
Let me see. What,
Yeah, because you were super early this morning.
Yeah, I got to come. Well, I wanted to be here for morning prayer, but I didn't make it because of traffic. I left at 6:45. I didn't get here till 8. But I asked my neighbor to take the kids because her kid goes to school too with them. So
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll just drop them off early. I always feel bad doing it, but my kids are good, so I shouldn't feel bad.
I don't know, Kathy, if I've been honest. I'm not sure. Probably.
Yeah.
That's my favourite hole.
Oh! Who's that for you?
Hey,
Talking about
J-Mac.
Dylan?
Hey, praise to J-Mac today as well. She's starting a new test as well today, trial today. So praise out to you, J-Mac. Let's kick cancer.
High five! Are you going down to the store?
So yeah, J-Mac's starting her course of trials today for cancer. So everyone have your thoughts and prayers for J-Mac. Let's go smash it, J-Mac.
Thank you. I'm sorry. No. Does anyone know if there's a park near here in Dedham? Oh, I'm just kidding. Dog park, because the dog...
Some people do, Josie, yes. They got Brandy and Ross bring a big screen, so they do watch it, yes.
I'm in trouble. She was trying to whisper to me to find a park. So her daughter didn't hear, and I was like, does anyone know where there's a park?
I mean, you're the wrong person to whisper to, you know.
And then I was like, I mean a dog park, because the girl looked at me, and I was like, dog park. Shit. She's like, it's fine, it's fine.
Let's go, Dennis.
Shit.
Let's go, J-Mac.
Do you want to walk down to the store or no?
No, I'm just waiting for like this.
Someone to leave?
Dr. Lopes couldn't say they were dog bites, but she could say they were animal bites. They know the dog disappeared. I don't know.
Hey, Melanie.
I'm muting Melanie.
TJ. Dilly.
Yo.
What's the Dilly? Hi,
Dilly,
Dana.
Dilly.
I didn't see you in there. Hi, Dana. Handsome. Handsome. What's handsome? Oh, is that handsome Brian?
I heard Dana the handsome. I was like, it's not our Dana then. It must be another Dana.
I have you at 0.5 speed so I can understand you. I'm so sorry.
No, don't. He's an old git. Dave is an old git. He's a whingy bastard, but I love him, so it's fine.
That's all right. I do talk fast. I really do.
Keith is in the house, so there you go,
Dylan.
Keith.
Hi, Dylan.
Yes.
Say hi, Dylan.
Hello.
We're excited. Yes.
Good.
I wonder, what do they got? What are they at? A sidebar already?
I love
No,
it.
they,
Oh, the turtle.
I just want her, all her energy.
I don't remember.
Dylan, we need Brandy's energy for 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
I'm ready for bed by like 3:30. I'm like bedtime.
I don't know. I don't know how your husband does it though.
He just ignores me.
He's a saint.
Driving, and I think it's just you in the car. And you're going. Then all of a sudden, Dylan will say, "Is Ross there?" And you go, "Yeah." But you never put him on camera.
No, I try to. He'll hide.
Well, past it, never gets on camera. It just it catches me up.
No, he just hides in the background.
Dylan, do you miss us?
Dylan.
Yes, I do. I miss. I can't wait to come back out.
Oh, we're gonna have so much fun.
There you go.
We get you to the South Shore. We're gonna
Yes.
We're gonna
I-
reserve the
I-
day with Dylan.
I need some chocolates though.
I know. I'll bring you to where we make the chocolates too. You can see that whole experience.
So this is Carol and Kathleen, everybody. So Carol's sister makes chocolates, and
Yes, it's Pure Affection's chocolate out of Quincy.
I can vouch it's the best
I do.
chocolate
Well, I know
ever.
Quincy, but Perfection.
Where do you live?
Well, I grew up in
Live in Whitman.
Weymouth, but I live in Whitman now.
Oh, okay.
I actually lived in Quincy till 3rd grade, but Ross is from Quincy.
I'm
So,
from Quincy.
yeah.
What's his last name?
Magnoli.
He's probably younger than me. You're young.
So he's born in 78.
Oh, I'm 73.
Yeah.
So I'm 51.
Yeah, he's not 50 yet, but I tell him he's 50. I'm like, you're in your 50s, bro. He said I'm old for a girl.
We live in
I'm like, I'm not like
Nashville
like in dog years. I'm like, he's like, you're old for a girl for girl years. I was like, what does it even mean, girl years? Like I'm a dog? You out?
Okay, I'm on your side, Brandy. Don't ever put him on the camera.
Right,
again.
right. Thank you. See?
Talk right
That's
over.
why he stays quiet, because he knows he'll get in trouble.
Apostle
Yeah, it's
Ross.
on. Hold on one second.
If it's a mistrial again, Kayleen, it'd be up to the Commonwealth to decide if they want to retry it or not. So we do not want a mistrial. So
Wait, he
and
went
it
into
cost
court?
it would cost
Did Peter go
Karen
into court? What? Did Peter go
You
into
know.
court?
hundreds of thousands more dollars.
Morning,
Morning, Miss Watts.
Oh. You don't have
Morning,
extra
Ed.
clothes for your car.
I do, and I don't know where I cleaned it out the other day. I didn't have a sweatshirt, nothing.
course.
Sorry, Dylan, are you talking to me?
No, it's fine. Talk to the chat. They would, Lucas, because they would drain her out of another 500,000 easy. So Morning to you, Sean. Probably not, Dave. I'm not sure. I need to look into it.
Hi, Abe. Hi, Mrs. Watts. Hi, Stacy.
Cheating Stacy, we call her.
Team Ocasio. Hyde Park is considered the South Shore. It is not. Get out of town. Well, maybe. Depends on where you're
Yeah. I know. I'll have to come down to Plymouth, Plimpton. I think I'll be going down Plimpton way. So I'll try to do Plymouth and stuff.
First of all, I'm at the cave. Her husband.
All right, you want to call me now?
Julie.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'm going to walk down to the store. You guys want to come with me?
Yeah, we'll come with you till the trial starts. So let's go.
All right, cool. Cheryl, you want to go to the store with me? All right. I don't want to go by myself.
Hey, don't tell me, where's the South Shore? What's the South Shore? Where does Clara live?
South Shore is like Weymouth, Braintree, Rockland, Whitman, like Abington, like south of Boston, anywhere south of Boston.
Oh, yeah, that's why it's like, where's Clara from then?
But I consider that South Shore.
Yeah, I don't know where they were from then, because Carol said we'll have to do a day down the South Shore.
Yeah.
Where? I should have said where.
I saw him jogging by me. You
Who?
couldn't see the other day.
Who? That guy?
Towards the Cape. Okay. Yeah, I'll be down Plymouth. I'll be doing Plimpton. So.
Right. Plimpton? Yeah, Plimpton is South Shore, right? Plimpton?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. That's like Plimpton's its own place. Plymouth and Plimpton are near each other.
I don't know where Plimpton is.
I don't know. It's South Shore, I guess.
Oh,
But
really?
I guess. I don't know. Don't ask me.
I learn something every day.
I like science.
It is South Shore, yes. It's south from Boston.
Geography, yeah.
Is it Middlesbrough?
Middleborough is
Yeah.
down past me too. I don't frequent these places. I think I've only been there once, so I don't know.
Yeah. Plimpton. There you go.
Yes?
Dana
Oh,
says
good. I'm
Plimpton.
sorry too.
No, you're fine.
All right. Hi, sweetie. You're beautiful. Can I pet him? Hi.
Middlesbrough. That's the one.
Hold on. I got to turn you around. I want to show you
That's
the dog.
fine.
Look at him.
Aww.
For her. What's her name? Is it Anuko? Hi, sweetie. Hi. Are you the most handsomest? Hi.
Plimpton is Central Mass. So thank you, Boston Lisa. I only know one good person in Plimpton, and her name is Tracy Murray.
So cute. All right. So, am I supposed to mute you when I go in the store? Is that hi, how are you?
No,
a
that's
t-shirt,
fine.
right?
Don't worry about it.
Well, I just want to grab a water, but
Erica never mutes. Dina does. Erica doesn't bother. So.
I guess just grab this. He's not really going to say anything to me, so I won't get in trouble, right?
No, he's fine. Is that the that's the French show guy, isn't it?
Yeah. We're at that
Bakery. Yeah, that's the bakery guy.
the Luce place, yeah. Do you want anything? Guys. Hi, just this today.
Just $20.
$20? Here, keep the change. Next time? All right, I'll be back in an hour then. I'll get more stuff. Thank you. I love you. He's so sweet. Oh, Luce. All right, well, I'll be back. He didn't want my card. I got my water. He's sweet. He knows I come back down here like 5 times every day.
There you go. Renee, I'll have to come down to Plymouth, my darling. I know. Love it. Renee, there you go, my darling. We love you.
I'm trying to stick this water in my back pocket. Oh, okay, there we go.
Oh, we've got a lot of people from Middlesbrough in here. Eh?
Middleborough.
Christina
Yeah.
Middlesbrough.
So I guess Middleborough is close to me, like 15 minutes, but I've never been there. I might have been there once or twice, I don't know.
Oh, so there's quite a few people from there in the chat.
Wait. In the chat. What? Who's that? Hey, you! Let me turn it around. Hold on. Look who's here.
Oh, look who's here.
Look who's here. Woo-woo.
Oh, the squad!
Silence is for the weak.
With
Yes.
the Band-Aid, because we're not keeping our mouths.
Nope. I love it. I love it.
Peter Murphy wants to as well, Renee. So definitely we have to do a day of it. Peter Murphy wants to go down. So
You too. Hello, my darling. I was sick yesterday. How are you?
Betty as well.
I don't. But you guys ready? Look at her earrings. Taillight pieces and a turtle.
Yes.
So cute, right? So cute. That's my big boss. Oh boy. So what are they doing in there, Dylan? Do you know?
Nothing. There's nothing happening.
They're just sitting there twiddling. They got their thumbs up their asses.
I think so. They're just in court. No one's saying anything. Let me just look.
They're just sitting there like, F these guys, wondering.
I'm just trying to see. AC is on.
Looks so. All right, cool. Look at this truck, ready? It's a little beat up, don't you think? It's a little beat up.
That truck has seen some shit, right?
Yeah. Look at this Dylan.
Oh my days.
Like, I think. Are you sure they didn't hit John? Holy moly!
No rearview mirror.
Oh my God! Look at the back. There's no windshield.
No
No.
rearview mirror.
There's no glass. There's a wheelchair in there. No, they're not. They pulled up right before me. I didn't see no handicap spot either. Their inspection sticker's bad, everything. Oh boy. I don't want to rat these people out, but I mean, I want your spot. No, I'm just kidding. It's a handicap spot, so I can't even take it. Shut your mouth, Brandy. Leave them alone. Keep going.
So, an update from the court. Karen's asked the fan to slow down because she sits right underneath the fan and it's very cold. So she's asked for it to slow down. Yeah,
You're lying.
No, it's just been reported.
Oh, really?
Because she sits under the fan, so it gets really cold. So they're just moving the ACs around in the room.
Hey, look who's here! Look who's here!
Hey, Mama.
Hi, beautiful. Hi, good morning. How are you?
Nice to see you.
too. Erica's here.
She's going with Aiden as well, probably. So.
Yeah. Let's go back down here. See who's down here. Oh, I hear them.
Yeah, I could hear some movement in court now.
Yeah, Aiden's here.
Well, the court started. In a bit, Randy.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. I state the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Dr. Rentschler again, please?
Doctor, I mind you're still under oath.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready. Are you ready, doctor?
I am, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Rentschler, good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were discussing materials that you had been provided to review, and you described much of that material in furtherance of your answer that you were asked to review certain data and undertake certain testing as it relates to testing that was done by Aperture, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate the analysis and methodology in your review and testing of this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you bring that with you today?
I did indeed.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive I'd like to have marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Not for identification.
Okay, so it's marked for identification. Thank you.
That'll be KK for ID.
Let me know whenever. Pardon me. Let me know whenever you're ready, Dr. Rentschler.
Sure. You want me to bring up the PowerPoint? Or?
If you could bring up the first slide, let's start with that.
Let's see here. There we go.
Is this representative of the PowerPoint that you presented, or sorry, that you prepared for presentation for the jurors?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Are there several blank slides, just sort of placeholder slides as we walk through your analysis that the jurors will see?
There are, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about first of all, what was the purpose of your investigation? What did you seek to undertake?
So the purpose of my investigation in this matter was to evaluate the evidence, and particularly as it pertains to the alleged theory of what occurred in this case.
All right, so I'm going to strike that answer. Ask the question again.
Sure. Did you seek to undertake an analysis of apertures testing or part of their testing?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. With regard to that testing, what was the reason that you undertook to analyze apertures testing?
Sustained.
Ultimately, were you in receipt of a PowerPoint presentation and a report from Dr. Judson Welcher?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review that PowerPoint presentation in whole?
I did, yes.
Were you able to look at his report and read his report and review his report?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you undertake an analysis based on his reporting and his PowerPoint presentation?
Yes. So I'm going to see you both at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I mean, this is just now ridiculous. I mean, this is really frustrating. Is this how it's going to be? Objection for everything? Do you know what I mean? Sidebar straight away. Come on. The Commonwealth have got everything they wanted so far, and now they're getting more. It's really hard not to be annoyed at these people. Whereas sidebar, like, he reviewed Welcher's presentation. He's based a lot of his analysis based off that. Shady, shady, shady. Shady, shady, shady. As always, this is the Commonwealth being shady. If you've got nothing to hide, you don't object. I mean, the jury hear all this stuff, so it's like, why are you objecting? You make yourself look like a tool, Brennan. You make yourself look worse. Oh yeah, Paul O'Keefe is testifying today in Aidan's trial. So later on, he won't be here. He will be in Aidan's trial. So on Monday they tried to put a motion in to exclude Paul from testifying. The judge declined, so he will be there testifying today. So thank you, Josie. Good spot. Hello, Frosty. It's another trial, in Turtleboy's trial, Dave. It's not in this trial. It's in another trial. Oh, you would think as Brennan, when you lose in a case as bad as he is, I presume, what my reasoning is, right? The jury are hearing everything the witness is saying, so why object to it? It's in. They've heard it. It's no matter what you say for sustain and stuff like that. They've still heard it. Amanda, the reason it wasn't like this for the Commonwealth is because the defence are not scared of them. Brennan is shit scared of the defence, and especially this Rentschler witness. So the only reason I'm annoyed by these is delayed. So when the judge says, "Oh, the jury are fed up," well, have a word with the Commonwealth then, judge, because they're the one objecting to everything.
May I?
Yes.
Did you undertake to review analysis and testing that was done by Aperture as reflected in the PowerPoint that you reviewed, as well as the report that you received?
I did, yes.
Did ARCA, yourself included, undertake testing based on your review of the testing by Aperture?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was the biomechanical analysis? That's the second point on your PowerPoint. What was the biomechanical analysis that was undertaken after you reviewed the Aperture reports and Aperture testing? What did you undertake to do?
So I touched on this yesterday a little bit. A biomechanical analysis, there's certain steps that you have to do to actually perform a biomechanical analysis. First of all, you have to determine what the injuries are. What are the diagnosed injuries? Second, you have to determine what happened to the individual. So in this case, what would have happened to Mr. O'Keefe? His kinematics, how would his body move? Was it contacted by anything? Was it contacted by the Lexus? If so, what forces were produced on the arm, on his body? Were they sufficient to cause the injuries that he sustained? And in this case, it's a little more involved. We have, was he hit by the car? What happened after that? Did he somehow move into the yard? And then did something happen in the yard to actually cause the skull fracture? So in order to determine if that's what actually occurred in this case, you have to look at each of those three separate events. And you have to evaluate that from a biomechanical analysis by looking at the force, looking at the kinematics, looking at a human tolerance, and determining or attempting to determine what happened. Now, if you try to determine what happened, not only do you have to prove that that was the case and the facts support that that's what occurred, you also have to eliminate all other possibilities. Because if you're saying this is how it happened, not only do you have to show that that's true.
So next question, and I'm going to strike that. Next question.
Is there an element of differential diagnosis that goes into biomechanical analysis?
There is, absolutely.
Explain that for us, please.
Let me demonstrate. So there are several peer-reviewed articles that I reference.
Is this slide number 2, by the way?
This is slide number 2.
Thank you.
Correct. This is injury reconstruction biomechanical analysis of accidental injury. And that sets forth the methodology that I just described. It's well written about, well reviewed in peer-reviewed articles. This is the method you need. If you're going to opine on biomechanics, this is the method you need to do, the steps you need to go through in order to provide an actual opinion.
And describe that method just a little bit further. Does that include testing?
That includes testing.
Does that include both lab testing and field testing if it's possible?
Absolutely, yes.
Explain that.
In fact, let me explain. Let me get through here. You know, I just had a couple examples here. This third slide, another reference about biomechanical analysis. Again, it's all throughout the literature, very well established how to do this. Now, it's all based on the scientific method, okay? And the scientific method, which it was really established back in the 1620s, but this tells you how to do a proper scientific analysis. So you have an observation, you observe something. So in this case, you might say, all right, there's superficial abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and there's a shattered taillight. Are those two things related? Well, the first thing you do is you research the topic area. You look through the literature, you find or look for any examples of that happening. You see if there's any reports or peer-reviewed articles written about this very occurrence. can you actually demonstrate that if your arm hit the taillight would shatter and cause those abrasions? If this occurs or is a common occurrence, it should be in the literature. You should be able to find information about it. Then you form a hypothesis. Either you say, I think this injury is related to hitting the taillight, or it's not. Whichever one you choose, that's where you then start to go into your experimentation. You have to develop tests to get data to actually back up your hypotheses. So if I said, well, I think the injury is related to it, what would you do? You would go and you would test it. You would get an arm. In this case, we got a hybrid 3 dummy arm, and we got an exemplar vehicle, and we hit the vehicle with the arm. Or we hit the arm with the vehicle, we ran into it, to determine what's going to happen when that occurs. Do we get the right circumstances, the right loading to actually occur in that case? So this, and then you go back and you analyze that. And if your results don't match up with your hypothesis, you have to reevaluate. You have to go back and see. If we don't get that type of injury, if we don't get the kinematics or the force associated with what we see, you have to reevaluate if your hypothesis or what you think happened is actually true or not. So you have to continuously go through this process. And that's what experts do. That's how you perform an analysis. And that's what's important. You know, I have 3 kids. I have a 9-year-old who's actually.
So I'm going to ask you to wait for the next question.
Okay, sure.
Was there an example that you could use of sort of a real world example that you might want to use to explain some or part of the scientific method?
There is, yeah. And I would like to explain an example of what's important with that. So I was going to say, I have 3 kids, a 9-year-old who's actually turning 10 today. Happy birthday, Kai. And I have 2 older ones.
All right. We're going to stop this. Another example.
Go ahead. Less editorializing.
Minus all the personal.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Details matter. Okay. Details in an investigation matter, and details matter here. You need details. You have to explain how things happen. Okay? As an expert, I can't come in and just say.
Sustained. It needs to be more question and answer.
Why do details matter?
Because your opinions have to be based on the facts and the evidence.
Why is that?
Because that's what determines your conclusions. I can't come in and say, I think.
Next question.
What if you don't have all the details and facts?
If you don't have details, if you haven't performed a proper analysis, then you can't come to a conclusion that something happened. You can't depend just on your experience. You have to have the analysis, the evidence, and the details to come to a conclusion in a case.
How do you best get details to come to a conclusion in a case?
You need research. You need peer-reviewed articles. You need evidence. You perform testing. You have to demonstrate what you think happened is A, possible, and B, actually did occur. And in order to do that, you need hard evidence to demonstrate that that's what actually occurred in this case.
Do you get that through both lab testing and field testing?
The form. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Can you get that in lab testing?
Absolutely.
Can you get that in field testing?
You can get that in field testing as well, yes.
Are those integral to an analysis?
They are. If you don't have any other evidence, if you don't have research, if you don't have peer-reviewed articles showing or demonstrating what happens, you have to formulate, you have to get that evidence. And the way to do that is through field testing, if you have no other evidence and no other source of information to provide that type of evidence.
Let's go to the next slide. Did you undertake, and this is a placeholder, did you undertake the scientific method in this case?
I did, yes.
What was the hypothesis of the incident that you utilized in furthering your analysis?
So the first step, the first part of this event is contact between Mr. O'Keefe's arm and the vehicle.
Could you describe for the jurors what hypothesis you used based on your review of the information you got from Aperture?
Sure. So the hypothesis that I looked at, Aperture, their testing and report indicates that Mr. O'Keefe had his arm out at a 90-degree angle.
Sustained.
What do you see? By the way, where are these from? These two slides.
These two slides are from the PowerPoint presentation that Aperture provided.
All right. So you didn't create these?
I did not. No, sir.
Describe the angle of the arm in the left photograph with the drinking glass in the hand.
So the angle of that arm is approximately 90 degrees. The other photographs in the PowerPoint demonstrate that for someone the same height as Mr. O'Keefe, the arm would be at about 90 degrees with an individual standing erect. That's what was demonstrated in their PowerPoint.
Do you note anything in their PowerPoint, the Aperture PowerPoint, related to the clothing worn in that left photograph?
Yes, they have the surrogates wearing a hoodie or a sweatshirt, which is the exact same type and brand that Mr. O'Keefe was found wearing at the time of the incident.
Did that play a part in your overall analysis, the fact that the individual, the surrogate, as you use the name, was adorned with the same type of sweatshirt that was found on Mr. O'Keefe?
It did, yes. I mean, that's one of the details that we have to look at. Details matter. So we look at the clothing that was worn and the evidence found with respect to that actual sweatshirt.
I'd like to stay with that for a second. Why is that important? Why would the clothing matter?
Well, because that tells us, that gives us evidence of what may or may not have occurred. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing the sweatshirt when the time of this alleged incident occurred. So if there is contact between his sweatshirt and that rear vehicle, the taillight from the Lexus, there would likely be evidence of that. And we have to look at that sweatshirt to see the condition of that sweatshirt, if there's evidence on that sweatshirt, and be able to pair that or match that up to what happened on the vehicle.
Is that part of a normal biomechanical analysis to evaluate clothing of the body as well?
Absolutely, especially when you look at automobile pedestrian impacts.
Why? Because
clothing tells you or can tell you how the impact occurred, where contact occurred between an individual and the vehicle, what part of the vehicle, what part of the individual. So it either may or it may not, but it can give you very important clues about what may have occurred during the incident.
Is that part of the normal methodology that's utilized in the field of biomechanical analysis, especially as it relates to pedestrian motor vehicle incidents?
It absolutely is. Yes. Look at the damage to the clothing. Look if you compare it up to the vehicle, to the ground, to other sources. It's another tool, another detail, and part of the evidence that allows you to try and determine what occurred.
Do you have experience in reviewing clothing of individuals that may have been involved in vehicle pedestrian incidents?
I do, yes.
How often has that played a part in your biomechanical analysis, the methodology that you employ?
It happens quite often when we look at automobile pedestrian impacts. That's really one of the steps that you need to do. You need to look at the clothing, you need to look at that evidence and see if that matches up with any other evidence in the case.
Would it be a proper methodology to just ignore the clothing in a vehicle pedestrian incident?
It would be, yes. I mean, it's really one of the first things you should do.
I'm sorry, my question was, would it be proper if you just wholly ignored it?
No, it would be improper. It would not be proper. It would be improper if you just ignored it.
Getting back to the slide at hand, and we're on slide, just to stay coordinated, is this slide 7?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You've talked about the left photograph. What is the right, the short video?
So this short video is what I refer to as the paint transfer test that was performed by Aperture. And what they did was take a surrogate the same approximate height and weight as Mr. O'Keefe and had him stand behind a subject, an exemplar Lexus, the same year, make, and model. And they put paint on the rear taillight cover on the fender, and then they backed it in to the surrogate's arm. And the reason for this is they attempted to show that where the paint contacts the arm, that it's the same area where the superficial abrasions were on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Did you utilize these photographs and videos from the Aperture report in conducting and building the field testing and or the lab testing that you ultimately undertook?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What's depicted in this slide?
So this is from the Aperture report, And the third conclusion is that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and the orientation of the right taillight on the Reed 2021 Lexus LX57.
How did you interpret the phrase geometry?
To me, geometry just means shape. So the way I interpreted this is the one test that was performed with respect to the taillight. This is the only test I saw that Aperture performed involving the taillight and the arm, is that with this paint transfer test, they concluded that, again, the area where the paint was transferred onto the arm is consistent, the same shape and orientation as apparently the lacerations found on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm.
Did this test, in your opinion, establish force multipliers that were exerted on the taillight?
It has nothing to do with force. It doesn't describe the force exerted on the taillight or on the arm. It doesn't describe how the arm would have moved as it hit the taillight. It doesn't describe how the taillight would fracture. It doesn't describe how you would actually get the lacerations on the arm. Again, all this does is generally, and I made an error there. This report, and you can see the slide says laceration. Mr. O'Keefe did not have lacerations on his arm.
What did he have?
He was diagnosed with superficial abrasions.
Is there a difference between a laceration and an abrasion?
There's a distinct difference, both biomechanically and medically, yes.
Is that an important distinction?
That is.
Why?
The first step of the biomechanical analysis is identify the injuries, and you have to take the diagnosed injuries identified by a medical doctor. So it's superficial abrasions. To put lacerations on, that's simply incorrect.
So I strike the end.
Would you describe the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm as lacerations?
No.
Would they be more properly described in another way?
It would be, yes.
What's that other way?
So they've been diagnosed as superficial abrasions. An abrasion occurs when there's rubbing or scraping of the skin, and it just rubs away the top layer, the epidermis of the skin. Now, a laceration is a jagged ripping or tearing of the skin, which gets down through the epidermis into the dermis. So abrasions take much less force. They're less severe than what a laceration actually is.
In a biomechanical analysis, if it's done properly, is it important to get the proper injury to the body as a foundation to the entire analysis?
That's core to the analysis, because you're trying to determine how an injury occurred. You have to know what that injury is. You have to have the correct injury to be able to evaluate it.
Let's go to the next slide. This is a placeholder. I want to ask you a little bit while this is up. We can turn the lights up. First step in the analysis. What is the first step of the analysis after you determine the injuries, the type of injury?
So in this step, after you determine the injury, what we want to do is we want to look at the physical evidence. So we have the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and we have the sweatshirt that he was wearing at the time. So the first step in any investigation is to determine, does the evidence from the arm match up to the evidence on the sweatshirt?
Did you undertake that analysis?
I did, yes.
Is that indicated in a slide a little bit later on in your PowerPoint?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this explains the injuries. And this is from on the left side, that is the diagnoses from the autopsy. The right side is from the hospital. And you can see it says blunt impact injuries of head and extremities, abrasions and lacerations. The laceration is on the back of the skull, on the back of the head where the occipital skull fracture is. When you look at the extremities, everywhere where it talks about the extremities, it's superficial abrasions. So the first step in a biomechanical analysis, you review the medical records, determine exactly what the injuries are. And you can see there's a picture of the actual abrasions. Those are the documented injuries or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Are these acceptable sources? Well, let me ask you this. What are the sources that are reflected on this slide that you referred to or you relied on in coming to your opinions and conclusions regarding Mr. O'Keefe's injuries to his right arm?
Again, on the left side is from the autopsy report from the medical examiner, and then the right side is actually from the Good Samaritan hospital where Mr. O'Keefe was taken.
Are autopsy records, hospital records, medical records acceptable sources for biomechanists to rely on in determining or coming to opinions and conclusions?
They are the sources you go to determine what the injuries are. Yes.
Did you see? You reviewed the entirety of the medical records as well as the entirety of the medical examiner's file. Is that right?
I did. Yes, sir.
Did you see reference to any fractures that were noted on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his arm, his forearm, or his hand?
No, there were no diagnosed or references to fractures on any part of his right arm or hand.
I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk to display a couple of exhibits, the X-rays.
Okay.
So he's going to take over the TV screen.
Sure.
If that's okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is an exhibit that was marked yesterday. I want to say 226. I may be wrong, Your Honor. I'll get the right nomenclature in just a second. This is one of the exhibits, one of three exhibits that was introduced yesterday. Do you recognize what's depicted on this?
That's the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand taken January 31st, I believe.
Did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it part of the medical record? Medical records or 80s records?
It was a series of the X-rays. Yes, was attached. It was part of the medical records that were provided to me and that I reviewed in this matter.
Thank you. Just for the record, so I can clarify, this is Exhibit 229A, as in apple. Do you see? Have you looked at X-rays before?
I have, yes.
Have you interpreted X-rays in furtherance of your analyses in years past?
I have during my biomechanical analysis, yes.
Are you trained to look at X-rays and determine whether there are fractures, hairline fractures, broken bones, things of that nature?
I've been doing this for 20 years. In graduate school, I worked with surgeons and doctors to look at X-rays.
Is that part of the normal methodology that biomechanists undertake in furtherance of injury analysis?
It is part of what we normally do, yes, sir.
Would it be an important part of a biomechanist's ultimate analysis and conclusions as it relates to an injury analysis?
It would be, and especially in this case, if we're talking about impact to the arm and the hand, very important to determine, as I said, not only what the actual injuries are, but what injuries did not occur.
Would it be appropriate to come to any opinions and conclusions in an injury analysis if you were to ignore X-rays, if they existed?
No, if X-rays exist, you need to review them. You need to determine what they represent and what injuries either did or didn't occur. You absolutely need to look at them.
Do you see any injuries represented or any defects represented in this X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
I do not, no, sir.
Can you describe what you do see or what you would expect to see if there were injuries, broken bones, torn ligaments, things of that nature, swelling? What would you expect to see?
You could actually see the fracture lines on the bones. They are evident along the hands or along the ulna and the radius. Any dislocations you see, there would be a difference in the space at the joints between the bones. Dislocation, then there would be increased space or even a decreased space if there's compression of the joints, the interphalangeal joints, the metacarpophalangeal joints, the wrist joint. There's no indication on these X-rays of any fractures or any trauma or any type of injury to the bones or the joints.
Can we go to 229B as in Bravo with the court's permission?
Yes.
You see what's depicted in this photograph?
I can, yes, sir.
What is this?
So this is a X-ray. The forearm shows the ulna and the radius, which are the two bones in the forearm.
Do you see any defects, injury, trauma to these bones or anything associated with those bones?
I do not. And when you're viewing this on the software to look at the x-rays, you can actually adjust the contrast. So you can adjust the brightness and the darkness, and it allows you to go through the whole range to better evaluate whether there are any fractures. This is a little bright, so when you're looking at this, you would actually decrease the contrast a little bit.
In terms of your review of this particular photograph, what did you note in terms of trauma or injuries at all?
I did not note any indication or any signs of trauma or injury to the forearm or to the wrist in this case.
If we could go to 229C as in Charlie. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the right humerus, the right upper bone of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Do you notice, or did you note, did you review this in furtherance of your analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you note any defects, trauma, injuries at all with regard to the bone is the
humerus.
The humerus?
I did not, no, sir.
What about the joints associated with the humerus, top or bottom?
I did not note any injuries or damage to either the elbow or the shoulder joint.
What is your opinion and conclusion, having reviewed all three of these x-rays, with regard to the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, starting from the arm, the forearm, and the bones in the hand?
There's no indication of any type of acute injury from the x-ray to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, either his hand, his forearm, or his upper arm.
Thank you. We can switch that back. And if we can go back to your PowerPoint. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Maybe. Let me see if I can start back on it here. Okay, there we go.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the hoodie or sweatshirt that Mr. O'Keefe had on at the time of this alleged incident.
Did you consider these photographs in conducting your injury causation analysis?
I did, yes, sir.
What role did these photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's hoodie play in your injury causation analysis?
So this shows the hoodie, and it was inspected by the police department, and it was noted, as you can see on the right sleeve by the triangles, there were 9 different punctures or holes noted in the sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these series of photos?
So let's go to sidebar for a minute and Mr. Jackson, bring your PowerPoint, please.
Either Jackson's forgot to take something out, or there's something wrong with the presentation. That was an objection by Brennan, which means there's something wrong with the presentation in his eyes. Not to say there's anything wrong with the presentation, but if you remember, the court has ruled that they must redact certain pages and certain words and stuff, which is complete BS. But that's what it is. So maybe they've slipped up and they have redacted something. I have no idea. Or Brennan's just been an ass. I don't know. This was an objection by Brennan. So it's something to do with slide. So she had to call the slide back to check it. There's no real thing she could do there as soon as the objection came in. Maybe AJ forgot. Yeah, he rightly. Maybe he did, as in forgot. I don't know, but we'll see. But it's to do with that, and that he can't be rectified in front of the jury, so they have to take a sidebar for it. So in all honesty, there's nothing improper with that one, unless there's nothing wrong with the presentation. Brennan's just being an arsehole. That's different. I did, Tracy. Thank you, my dad. Tracy's one of two to remember. Look at that. I did. You see, this is why I love Tracy. Do you think Dana noticed my hair? No, nothing. Tracy straight away. Mwah. Love you, Tracy. That's why I said she's my number one girl in Plimpton, my only favourite person in Plimpton, the only person I like in Plimpton. So, love you, Tracy. Hey now! Hey now! Hello, Kurt. How are you, sir? And much love to Donna. We love you, Donna. I'll give you a shout out, Donna. I love you, my darling. Hope you're well. Thank you, Tracy, my darling. Thank you. More like a buzz cut. Well, I do it myself. I cut my own hair. So I do 0 sides and then 2 on top. I wear hats. I need to go back to wearing hats. So, Hunter Brian. You cut it then, wore hats daily. I did. It was a bit too short, but I didn't like it. But now I got the A-OK where Tracy's fine. Morning, Kristen. How are you, my darling? Good luck, Dilla. Good morning, Kurt. In my opinion, it makes a difference whatever is wrong with it. The case is dead now. I can't see anything that could sway the jury to guilty for the full case is full of doubt. The reason they need to check is because we do not want Brennan there to say mistrial, because the defense did not follow instructions and stuff like that. So it's still important. The defense can't be shady or anything. I don't think they are being shady, by the way. But that's why, in general, there's always objections like that. You do not want to give Hank Brennan an excuse to go mistrial, because that's the worst thing that could happen. Oops. Good morning, Kurt from LJ. Say hello to LJ for me, Audra, as well, my darling, please. You're a man of many talents. There you go. You know it, J-Mac. You know it. How retarded is Brennan not falling? I totally agree with you. This is why there's been mistrials noted by Alessi in the record. We do not want Brennan to do any of those stuff. So we do not want to give Bev any kind of excuse to look at any kind of mistrial. So because she's more likely to offer a mistrial to the Commonwealth than she is to the defence, because it is their case in chief as well. So especially she's correct as well. So that doesn't help either. To be free of this bullshit. Well, hopefully one day she will be. Hopefully soon. The way Bev's run arc is crazy. No one invited them in. I know. Bog snorkeling. Bog case has more holes on a drug now. Absolutely. I just hope the jury see it. That's what you need to remember, is what we see is not what the jury sees. So just remember, we all hope that is the case. Bev will force a mistrial for Eddie. Exactly, Lucas. And that's, here we go. Hang on. I got a pocket rocket here. Hang on. Let me just move some stuff. Here she is, Pocket Rockets.
Hey, sunshine.
How are you doing, my darling? You well?
I'm well. I'm on my way to Dedham.
Oh, cool. You could be there. Happy day. So we'll get you on the break then. Jump on and do the break then.
You're doing a full day today, right?
Yeah, full day. But I would say when the break comes on, jump on. When the break's on, because the others are in court with their turtle boy.
Okay. Yeah, I'm heading down there. I went to work this morning, opened up, and I'm like, I ain't staying here. The kid came in for 9. I'm like, I'm done. This is more important. I've invested this long in it. I'm going. I don't care about my paycheck. Good. I'm going.
Going in. Also, Eddie issues Dino. We got a head hand down there. He says, "Sup, bitches." Timber in the gym. Sup, bitches.
What? I'm driving. What's up?
What's up, bitches? Yeah, so it's good. Cheryl, Ness, we miss you. I miss you. Mwah. I miss you, my darling. Dina's on the way. Everyone's going to be excited now that Dina's on the way. Scott says it's busy down there in the buffer zone. Many newcomers. So good.
Yeah. Does your mother still love me this morning, Dylan?
Yeah, she's watching. So she still loves you. She's
watching. Good. I'll try, Mom. I'll try to keep the mouth to a minimum today.
You can only be yourself, my darling. You can only be yourself. And she doesn't get offended that easily. It's fine. She gets more when I do it. She hates it more when I do it. She doesn't mind when you do it, So.
Oh, what a sweetie. I've missed most of it because I had to get a whole bunch of work done all at once so I could leave at 9. So I'm on the highway.
It's only about 15, 20 minutes you've left. You've missed 15, 20 minutes. You've missed nothing. No, it's not, because there've been more sidebars than they have actually giving testimony. So
I can't read the comments because I'm driving.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well,
How far out are you?
It depends on which way I decide to come in. I'll come in off the easier exit, but I probably will have to park down in the parking lot off of Route 1 because I'm sure there's no parking. I'm going to try, you know what, I'm going to take the easier exit and see if there is parking. But is it really packed down there?
It's very busy, yes.
Yeah, I figured. See, I might as well go to Route 1 then.
Do that. And then we'll get Dina back on during the break there because Scott's camera's not working properly. But let's get Scott on as well with your camera as well. We've missed Scott's commentary this morning, so we want to hear from Scott as well. So we'll hear from him, from Dina, when she gets there.
Yeah, I'll live stream when I get there afterwards, in between the breaks. That's not a problem.
I know you will. I know you will. Right.
This could all be over by Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah. I mean, I think today's will be longer than we expected to be with this witness because there's so many objections. So I don't think rebuttals happen until tomorrow, probably. So I think it's more likely to be closings on Monday and Friday, if I'm being honest. But I'm only guessing, obviously, by the start of today, the way it's going very slow this morning. So
yeah. What I'm going to do, I think, is going to I put in for Friday off, but I'm going to see how it plays out. And I might just open the place and then come down at 9. It all depends, because if it gets really packed, then parking's going to be a bitch.
Yeah. And Scott says there's no street parking there today. So,
I just got a message from Timma saying the farmer's market is going on, you know.
Oh, okay. So another reason to be busy. Fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so we'll see. You'll have a good guess after today what's going to happen for tomorrow and Friday. You'll have a good guess in terms of when closing is going to be, when you need to take time off and stuff like that. So you're muted. Oh no, you're not muted. We can't hear you, Dina. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, my darling. No, can't hear you. You're not muted, but I can't hear you. Can't hear you, my darling. Thank you, Amanda. See you later, my darling. See you later. We'll get you back in the break. Amanda, thank you very much for your kind words earlier as well. Thank you, great, and thank you, my darling. Appreciate you. Morning, Rhonda. How are you? Lil C. There you go. Erin, hello. She's in a new ride. She is. So the Glare is covering TB. So there you go. If people want to listen to it, the TB stuff, it's on the Glare. I think it's 11 till 1 and then 2 till 4, I believe. I think you're right. That feels like they might finish tomorrow and then jury can start the on Friday. That might be optimistic. I think so, especially with the way it's going at the minute. So I don't know. I don't think she's with anybody. I think she's coming straight down. Is a wedding date for you, Tracy, in October? Is that why you're coming back? I wish you was. I wish you was. I put a ring on Tracy's finger before you do. Do you know what I mean? I love it. I love it, Dana. I'm glad that you can, you can understand the joke and stuff like that. Because I wouldn't take a piss out of you, obviously, deliberately or anything like that. I would never do that to you. I would never mock you on this stream or anything like that. But it is always your fault. So, I'll just leave that there for a second. There you go, everybody. So just so you know, so tomorrow, Dana, love it. Right. Fast forward, Elsie. Fast forward, my darling. Bev doesn't even hide the bias anymore. She does not. Oh, I don't know, actually. Yeah, Amanda, that's actually a very good question. We'll ask her during the break, or unless somebody knows in chat. What did she name it in the end? I don't know. J Mark, full of shit. Oh, be your Dana. Who doesn't love Tracy? And so are you, Audrey. You're very sweet as well. All the ladies I know are very sweet. They're wonderful, wonderful women in the movement. I can be the flower girl. Just a circus anyway. I know. Me too, Amanda. I don't know. It maybe somebody knows. I'm not sure. I know. Unemployed. There you go. Amanda, Hope, Silver Fox. Did you guys get an answer in chat last night to what Dina should be in the car? Yes. Let's. Dana might know, or if not, we'll ask Dina when she comes back. If we got married, I need to be the best chick. I know. Dana would be lost without Tracy, people. I can't do that to him because he'd be lost. He wouldn't know what to do. He wouldn't know how to tie his own shoe. What do you call them? Shoe strings, or whatever you call them, without her. So I'll have to find another bride, unfortunately. But Tracy would make a wonderful, beautiful bride. But what they're now discussing stuff about this guy, aren't they? Where is it gone? Oh, they're back. Right, hang on.
Jurors, I apologize that took so long, but it was necessary to do rather than sending you out. So, sure. Thank you. Tori, can you give me a couple of these?
One moment.
Okay.
We have exhibit 4.
Dr. Winchler, my eyes aren't good enough to see the upper right-hand corner. What slide number is this? That's
Number 12.
Number 12, thank you. Did you look at these photographs and consider these photographs in furtherance of your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes, sir.
Can we move to slide 13, please? Did you also look at and consider these photographs in coming to your ultimate conclusion?
I did, yes.
Can we move to slide 14, please? Did you look at and consider these photographs in coming to your conclusions and opinions regarding this case?
Yes, sir.
Can you move from slide 14 over to slide 18, please?
Can I switch through real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. So we 18.
Let's go to 18. What are we looking at in slide 18?
So this is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm at autopsy, and they're holding up a ruler to demonstrate the size and dimensions of the abrasions.
And what are the yellow indicators?
Those are indicators I added based on the length of the ruler to show the approximate size, length, and width of those abrasions.
Was it important in your biomechanical analysis to measure and denote all the injuries?
It was, yes.
Did you actually count the number of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
How many injuries did he have? How many distinct and separate injuries did Mr. O'Keefe's arm present?
Conservatively, I counted 36 different superficial abrasions on his right arm.
And did you go through all the photographs in an effort to count and distinguish one abrasion and one defect on his skin from another?
I did, yes, sir.
And you said conservatively 36 separate abrasions, correct?
That's correct.
What does that mean in terms of the mechanism that you would expect to cause that abrasion?
Well, you need 36 different points of contact to get through the sweatshirt and get to the skin to actually cause abrasion to the skin. 36 different separate points of contact to the skin.
How many defects, remind us, how many defects were noted by the crime lab in Mr. O'Keefe's right sleeve?
9 defects.
Can you scroll to slide 22 quickly, please? What is this?
This is a slide, again, from Aperture, from their PowerPoint. It's the only slide, the only photo, the only indication of the hoodie that I found in their analysis. And it also has pictures showing, looks like they try to line up the top of that taillight cover.
Sustained.
Do you see there's some sort of marking on that lower left photograph with some yellow lines?
I do, yes.
How did you analyze that marking?
I analyzed that. It goes through the part of the taillight cover and then goes through part of the upper arm of the surrogate.
And there's a parallel line to it a little bit in a V shape. There's a parallel line below it. How did you analyze that line?
I analyzed that as apparently showing that the area of the taillight.
So not apparently. What did you
How did you
analyze?
interpret that?
I interpreted that represents that area of the taillight corresponds to the area of the upper arm.
And there's a red dotted line around the taillight, correct?
Correct.
How did you interpret what that represents?
That was the part of the taillight that fractured.
Did you put any of these lines on there, or are these all from aperture?
These are all from aperture. I did not put any of those on there.
You see the small, it's horizontal, I'm sorry, it's vertical photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I do, yes.
Did you note anywhere in the aperture report a denotation of the number of abrasions, counting the number of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
There's no denotation, no indication that the number of abrasions were ever counted. No, sir.
Ultimately, based on your review of all of your testing, did you come to an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm are consistent with striking the right rear taillight of the Lexus?
I did, yes.
And what is that conclusion?
That they're inconsistent with striking the taillight or being produced as a result of contact with the taillight.
Why did you come to that conclusion?
There's a number of reasons that I came to. First of all, the abrasions, the numbers don't correspond to the number of holes or.
Sustained.
Did you consider, without counting the number of abrasions and the number of holes, did you consider the abrasions?
I did, yes.
Did you consider the sweatshirt?
I did.
Was that an important part of your analysis?
It was, yes.
What else did you consider?
I considered that it was not possible to line up 36 different abrasions with
So I'm going to strike that answer, ask it differently.
Your Honor, if he could finish his answer. He was about to say contact with the taillight.
Yep. So ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What did the 36 abrasions, conservatively, and their interaction with the taillight have to do with your ultimate opinion and conclusion?
Well, that you have to, if those abrasions came from contact with the taillight, you have to be able to correlate them and line them up with contact, 36 different contacts from the taillight.
And ultimately, based on your understanding of Aperture's review and the photographs that you saw, you were presuming, based on Aperture's testing, that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie. Is that correct?
Sustained.
What was the condition? Let me ask it this way. There's a photograph in the Aperture report that we're looking at with blue paint on an arm, right?
Correct.
Is that your understanding, or did you test that Mr. O'Keefe could have been hit wearing short sleeves?
No.
What did you test? What was your presumption and assumption in your testing?
That he was wearing the hoodie that was found on him at the time.
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve?
With the 9 holes in the right sleeve.
Watch the form of the question, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this?
These are the top 2 and bottom right slide are from the Aperture PowerPoint.
How did you interpret the 2 photographs on the right, the parallel lines and the red lines in that slide?
The parallel lines correspond to an area of the fractured tail light, and then the red dotted line corresponds to an area of abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm, and there's a red arrow pointing to part of the fractured tail light.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
Again, this is the paint test. This is the only test that was conducted by Aperture to look at the tail light and the arm in this case, and the interaction between the two.
Did you note whether in all of Aperture's data that you reviewed, whether or not there was any measurements to determine whether the abrasions were consistent with contact with the Lexus?
I did. There were no measurements at all taken with respect to that test. No measurements with respect to where the contact happened on the car or on the arm itself. There was no indication of where that blue paint extended on the surrogate's arm, say from the wrist up to where the laceration or the abrasions would have occurred.
Is that important?
It's very important.
Why?
Because you can't say that the area where the blue paint is corresponds to the area of the abrasions if you don't take measurements. If you just eyeball it, all you can say is by eyeballing it, it looks approximately the same. But that's not scientific. You can't come to an actual conclusion that where that paint covers the arm is where those abrasions actually were. They could lie outside, they could lie forward, they could lie above that painted area. You can't say with any scientific certainty that that area of paint corresponds to where the abrasions are.
In this motion video and the still photograph to the left in slide 24, is that what we're on, 24?
We are, yes, sir.
What did you note with regard to the positioning of the surrogate's arm? I think that's Mr. Welcher. As it relates to the taillight and the back of the SUV.
Yes, the positioning of the arm in the photographs as well as the one test that was performed, the arm is approximately 90 degrees, level in line with the rear taillight of the vehicle.
Did you seek to do any testing approximating the positioning of the arm as you saw it, as you interpreted it in the Aperture data?
I did, yes, sir.
What were you seeking to determine when you did your testing?
Well, if we want to determine whether the orientation and the position of the abrasions on the arm correspond to the tail light, you have to have the arm in the position that you claim it struck the tail light and then look at the abrasions. Because if you're looking at orientation in the direction of the abrasions, you can't look at how they exist with the arm. The only pictures of the arm of the abrasions are with Mr. O'Keefe's arm extended. But that's not how he would have had it according to the test. It would have been at a 90-degree angle.
Dr. Rentschler, were there any peer-reviewed articles cited in connection with Aperture's paint transfer test?
I did not see, I was not provided a single peer-reviewed article with respect to the paint test or any indication of any test or article looking at arm contact with the vehicle or a taillight cover.
Can we go to slide 25? What are we looking at in this slide?
So in this slide, the picture on the far left is the photographs provided from the autopsy in hospital with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm fully extended. Again, those are the only photographs we have.
What about the photograph in the middle and to the far right?
In the middle and the far right, what I did was actually take that arm and then rotate the forearm to put it in a position that it would be in as demonstrated by the paint test with the arm at approximately 90 degrees.
What was the import of this undertaking?
Well, if you look at the paint test and the way the arm's at 90 degrees and having the car come and essentially contact and push the arm out of the way, that's going to give you or tell you the directionality or the direction of the abrasions. Because if you have your arm at a right angle and the vehicle comes and pushes and slides against it on that forearm, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal, to be in line with that forearm.
Are they?
They're not. You can see some of them are vertical, some of them are angled, some of them it's hard to tell what the directionality is. But if your arm, again, is being struck and pushed this way, as it's pushed and as the car goes by, if this would occur in this manner, you would expect those abrasions to be horizontal in the direction that the vehicle is actually traveling.
When you say horizontal, do you mean horizontal from the elbow to the wrist?
Correct, or parallel, yes, with the forearm.
Can we go to slide 26, please? This is yet again the same video that we saw earlier.
That is correct. This is the paint test video, yes.
And what has to happen in order for the paint in this test to reach the upper forearm?
Well, in this case, to reach the upper forearm, there has to be contact between the forearm and the taillight cover.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this slide showing?
Again, this shows, you can see on the right, I added arrows to kind of show the directionality of the different abrasions. And on the forearm, they simply do not line up with the type of kinematics or the type of motion shown in the paint test. Again, of the arm getting pushed out of the way and the car traveling past. If there were going to be abrasions from the fractured glass as it moves along, again, it would be lengthwise parallel to the forearm.
If the arm was positioned as it was indicated in the paint test done by Aperture, would you expect to see this pattern of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm if in fact it contacted the taillight and if in fact it was abraded based on the taillight?
You would not. You can't get, for instance, horizontal abrasions on the upper arm and somehow get vertical and angled abrasions on the forearm. The kinematics don't work out to actually produce those types of injuries.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
So again, this is the paint transfer test, and it demonstrates there were no measurements taken, so we don't know the exact size or location of that paint or of the lacerations. And you can see the photograph on the right basically shows that after doing the test, a picture of the right arm was put next to it and basically eyeballed to say it's the same, well, it's only approximately the same area.
So I'm going to strike that. So next question.
Do you see any measurements, any tape measures, any laser measuring equipment, anything like that in that right photograph?
Nothing, no types of measurements whatsoever.
Can we go to the next slide, please? This is on the left, the same video that we've seen several times, correct?
That's correct.
What are we looking at on the photograph on the right?
So on the right, it is the video of this test taken from the side of the vehicle.
Did you notice anything of note in this angle of the paint transfer test?
I did. I slowed this video down. And so as you can see, as it starts out, and you'll see the vehicle starts to slowly back. So there was no photographs showing the position of the arm in the back of the car. The video is from the side, and the top video, you can't tell where the arm is positioned against the tailgate. But whatever positions it's at, you can see as the car backs up here, look at the elbow and the upper arm. If the car backed directly in this direction, there would be no contact with that elbow or the upper arm. And remember, this test is to show where the paint would transfer and if that correlates to the lacerations.
You mean before you start the video, when you say there would be no contact with the elbow or the upper arm, you mean the biceps area and from the elbow up?
That's correct.
Is that based on the photograph on the right and the positioning of the surrogate?
Exactly. You can see right now, if the car just backed directly straight back, it would not contact the elbow or the upper arm.
Before you play the video, what did you note when the car from the angle to the right of the video on the right? What did you note as the car, just before the car starts to make contact with the surrogate? What did you note?
So in order to get that pattern on the arm, right as the car contacts the arm, the surrogate pushes his elbow forward, leans into the car against the light, and then rolls off.
Can you play that for us, please? Did you see what you were describing in that video?
I did, and I can slow it down. So you can see even at this point, as the car approaches, it would not contact the elbow or the biceps. So as it comes in, watch the elbow all of a sudden shoot in. Surrogate turns his arm in and then leans against the light cover. So this is not indicative of someone standing there and having a car back into their arm. In order to get that pattern of pain on the arm, someone would have to stand there, and as the car approached and contacted their arm, they would have to actually push their arm forward and lean into it to get that pain pattern.
Is that, in your view, proper scientific testing?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this?
And so this is that same event, and you can see I slowed it down even more just so you can see the actual movement of the elbow and the upper arm to get that pattern.
Thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is slide 30. And let's go to 31.
Yeah, this is 31.
I'm sorry, 31. What conclusions or opinions did you reach or could you reach after reviewing the totality of the results of the paint transfer test?
The paint transfer test, all it can show is the approximate area, of where the arm was covered in paint as the surrogate jammed his elbow in and rolled against the taillight cover. So it tells us nothing about what may have actually occurred, how the lacerations were actually, or the abrasions were produced. It doesn't talk about the kinematics of the arm to actually cause those abrasions. All it does is just say, under this specific condition, if someone was to stand there and then shoot your elbow forward and lean in, you would get paint on this approximate part of your arm, because we don't even have any measurements for it. That's the only thing that test demonstrates, and that's the only test that was conducted to look at the interaction between the arm and the Lexus in this case.
Did you reach any opinions and conclusions regarding whether the physical evidence is consistent or inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I did, yes.
And what are what's the basis?
The basis is looking at the number of laceration or the number of abrasions on the arm, as well as the orientation and direction of those abrasions. And they don't correspond to how the arm would interact with the vehicle if it was at a right angle and struck by the rear of that vehicle.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Doctor?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? Actually, slide 33. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
We have exhibit 209B.
Any of the testing that you saw in terms of the paint transfer test or any other testing that you saw included in the Aperture report and the Aperture PowerPoint presentation indicate that there was any consistency or any results that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being struck by the taillight, causing 36 plus abrasions to his right arm while wearing the shirt, or the sweatshirt with 9 holes in it?
That's sustained. You have to ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you determine, based on the testing by Aperture, whether or not it was consistent, that paint transfer test was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's arm being damaged by the taillight at speed?
I did.
Okay, and what is that conclusion?
That does not represent that at all. The evidence from that test, again, it's only puts pain on the arm. So in no way does that determine or demonstrate how, if the arm struck the taillight cover, how the taillight cover could shatter, how the movement of the arm could interact with the cover to produce those abrasions.
Did you go, I'm sorry.
There's just no evidence of that. There's no steps taken to demonstrate how, if that's even possible, would that actually occur in a case like that? First, you have to show it's possible. I saw no peer-reviewed articles, no research data, and the only test that was done that links the injuries to the taillight cover is this paint test.
Is that the paint test in which the arm was leaned into the car?
In which the elbow was shot forward and then the arm and upper arm was leaned into and against the cover.
Doctor, did you also go on to further your injury causation analysis by performing impact tests to evaluate the kinematics involved?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that for us, please?
Sure. So one of the steps involved in the biomechanical analysis is the kinematics, the motion. So we need to look at the motion of the arm. If the arm hit the taillight cover fractured, and you got abrasions, you need to be able to show that. You need to look at how the arm would actually move if it was struck by the vehicle. I've seen no peer-reviewed articles or research to demonstrate that. So what you need to do then is do testing to look at how the arm would actually move and whether it's possible to create those conditions to actually get that injury.
Did you use an ATD hybrid 3 arm for testing?
We did, yes. We used a 50th percentile male ATD hybrid 3 arm.
Is the use of that hybrid 3 arm accepted in your industry in terms of testing?
Yes, it certainly is. As I said yesterday, it's the gold standard for testing. And the arm itself is used just for that very purpose. In fact, there's a number of studies, they use the 50th percentile arm to look at airbag deployment. One of the issues with airbags for the driver is it comes out of the hub of the steering wheel. So if you're steering and you're turning your car and you hit something and the airbag goes off, what happens? It blows right into your forearm, and it can actually cause fractures. We see that quite often. So they perform testing with the 50th percentile arm to look at the forces and acceleration on the arm as airbags go off. Very similar to if your hand was hit by the back of the arm was hit by the back of the car and propelled forward. That's very similar to having an airbag deploy. Actually, this would probably be more severe. An airbag's almost like a giant pillow enveloping the arm, and here we have an SUV actually contacting the rear of your arm.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
This is 35.
Let's see, here's 35.
There we go. Thank you. What's depicted here?
So this was testing done at 15 miles an hour. So this is with the hybrid arm and suspended so that it was actually impacting the right rear of the Lexus as the Lexus was traveling at 15 miles an hour.
Was there acceleration that was noted on the arm, force and acceleration?
There was on both the arm as well as the hand, yes.
What was the result of the damage to the taillight based on this test?
So in this test, there was actually no damage. As you can see, it cast kind of the hand and the forearm. And if you want to describe it as kind of a glancing blow, there was not enough force at 15 miles an hour on this glancing blow to actually fracture the taillight.
Is the position of this arm relative to the SUV consistent or inconsistent with the original spot that the surrogate in the paint test was standing as it related to the SUV?
It's consistent. We lined it up so it's consistent with that original location so that it would not impact the elbow or the upper arm. So at that position, if there's impact to the arm at 15 miles an hour, it doesn't cause the taillight to fracture. And it's also important to look at the kinematics. If you look at the acceleration data below, that hand and arm is accelerated. The hand's accelerated up to the speed of the vehicle in about 2 to 4 milliseconds.
How long does it take to blink your eye?
250 milliseconds. It takes a quarter of a second to blink your eye. So this occurs if your hand's hit at 15 miles an hour by a car, it's going to be accelerated up to the speed of the car about 50 times faster than you can blink.
Can we go to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at in this?
So this is lab testing at 17 miles an hour. So the housing and the cover was basically propelled into the forearm of the dummy at 17 miles an hour.
What was the acceleration that was noted on the arm?
So when you look at the arm, the acceleration here is almost 300 Gs.
What does that mean just to us?
So, 300 G's. If you look at weight, if you say the weight of the arm is 10 pounds, 300 G's means there's 3,000 pounds of force acting on that arm.
Is that enough to break a bone?
It's more than enough to break a bone.
Is that enough to to tear ligaments?
Absolutely, yes.
What about the bones in the hand? Are those stronger or the same resistance as the bones in the forearm? Or are they more delicate?
No, the bones in the hand are, as you can imagine, much weaker because they're much smaller. When you look at the carpal bones, the metacarpal interphalangeal joint, which is basically your knuckles, they are much smaller, and it takes much less force to fracture your hand bones compared to your ulnar or your radius.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a 24-mile-an-hour impact with the arm of the dummy contacting the rear, again, tail light. And it shows you the motion, the dummy suspended, shows you the motion of the dummy, and again, the force and acceleration. Now, that right video I put in because that's real-time video. We've been showing the low speed, but look on the right. This is the actual speed at 24 miles an hour. That's what it looks like if you have your hand out and it's struck by an SUV.
Is the arm accelerated in this? Do the same physics apply? Is the arm accelerated up to the speed of the car in milliseconds?
It is, yes. It's all about weight, right? Because you have a 6,000-pound car and you have a 10-pound arm. It's whatever speed that car is going, your arm, your hand, whatever's sticking out there is immediately going to get accelerated up to the speed of that vehicle.
The video on the right is in real time. Like you said, it's sped up in milliseconds. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is the Hybrid 3 that's used in this test, is that suspended from above?
The dummy in this test is suspended from above, yes, like a pendulum, barely touching the ground.
Is the dummy connected to the ground in any way?
No, it's just its feet are barely touching.
What would happen if there were forces applied to that dummy that went perpendicular to the travel of the vehicle? What would happen to the dummy?
The dummy would swing out like a pendulum in that direction.
Based on your review of the test that was done, the 24-mile-an-hour test, were there forces on that dummy that were perpendicular to the car such that the dummy would swing out or be forced out or be propelled out away from the car?
No, there were no forces from the testing, and it's simple physics. Your center of mass of your body is basically at your umbilicus or your belly button. So in order to move the body, you have to apply a force at that part of the body. If your arm's struck, it's not going to move your body appreciably. All it's going to do, your arm's like a moment arm, it's going to spin you around. Could there be some motion forward or backward if you take a step? Possibly. But the center of mass of your body isn't going to move. You have to get struck by the vehicle to have the body actually move in a specific direction.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is this showing?
So this is a slow-mo of the overhead from the real time. It was a GoPro that was recording that real-time video, and this is a slow motion of that video.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. As you see the vehicle contact the arm, what happens to the arm as it's being contacted in those milliseconds where it's being accelerated up to 24 miles an hour?
Well, the arm's accelerated up and pushed away from the body. So whatever part of your arm or body is contacting the car, that's going to be pushed forward away from the rest of your body. So not only is it loading the arm with an impact force as it strikes the arm and the hand, but then it's actually stressing the joints too. It's like imagine having a car come and 3,000 pounds of force pulling your arm forward at the elbow, at the shoulder joint. It's putting a lot of force and pressure on that appendage.
What's the G-force for the 24-mile-an-hour impact?
G-force, let me see exactly.
Could you pause that video for a second?
Sure.
Because I want to ask you a couple of questions about it as well.
Let me see exactly what that G-force was.
Do you need to refer to something?
Yes, my report.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
So at 24 miles an hour for the arm, the acceleration is 302 Gs. And for the hand, it's about 435 Gs.
Does that translate to over 4,000 pounds of pressure?
Well, for the arm, it's close to 3,000 if you say a 10-pound weight, and for the hand, that can be anywhere from 800 to about 1,600 pounds of force acting just on the hand itself.
Understood. Can you back this up a couple of frames?
Sure.
Pause it where I ask you. One more frame back. One more back. Right there. What's happening physically to the arm, to the right arm at the point of impact?
So there is a force on the hand, on the forearm, where it contacts. Now, your arm just isn't going to hit and the force be distributed evenly across the entire part of the arm. That's not how your arm is actually articulated. Even if it was, again, that's similar to an airbag deployment, where at these levels you would get fractures. But if it hits the hand, now, if Mr. O'Keefe's holding a glass at the time of this impact, think about that. What happens is you're holding a glass. It exposes the knuckles. So if you're holding a glass and your arm's at a 90-degree angle and the car comes back and hits your hand, it's going to strike right on the knuckles. The force is going to be applied right at that joint. And then it's going to likely hit along the forearm back near the elbow.
What's the shape of that arm in this still photograph?
Well, it's somewhat of an abnormal shape because the arm should be level with the body. The forearm should be even with the shoulder. But you can see as it gets pushed forward, it's accelerating that forearm away from the arm and the rest of the body.
Does that abnormal shape suggest anything to you in terms of what you would expect regarding the bones in that arm?
Again, there's thousands of pounds of forces acting on the arm and also on the joint itself, not just the arm or the bones we have to consider and how much force to fracture, but think of the elbow joint and think of the shoulder joint. It takes much less force to dislocate an elbow than it does to actually fracture it.
Did you see any evidence based on your review of the medical records, including your review of the x-rays, any evidence of any dislocation?
There was no evidence or indication or diagnosis of any dislocations or fractures to the arm at all.
Fractures or broken bones at all?
Correct, nothing.
Can we go forward another frame? And at this point, the arm has already been struck and accelerated, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you see the taillight material?
I do, yes.
Okay. It's basically now broken, is that correct?
That's correct. It has now been fractured, yes.
All right, let's go one more frame forward. And the taillight material, did you make note of that in this frame?
I did, yes.
What direction is that taillight material going relative to the vehicle?
It's going forward.
And where is the arm?
The arm has been pushed away. Now, you have to remember, as that arm, if it contacts and fractures the taillight, it's not exposed to the fractured pieces that still exist on the taillight itself, because those pieces that fracture haven't gone anywhere because they're against the arm itself. And then as the arm moves away, the pieces then move with the vehicle.
Are the taillight pieces upon fracture moving at the same speed as the arm upon contact?
That's correct, yes.
Is that a matter of physics?
That is a matter of physics, yes.
Is there any possible way for the broken pieces of taillight to out-accelerate the arm upon contact when the arm's being deflected away from the vehicle?
It is not. I don't believe it's physically possible. That was not demonstrated in our testing, and I've never seen that demonstrated in any peer-reviewed articles. Now, you can see here again also the light and the fragments are being propelled forward. So you also have to consider where Mr. O'Keefe was found. He was found in the yard about 10 or 20 feet from the road. There was no exact measurements. But if you look at the motion of the taillight, it's going forward. Now, if Mr. O'Keefe has to move diagonally to the top left of that corner, and if he's not hit with the center of mass, he can't get to where he ends up before the taillight fragments have already gone forward and been deposited on the ground. Average running speed is like 4 to 6 miles an hour. Even if this SUV is going 10 miles an hour, the lights fracture, they're dispersed on the ground, and then Mr. O'Keefe somehow ends up to his point of rest. But you wouldn't find the fragments on him because they've already been pushed forward, come to rest before he even has a chance to get to where they find him.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What is this slide showing?
So this is just frames taken from that actual video showing the interaction from the top left, then you go down to the bottom left, and then the top right and the bottom right just shows you the progression of the contact and the movement of the arm.
Is the bottom left frame the same frame that you stalled on just a second ago at my request, showing the deformation of his right arm?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And is that just a close-up of the same?
That's just a close-up of the same, yes.
Okay, next slide. And is that a final close-up of the arm after it's been deflected out of the way?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Does this also illustrate what you just described in terms of the trajectory of the broken taillight fragments?
It does, yes, sir.
Do you see any defect at all in the right sleeve of that hoodie?
There is no defect in that right sleeve of the dummy. No,
Was
sir.
the dummy's sleeve examined following this test? Closely examined up close rather than just a photograph?
It was examined and photographed, yes, sir.
Was there any defect in that right sleeve at all?
No defects at all were noted in that sleeve. No.
Next slide, please. What are we seeing here?
This shows some of the photographs taken of the sleeve and the arm to show that there's no defects whatsoever, and it shows the damage to the Lexus. And again, at 24 miles an hour, not only do you get damage to the taillight on the fender there, but you also get damage to the taillight on the liftgate.
Was there any damage on the taillight of the liftgate in the subject SUV?
There was not, no.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
And so this was 29 miles an hour with a suspended hybrid 3 arm.
Was the arm in the relative orientation that you saw depicted in the paint transfer test by Aperture?
It was, and in fact, in this one, there's actually contact. We moved it in so that you would get contact with the elbow and the upper arm as well. So it's in the position after Dr. Welcher moves his elbow in and rolls his shoulder into the taillight cover. We evaluated that position with this test.
And do you see any damage to the liftgate taillight based on this test?
There's extensive damage at this speed, yes.
What about the damage to, damage would you expect to see to the arm itself at this speed and in this orientation?
At this speed, I mean, we're talking 4,000 pounds of force on the forearm, and with the hand, 1,400 to probably 3,000 pounds. I mean, well above levels where you would get fractures.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, these two photos?
This was the final test that was conducted in using a dummy, and it was impacted at 29 miles an hour. And this was a center of mass impact.
Why was it important, Dr. Rentschler, why was it important to do a center of mass test?
Because if we have an auto pedestrian impact and you want to see where the pedestrian ends up, you have to evaluate how they were impacted by the car. In order to have the pedestrian move any substantial difference, it has to be hit at the center of mass. Again, it has to be hit at that belly button area to propel the body in a certain direction depending on the speed and direction. If there's no center of mass impact, how does someone get to the point of rest? You can't correlate a side swipe where the arm gets contacted and say if someone ends up 20 feet away, there's no way to correlate that arm impact caused them to somehow move 20 feet away. It wouldn't be as a result of the actual incident. It wouldn't be a result of the impact pushing their body in that direction.
From a physics standpoint, is it reasonable believe that your arm could be struck, just your arm could be struck as it's out in front of your body, and you could be propelled backward, say 7, 8, 10, 12 feet as a result of that strike?
No, it's not reasonable. That's not physically possible. And you look at the arm itself, and we're looking at talking about the injuries and the abrasions compared to fractures. So if Mr. O'Keefe's arm was hit at 24, 29 miles an hour, what this suggests, and there were only abrasions, what this would suggest is that if the taillight doesn't cover or fracture, you can have your arm hit at 24 miles an hour and you wouldn't have any injuries at all, which from a biomechanical standpoint doesn't make sense. If the claim is that the fractured taillight's the only thing.
So I'm sustaining the objection to that. I'm going to strike that portion, Mr. Jackson.
Let's go to the next slide. What are we looking at in this video?
So here's the video showing that strike at 29 miles an hour with the center of mass impact to the dummy.
What's the import of this particular test? Why was this important, and what did you conclude following this impact test, the center of mass impact test?
There's a couple of reasons. It shows there was extensive damage to the rear of that Lexus. So if you had a center of mass hit, you would have damage to the liftgate, to the fender, to the sheet metal. You would have substantially more damage than what we had in this case. And secondly, which I believe is just as important, it shows the post-impact trajectory of the dummy. So again, if you're struck on the corner by the Lexus, the dummy goes straight back in line with the vehicle. There's no force and no direction to actually cause that dummy to move off into the side of the vehicle. So you can't be hit center of mass with the vehicle going straight back and somehow end up 10 or 20 feet to the side of where the vehicle is traveling.
So in this circumstance, would you expect the taillight material to be distributed straight back in the same center line as the vehicle is traveling?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you also expect the body to be struck and move in the same center line as the vehicle?
Sustained is too.
Sure. What about the body? What directionality would you expect on a center mass hit?
The body's going to move in the direction that the vehicle's moving. That main direction, that main force moving straight back, the body is going to move primarily straight back.
Did you reach an opinion or conclusion regarding whether the right arm kinematics are consistent with fracturing the taillight cover and sustaining the abrasions that you saw on John O'Keefe's arm?
I did, yes.
What is that opinion?
My opinion that it is not consistent with contacting and fracturing the taillight cover.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
On what do you base your opinion that you just told the jurors?
That looking at the kinematics of the arm, it's inconsistent with the evidence we have, with the actual abrasions to the arm, the evidence on the sweatshirt, and that at these speeds, you would likely expect fractures, certainly to the hand, and likely to the ulna and the radius in the forearm, if your hand or arm was struck by the rear of the SUV.
Can we move to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a study where they used an impactor and they contacted the dorsal or top part of cadaver hands. And they looked at the force that was exerted and they looked at how many fractures were produced as a result of that.
Did you review scientific literature regarding hand injuries under this sort of impact loading? Is this representative of that?
It is, yes.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So this shows the position, and this is taken directly from the aperture paint test. You can see the position that Dr. Welcher had his hand against the tailgate right at the time of impact. And you can see that corresponds, the contact areas correspond to the areas of the hand that were actually tested in this case.
Next slide, please. What is this showing?
So this shows the forces produced during the test as well as the forces produced during our testing. And maybe the next slide here actually better. If you look at the knuckles, which are the blue middle region, and then the metacarpal bones, which are the lower one. So for the metacarpal phalangeal joint, the knuckles, on average, it took 397 pounds of force to fracture that joint. Well, the 15-mile-an-hour test produced a minimum of 483 pounds. And more realistically, that's just with the hand weight. There's going to be more weight because it's attached to the wrist. More realistically, it's twice that, so it's around 900 pounds of force. But what these tests show is that the force produced on the hand, as represented by the PowerPoint from Aperture, even at 15 miles an hour and likely below that, you would expect to get fracture of the hand bones, of the knuckles, metacarpal interphalangeal joints, and the metacarpal bones if you contacted the rear of that vehicle at that speed.
Did you see any indication in the x-rays you saw or the medical records that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe's hand was damaged in such a way that you would expect?
There were no indications whatsoever of that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
This was a test where they actually looked at the force on the elbow. So this is a direct longitudinal force against the elbow. Now, there's no indication of exactly the test. The pain test has the arm horizontal, but there's no indication, there's evidence of whether maybe it would be angled or if it's straight horizontal. But even if your arm's angled a little bit at the point of impact, the forces, again, on the right are what we determined from our testing, and those are minimum. Again, that's just with the forearm. If you include the entire arm, it's about twice that. So even at 10 miles an hour, you're going to have 600 to 1,200 pounds of force acting on the arm.
Is that enough to break it?
That's enough. If you strike the elbow, that's more than enough to actually fracture the different bones of the elbow.
If an arm was hit at that speed with those forces, would you expect the x-rays to show no trauma, no broken bones, no fractures, no hairline fractures?
I would not expect that, no, sir.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this slide?
So these are just more articles that I referenced, and they look at impact force on the forearm, so the ulna and the radius. It takes, just to have a transverse blow right against the bone, it takes about 1,100 to 1,200 pounds of force to cause a fracture. We're at that level already at a 10-mile-an-hour impact.
What about a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
24, we're at 1,400 to 2,800 pounds of force.
Did you see any trauma on John O'Keefe's arm that was suggestive of an impact of that nature, of that size, of that force?
There was no trauma. There were no fractures. There wasn't even an indication on the arm of where it would have contacted the vehicle. So if there's fracture at the taillight, there's going to be a force at that point on the arm where it actually contacts the taillight and causes that, right? There's going to be a force riser to cause that damage. There was no bruising. There was no lacerations. There was nothing at the alleged point of contact which would indicate an impact that produces thousands of pounds of force on the arm. No evidence of it whatsoever.
You just mentioned this in your answer, but I want to ask a little bit further. We've talked a lot about bone fractures and ligament damage, et cetera. What about bruising? In any of these tests, would you expect to see bruising, at least bruising, all over the arm at the points of contact?
Absolutely. Bruising occurs when the blood vessels just below the skin are ruptured, and it causes blood to flow into the arm.
Was there any indication that John O'Keefe suffered even a minimum amount of bruising on his arm at all?
No indication of any amount of bruising whatsoever on the forearm.
Next slide, please. And let's go to the next slide. I think we want to jump to slide 50. What slide are we on? Is that 53?
This is 55.
Let's go to the next slide. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. What are you looking at here?
So this again is from the pain test, and it shows, even as the arm gets pushed in, the vehicle's not in line with the center of mass with Dr. Welcher here. So it's not a center of mass impact. and this is important because we've just looked at the arm, and we've looked at the kinematics and the force and whether that's consistent with what happened and the injuries. The next step is to look at what happens if the arm gets hit. How does Mr. O'Keefe end up where he does in the yard? So that's post-impact movement or trajectory of the body. You have to evaluate that if you want to link all these events. If you want to link the head injury to contact with the car, you have to know what happened in between. You have to know the details. And so the next part was to evaluate that.
Is there any indication in any of the testing that you did or any of the review of the medical records medical records of John O'Keefe, including the autopsy records, all of the autopsy records, the x-rays, and the hospital records, any indication that John O'Keefe was struck center of mass?
None whatsoever. No indication at all that he was struck center of mass.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about whether he was struck center of mass?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I don't believe that he was. The evidence indicates that he was not. If he was struck center of mass, imagine that. You're getting hit at the pelvis. You're getting hit on the thigh. You're getting hit at the knee. And then the body's being propelled forward. Your arm would get pushed into your body, into your ribs, into your torso. You would have very significant and substantial loading to your body, initially the right side of your body, as that impact occurred. And there's no evidence whatsoever that occurred.
Switching to a glancing blow, a blow of just the arm, not the center of mass, but just the arm. Do you hold an opinion and a conclusion as to whether or not a glancing blow or a blow to the arm only would propel Mr. O'Keefe 7, 8, or 10 feet perpendicular to the line of travel of the vehicle?
I do.
What is that opinion?
It would not be possible. Our testing demonstrates that. The peer-reviewed articles demonstrate that. I've seen no evidence anywhere in this case that would suggest or even indicate that if you get a glancing blow or a sideswipe blow, that somehow would produce enough force to push you 8 to 10 feet into the yard. I don't believe it's possible. I've seen no research that would indicate that would occur.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And let's go to the next slide. Let's keep going. Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this slide, it's a paper that describes how to evaluate vehicle pedestrian impacts and how someone moves in the projection of that body.
Did you seek to analyze a fulsome understanding of whether it was possible that Mr. O'Keefe was hit on his lower extremities?
I did, yes.
Why did you do that? Why was that important?
Well, because with automobile pedestrian impacts, the lower extremity, your legs, your ankles, your knees, that's the most injured part of the body during auto-ped impacts. So if he's going to be impacted at that speed, especially at center of mass, there's likely going to be injuries to his leg, to his knee. The bumper lines up with the knee. That's one of the most commonly injured parts, as the bumper pushes into the knee, fractures the tibia, the fibula, or damages the knee joint.
Did John O'Keefe suffer any injuries to his lower extremities suggestive of a vehicle impact?
No, I believe the only injury was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of the right knee.
Could Mr. O'Keefe have suffered a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the outside of his right knee by being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour?
I don't believe so. I don't see how those kinematics would work.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that injury was from being struck by an SUV at 24 miles an hour or somewhere around 24 miles an hour?
I do.
What is that opinion?
I do not believe that injury is consistent with being struck by an SUV at approximately 24 miles an hour.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Did Mr. O'Keefe suffer any other injuries to his legs or his lower extremities other than that small, how big was it? How many centimeters?
0.5 centimeter abrasion.
That small 0.5 centimeter abrasion. Did he suffer any other injuries to his lower extremities indicative of being struck by a vehicle?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide. Taking a look at the photograph on the right, concentrating on that for a second. How did that SUV get in that condition?
That was by striking the dummy at 29 miles an hour, and that was a center of mass hit with the dummy.
Were you able to review photographs of the subject SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV?
I was, yes.
Did her SUV suffer or suggest any kind of damage anywhere close to this?
No, the only real damage was to the outer taillight cover on the fender itself was fractured.
Next slide, please. We've seen this. This is the video that was the center mass impact?
That's correct, yes.
The photograph that we just saw previous, what relationship does that photograph have to this field test?
That was the condition of the SUV after it struck the dummy here at 29 miles an hour.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this series of diagrams?
So this is some more recent testing that was done, and this test compared impacts between a small sedan and an SUV, and it's looking at damage or injury to the legs as a result of this type of an impact. And these impacts are actually conducted at a speed of 24.7 miles an hour. They used cadavers, people who donated their bodies to science, set up the cadavers and struck them at just about 24 miles per hour.
Did this support your opinion and conclusion concerning the lower extremities of Mr. O'Keefe and the possibility that he was hit by an SUV at speed?
It does. If I can go to the next slide, it actually. Sure. So this shows you for the SUV, it's the last column on the page there. The last three columns are the injuries associated with the SUV strikes. There's fractures to the pelvis, left knee injury to the ACL, the MCL, fracture of the tibia and fibula. There's extensive damage to the legs of all three of the cadaver subjects that were struck at 24 miles an hour with an SUV.
Did Mr. O'Keefe show any signs of any of these injuries?
He did not, no.
Next slide, please. Is this, what are these photographs and diagrams on the right?
So this was taken from the PowerPoint from Aperture. And so it shows that the medical diagram shows the 1.5 centimeter abrasion. And if you look at the picture on the left of the surrogate, you can see, so the bumper would line up from the knee all the way up to the pelvis. So a vehicle at speed of 24 miles an hour, if it impacts that knee or that leg, it's not going to produce only a 0.5 centimeter abrasion. It's going to get the leg, and it's going to cause significant damage to the knee and to the leg itself.
When you say from the knee to the pelvis, are you talking about the width of or the height of the bumper itself being from the knee to the pelvis?
I am, yes.
Would that be the contact area that you would expect if there was even a glancing blow to the knee and the hip?
That's correct. You can see on that picture there where that bumper, the rear corner of that bumper, where the bottom reflector is, it extends from the knee all the way up to the pelvis.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are these diagrams?
Again, these are just reports, peer-reviewed articles demonstrating that auto-pedestrian impacts result in lower extremity injuries and fractures.
Did you review all of these peer-reviewed articles that you've told the jurors about, the academic articles, in furtherance of coming to your opinions and conclusions?
I did, yes.
Did you see any reference in the Aperture report that you reviewed and the PowerPoint slides that you reviewed that the concomitant peer-reviewed articles were sought in the paint transfer test?
No.
Or cited?
There was only one article that was cited in that report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
Did it have anything to do with the paint transfer test?
It did not, no.
Next slide, please. And let's keep moving until we get to the, yes, there we go. What is that slide depict?
So this is the opinions that were offered in the Aperture report. And if you look at the top, number 4, it says the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed Lexus, again, impacting John O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground. And when you look below that, it basically has the references or the support for that one conclusion.
I'll see you both at sidebar for a minute.
Sidebar. Again, alleged issue with the presentation. I mean, this guy's just smashing it. He's smashing it out the park at the minute. I think with every witness, it becomes stronger and stronger. I don't think you could get stronger than Dr. Lapalooza. I don't remember the name, sorry, I butchered that. But I mean, this is between all witnesses that the defense have put up. I mean, so John never went, like, the tail light would have gone backwards, not to the side to where John was. I mean, this is just masterful. How can your arm and hand not have any broken bones? It's just common sense. I wrote it just now and said, if Karen is found guilty, she'll never be found guilty. But if there's a mistrial because of one or two holdouts, it's because there are tainted jurors. That's the only reason. There's no way anyone with common sense would find her guilty. Not one person.
Dr. Rinschler, can we move to slide? I have just a moment, Your Honor.
70, Mr. Jackson.
That's what was.
Hi, Deb. Hi, Deb.
I wish my eyes were better. Slide 70.
Oh. Let me restart it here.
Thank you. Okay, what are we looking at in slide? This is slide 70. Yes. What are we looking at in slide 70, Dr. Rinschler?
So this was the one article that was referenced in the Aperture report with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts. And there was a chart from there that was referenced in the PowerPoint that indicates the head's the most commonly injured body region in pedestrian impacts.
And what significance did that reference have in your analysis?
Well, that's not accurate. This article was written in 1979. And the first modern SUV, the Jeep Cherokee, wasn't manufactured until 1984. So this is an article that's 46 years old that doesn't actually relate to this type of an impact. And that's the only peer-reviewed reference with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts that was cited in the entire Aperture report.
Can we move to slide 71? Do you recognize what's depicted in this slide?
I do, yes.
What is depicted here?
So this was hybrid. This is the 50th percentile hybrid 3, the same dummy that we utilize. And Dr. Welcher performed a test where
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
So this ATD, anthropomorphic test device, was not a 95th percentile test device?
It was not, no.
It's a 50%?
It was the 50th percentile, yes.
Is that the same exact, not the same exact, same exact sized ATD that ARCA utilized in all of its testing?
It was, yes.
Okay.
And to get the forces on the head, Dr. Welcher scaled the acceleration results based on the weight, which is what I was talking about yesterday. You scale the results from the 50th percentile. That's exactly what Dr. Welcher did in this case.
Is that an appropriate way to adjust for the size of an ATD?
It absolutely is, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this test, what he did, he took a 50th percentile dummy, stood it up, and then let it drop backwards and strike its head on a concrete surface.
Next slide, please. By the way, Dr. Rinschler, did the last slide include a video?
I believe it did, yes.
Can we go back?
Or I'm not sure it's on this slide, though. That's just a screenshot.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to that slide for just a second. I thought this might be the video of it.
Oh.
So in the lower portion of the center of the screen, you see Dr. Welcher holding the ATD. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you review a video of what happened next? This is not the video, but did you review the video?
I did, yes.
Describe for the jurors, since we don't have access to the video, what did you see happen from this point forward?
So Dr. Welcher releases the dummy, and the dummy just falls rigidly backwards, almost like a tree, and impacts the concrete.
Can we jump from your PowerPoint to a video that I have and ask you if you recognize it with court's permission?
Is the video in evidence?
It's in Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint.
Is it before the jury? Is it in?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
Is this just look like the same screen, basically same thing that you just took a screenshot of?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. If we could play the first couple of seconds of the video and pause it. As that video began to play, did you recognize this as being the same video that you reviewed earlier?
It is, yes, sir.
And did you utilize this in coming to your opinions?
I did, yes.
Opinions and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead with the court's permission. Can we play the video?
Yes.
Thank you. What did you see? Describe what you saw in this video.
So this is a passive rearward fall of the ATD dummy. So just releasing and let it fall. Obviously, it's a dummy. There's no musculature. There's no response to that dummy. So this is what would happen if a rigid individual just fell backwards onto a concrete surface.
Can we see it one more time, please? I want to ask you one other question. I'm going to ask you to take note, Doctor, of the impact location. Did you see that?
I did, yes.
What kind of surface is that floor, if you can tell?
That, I believe it indicates it's a concrete surface, concrete floor.
Did you notice if the falling backward like that, the dummy slid across the floor or was propelled across the floor, anything like that?
It did not. It just dropped and angled backwards and hit directly on the floor.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm sorry, if we could revert back to your PowerPoint. And if you could pull up slide, I think it's 72.
Let me, every time we do that, I have to restart the PowerPoint. Okay.
Why did you include this video one more time in your PowerPoint here?
Because again, this is the paint test, which indicates the position, at least that Dr. Welcher had himself at to get the impact with the taillight cover. And notice, again, so it's not a center of mass hit. It hits his arm and then he slides by. So if that were to occur, he would rotate or move to the left. So if Mr. O'Keefe did that and somehow ends up falling backwards, rigid directly onto his head, he's going to have to rotate at least 270 degrees and then stop and then fall directly backwards onto his head. There's no explanation of the kinematics.
Sustained is to the end of that. I'll strike the end.
Do the kinematics support what you just suggested?
Objection. Sustained is to form.
What do the kinematics support?
Objection. I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute. Jurors will be taking our break.
If I'm a juror, I'm just like, this is just pathetic. I honestly think that Hank is making it worse for himself by objecting, and then Bev saying it's the form of the question. I think he looks really bad for Hank, if I'm being completely honest with you. It does look like what we've got to hide is a simple question. So I'm not actually that annoyed anymore with these objections. I'm actually quite happy because I genuinely think it makes Hank look bad. That's just my opinion anyway. But yeah, it makes Hank look wank. The Druid's in, so there we go. It is very embarrassing. Julie agrees, happy days. So I'm not sure how much longer this. She said we're going to go on break now, she said in a second. So what time is that? It's 11 o'clock. So yeah, it was 20 past 11. Jeepers, they've gone on. It's 20 past 11. This is a lot longer than usual for Bev to go without a break. She's probably going to ask them how long has he got left. They have no option to analyze how defeated team will react. They are just free rolling now. Yes. Oh, I mean, they're changing their theories. They're changing everything. So Druid's going to the pub. You're going to sink some pints. I just want the interpretations to work and the teaching me science to stop. I know. John's friend, the Stripes, is annoyed. Well, that's your friend, Hank. She's friendly with Hank, so that's your friend. Always call inside objections, so tell him is the name of the game. As we were saying, I just think that this is just like the cherry on top, I would say. If you're eating a sundae, this is like boop, the cherry on top. This testimony, because I think they've done a much better job this time. Well, to be fair, ARC have had more time this time, I should say. In fairness to them, last time they only had a few months to put it together. But yeah, this is now a much better analysis, much better presentation, and everything. No worries, Druid. I might not play at the end of the show, but I'll probably play it during deliberations. I'll put some music on during deliberations. We'll have some disco going. Because it's when you've got deliberations long, like last year, I remember being shown doing it for like 6 days or something. It's training, so we'll make sure we have some music instead this time. Bev already has a bevy, I know, J-Mac. Hope it's going well with you, J-Mac. Handsome Brian, I agree, but you know what? If somebody asked earlier on, would they take it to trial for the third time? And the answer is they would. And why would they? Because they're trying to drain Karen for every penny she can. If this does go, say now, I'm only obviously stating the fact of if he ever went to mistrial, which I can't see how it can. Not mistrial, sorry. You know what I mean? I can't even think now. So I got distracted outside. I don't remember what I was saying. If it's a third trial, I think they would want a trainer. So even more. Do you know what I mean? So they're fully reliant now on fundraisers and everything. So and the Commonwealth know that. So they're reliant on people raising a further like $500,000, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 for her to be tried a third time.
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, based on your review of everything... Did I do that again? My goodness. This is Dr. Welcher in the video, correct?
Correct.
All right. I was staring at that. I apologize. Dr. Rinchler, based on your review of the video in which Dr. Welcher is positioned, as well as the drop test that you saw, as well as the discussion of being of the body placement, where you discuss the body placement. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the testing that you reviewed from Aperture is consistent or inconsistent with John O'Keefe being struck by the vehicle, propelled perpendicular, backward, say 7 to 10 feet, and falling straight back onto a hard surface, as depicted in the drop test?
The testing's inconsistent with those types of kinematics or that type of scenario.
On what do you base that opinion, sir?
That's based on the testing that was performed, the evidence available in this case, and the kinematics of how somebody would move post-impact after being struck by an SUV.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes.
Can we go to the next slide, please? May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Finally, Dr. Rentschler, do you have an opinion, or did you reach a conclusion whether the biomechanical evidence in this matter is consistent or inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe's right arm being impacted by the subject 2021 Lexus 570, resulting in a backward fall leading to the head injuries that he suffered?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion is that the evidence is inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe being struck on the right arm by the SUV and then moving laterally into the yard and falling backward onto.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. So now we'll take our break, folks. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. Jury break this way.
There you go. So
You are muted.
that's the break time. Good, because I just run out of coffee, so that was good timing. Happy days. That's great. Now, obviously, I know lots of people say, "Oh, I can't listen to Hank," blah blah. I know it's difficult, but I implore you to still listen to the cross, because if you want a fair and balanced opinion, you should listen to it, because this is what the jury are hearing, and I want to hear what kind of things he puts in. I hate listening to his voice, but it's important to listen to his infuriating questions, because that's the only true way you can understand what the jury are listening to. So, and Crash Diet number 1 was great, but this one, even in the first round, was even better. So, we'll see if Dina comes on. She's not here. Court. I'm not sure what court's doing. No, it's in morning recess. I'll do that. Hang on. Let me move some stuff here. No Dina yet, so I'm not sure what she's doing. She might jump on. Okay. Oh yeah, so Aiden's trial. I said the Glarus chat is just screaming at him to shut the fuck up during TV's audio the whole time. Yeah, because that's audio only, you can't see. Well, so Brandy's in there. I think Erica's in there. I don't think Dina's in, but I don't know what Dina's doing. She was here earlier on, but She's there. She's arrived. Let's have a look here. Dina, my darling, are you busy, or are you going to come on? If you are, we're on a break now for 20 minutes. You're going to pop on. Thanks, my darling. Oh, fucking hell. As I sent that to her, she comes on. Hang on then.
You get.
She pocket rocket.
We can sit here. Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Dina,
Oh, what?
you there? You right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. I just sent you a message. Ignore it. I was just saying if you're coming on.
Yo, we were listening to Aiden's hearing.
That's fine. Listen, I'm going to leave you two with then, all right? For 15 minutes. I'm going to get some coffee and stuff.
Hold on, I got to be quiet. Hold on a second.
I saw that.
Do me a favor. Can you just, that's on live, just point it over there. Okay?
Yes, miss. Anything for Dina. Anything for Dina in the squad. Miss Reed over there. Karen Reed. Here we go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right. I'm back. Yeah, I'm going to let her eat. I'm not going to film. Dylan, you there?
I'm just going to get
Yeah,
some coffee.
I'm not filming her. She's eating. I'm letting her have some peace with that, but she's going to do a favor for a gentleman named Michael that's in the hospital in rough shape.
Oh, she is going to do that.
Yeah. So when she's ready, she'll wave me over, and we're going to go over because she's going to give a shout out to him. He's in fighting for his health right now in the hospital, and his family asked if I could try to get a shout out, and she agreed to do it. And Michael works for the electrical union in Boston, Massachusetts, and so in a few. But I'm not gonna film her while she's eating.
That's fine. Also, can you give a shout? We gave a shout out earlier on to J Mac as well. She started her trial, cancer trial today.
Yeah, J Mac started her trial experiment for her stuff. So we all want to wish J Mac a good luck with the experimental stuff.
And she's very close with Cara, and they're very close. So
Yeah,
J Mac
they're
was
very
supposed to
close.
be.
So that's good.
She was supposed to be at court today, but
Right.
unfortunately couldn't make it because of the trial. So prayers to J Mac. So right, Dina,
Yeah.
I'm going to see you later. I'm going to make a coffee. All right.
Okay, go make a coffee. Is your mom listening?
Yeah, she's listening.
Hi, mom. Hi, my UK mom. So, anyways, folks, I worked, and then I got out early because this is coming to an end, and I just didn't want to be there. I opened up the gym, and I said to my bosses, "You're going to have to put up with me being irresponsible for right now, because this is an important movement to me, and I just want to be down there." So I came here. So that was a good thing. Anyways, yeah, it's quite a few people. A lot more people came in, and they've flown in. I just met a nice woman and her daughter that are from Sacramento, California. I'll post pictures later. They came down to the buffer zone. They had to see it. Right now, Turtle Boy's hearing is live streamed. If you go to the Galera, so go if you want to see what's going on with that. Go over to the Galera, and he's live streaming the Zoom meeting, the hearing. And it sounds like Lindsay's getting buried in it because she can't answer things. She doesn't remember shit and everything else. But I turned it off just because I found out they were going on break here. So, I don't know. I forget Michael's name. I don't have time to, I can't scroll up. I forget what Michael's last name is, but I know he's in the hospital and he's from the electric union. And he's in the hospital and he's fighting the fight. And his family asked if I could try to get him a, stay strong shout out. And so I asked and she said, yeah, she'd do it. But she's eating lunch right now. So I don't know if anybody can see on Resistant to Silence, whoever. You can go into Resistance to Silence. You can find the post. It might be on the Justice page too. I forget, but there's a post about that, and let them know that it's going to be coming on this channel. So, it's a fight for the good fight for our people, and he's part of the. I forget the union. I even forget the union thing. Hold on, I might be able to get it. Hold on. Let me see if I can keep this going, folks. Hold on. So it's. Hold on, folks. Just bear with me for one moment because I took a screenshot of it. It was on Resistant to Silence, and her husband, Dave. I'm sorry, it's Dave. With the 103 Electric. Okay. So it's Dave, not Michael. It's Dave, 103 Electric, Union. So we try to do our best for people that are struggling, you know. We've said that before, so here comes Estee. Yeah, don't film her while she's eating. Yeah. No, I'm not. All right. I'm not doing it. I feel bad. She's eating, yeah. Hold on. Let's get Estee.
Yes, I think she's gonna come either Friday or Monday with us. Oh, good, good. Yeah, I just don't know which day yet. Yeah. I'm trying to pick the best.
Estee, say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody. I love everybody. Yeah,
Right.
today's going so well so far.
I know.
Amazing.
Keep it the heck up.
Awesome.
Brunch on Monday.
Keep it up.
Give you a healthy.
This Mama Lead. That's what I was waiting to see.
Did it just
She gave me a hug the other day and says, because I always give her my heart, And she says, do you need a mom? I said, yeah, I do. Give me the hug.
That's sweet.
She's sweet.
He does it a lot, it's great.
Yeah, we have a good crowd here, folks.
Oh, dude.
on all the pages. Oh, I guess I've seen pictures of her, and I was like, yeah, this is real. Yeah.
There's Janet.
Let's go back to this.
Janet's coming up.
I didn't know
Ready to go, dude.
No, just I only see that. Okay.
No one can dance like you, Hunter.
No one can dance like you.
All
right, you guys are off.
There we go, folks. They're out eating lunch. I'm not going to film them while they're eating. Oh, you're going to get in trouble. Yep. I think they're easing up on stuff.
Oh, you have
Hi, Tim. Oh, that's all right, Brian. This is the famous photographer, Brian Hale, folks. Go over and check out his site. He's got great pictures, a beautiful camera. Hold that camera up. Look at that lovely thing. Oh, Scott McGinnis is over there with his free Turtle Boy shirt. Get him right there, Brian.
Oh, that's what you see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We all know it. Yeah.
We got people across the street over there too.
Okay.
Yeah, Turtle Boy's hearing is really full right now.
Yeah.
There was still people waiting in line to try to get in, so. Did Nathan the dog? Nathan, it's not raining today. He's like, yeah, right, Dina. I'm not doing that.
No cheats, no camera.
I know. I've learned that after all these years.
This way, too, not online. And I
might have to start changing. Yeah.
Yeah. Way to be. So you gotta do it.
You're on Resistant to Silence.
How old are you? Okay. I know. Nice. Yeah, I head to the beach.
That down there, that building there is a library. It's a beautiful library inside too.
That's a library.
Yeah. And you can, well, you can't really walk down there anymore because of the jury bus and the jury stuff. But you know, someday visit it. It's a pretty library. They had a big controversy one year too, about putting up a Christmas tree. There was backlash about putting a Christmas tree up.
Well, the last time I was here, the supporters weren't here. It was like the Friday that they took the jurors.
Yeah.
34th Fairview. So I was walking around, and I went by the old jail.
Yeah.
That's made into condos. Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Oh, that's what it-
There's Mr. Reed.
Thank you. Oh, my age, I'll just bring it in. Bring it in. How we doing? Likewise, likewise. You fighting?
Oh, look at her smiling at you. That's adorable.
Want to take my spot?
They want you guys up on the sidewalk. Come on up on the sidewalk.
You tell them to treat. I know you must work for you touch that up. I'm 76.
You are very handsome.
Everything's gonna go good. Oh my yes. Am I gonna see you something?
Yeah, I'm going to. Some.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, we'll see. I'm worried about him.
You're an awesome brother.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
A while. 10 in a minute.
I just want to give her one of these.
Thanks for coming out.
Oh, there's oh, yes, I do.
I'm not gonna tell
Everybody's so excited. Two, so take one, and then we're gonna shuffle a little. And then wave or high. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I took the day off. I'll come here because I knew it was winding down, and I'm like, I have to get out here.
It's such a good day off.
It's a great day.
Thank God.
These props, I think, are going to get bigger as we get to the
I know.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Even if I get out every day, watching
Yeah.
the standout.
Throw my. My mama
Listen to Shay over there.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to get my hug. I have to get my hug. Thank you so much. I love you so much. Oh, my God. You did me.
Hi, Mr. Reed. Good to see you.
Do you mind? Thank you.
No, no. How are you?
Sidewalk! Sidewalk! Sidewalk!
She loves
Hi, Janet.
Thank you again. It's
Oh, that actually not work because I have.
Hi, Janet.
Hi, Sally. Janet, that's why I love you so much. That's my grandmother's name. Oh, it's
All
just,
right.
you know. I know. I see you. You put it in there. All right. I think so too.
All right, we're walking back. The video will come later for Dave. So do that later. All right. They're going back in because I'm sure it's gonna start up in a bit. Here's Scott McGinnis with his free turtle boy. Scott McGinnis, turn around. Hi. You guys all waiting in line?
They haven't started it yet?
No, they started it. That's the overflow. I'm live streaming, guys. If you want to send a shout out to Aiden for later.
Hey, Aiden, we're here. We're waiting. We ain't getting our asses in, but we're here. I love you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. This is for you, Aiden.
Oh, wait a minute. Talk about your party.
Oh yeah, come to my fucking 90s event, motherfuckers. June 28th. And it's gonna be from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. in Middleborough at the Alps Lounge. We're also gonna have pizza and wings and a DJ. We got lights for disco. Bring you like all your 90s gear. We got a picture area. We got Pac-Man. We got video games. We got 50/50. We got tons of raffles. We got cakes by Erica. We got a merch table. I keep trying to think of everything, but we don't want to get.
It'll be
away.
fun. It'll be
Get your asses
fun.
there and get your tickets now. Okay, support Can Read and Turtle Boy. We need it now more than ever.
This is Jessica Svadine, people. So,
Svadine.
well, I always say it wrong, anyways.
Tomato.
And it's on the pages. You can look it up and come on out and have some fun with boots on the ground, people.
Yeah, boots on the ground, Mama.
Boots on the ground. It seems weird just you not having your American
I
flag
know. I don't feel.
and
I
your
don't feel
hat.
Right.
I
feel
know, but you dressed up
empty.
for the turtle
I
boy.
wanted to be here, and the third one in line, I didn't get in. What is this shit?
I know. Wow. And everybody else is waiting here. All the troops.
From here, support Turtle Boy and Karen Reed from Indiana.
Nice. From Indiana.
Indiana.
Who's all together here?
We're all four together. We're all from Indiana. We
Oh,
came.
wow. Well, welcome from Indiana.
Thank you.
Welcome to corrupt Massachusetts. Yeah. Did you bring bail money with you just in case? Yeah, it's bad.
I'll get out now.
I don't want to be on. You don't want to be okay. That's
What's
fine.
up, doctor? Let's go, baby.
Nothing but love.
There we go. What did they say? Well, they're gonna break and then.
Well, I have to leave at 1:30. I have to get the kids from school.
But no one will come out for you. Like just pop in.
I don't even know if they even know I'm here. I just come to
Here's
school.
Jack. Hey, Jack.
But they said we can't get in unless.
Jack's in there. Yeah, Jack's waiting too.
It's all that matters, right?
That's all that matters, showing support. We knew everybody wouldn't get in anyways, but maybe when you get back, they take break.
Yeah.
You know. Bye, love. Good to see you. All right, I'm back. Yeah, there's a line for Turtle Boy. Where's Silver Fox? I saw him a little early. Oh, that's right. He's in there. I was listening to it. I'm waiting for Karen's.
Nice charm on your chain.
Hold on a second.
He's to journalism what pro wrestling is to wrestling.
I know. He's horrible. He was bullshit. I was behind him too. DePietro.
Oh, is he up on the stoop?
No, he's not here this week because he didn't get a media pass, but I'm sure he'll be back next week. And everybody's gonna, bring some signs now. When he said, listen, Turtle Rider, to me, that was hysterical. Yeah, people are still waiting to get in, folks. Oh, there's a nice motorcycle.
People who clear out of there that weren't part of the gate.
Yeah, that's a beautiful colored bike. You know me and motorcycles. I love them. Okay. They were admiring my Aerosmith necklace. Oh, JFK's here. He's jamming away over here. You're making me want to rock too. You got 39,000 on right now?
So we 39,000.
Oh, wait. Oh. Who's in with you?
Say what?
I said, who's in here with you?
Oh, okay, baby.
Where's James?
James was there.
He was there? Hi, everybody.
You shut this one second. Bear's gonna get jealous. I'll say what up?
Yeah. What's going on, people? JFK's down here with boots on the ground. Oh, you want me to talk into that? All right, hold on a second.
What are we on, the Glera?
I don't know if we're on the Glera. If Glera's watching, hello, Glera.
Oh, 39,000.
I've never worn one of these, but anyways, what's going on, people? Down here, people are coming in from Illinois, California. They're from everywhere. I can't see the chat if anybody's messaging, but hi, peeps. I feel like I'm in an airplane. Seriously, we're landing soon. Turtle Boys, I'm hearing is still going on. I listened to it a little bit. It sounds like they're lying their asses off, and Lindsay is, and she can't remember shit. But I'm dying to hear John O'Keefe testify. But I don't know what's going on. I was walking up and down, and Karen came out for lunch and stuff like that, and Mr. and Mrs. Reed were out. It's a beautiful day down here, and so many more people are out here, folks. I wish I could see the chat. JFK, I can't see the chat. Hold on, folks. I don't want to push a button on here because I have no technology whatsoever. But hi if you're writing. I just can't see what people are writing. But anyways, I wish Piggy would. I know, but I can't see the chat.
I bought a.
He's not listening to me. Typical man not listening. But anyways, it's awesome to see people down here. And there's gonna be more to come. There really is. I think people are gonna be piling out pretty soon to get down here to watch it because they're watching corruption at its finest. Hold on, I'm propping my phone up with a stick because I'm live streaming at the same time on Resistant to Silence. So, like I said, everybody, I don't even hear anything. And anyways, like I said, everybody is watch everybody. Like click and like and help these people out because all these channels have been helping keep it out there in the media and support. Here comes my fake husband, Scott McGinnis, people. He been walking around in the buffer zone with the Free Turtle Boy sign too. How awesome is that?
Yeah, well, the Turtle Boy trial's going on, so.
Yeah.
Got two things going on down here.
Yep. And lots of love and support down here. It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, JFK's over there shooting shit. Have you been listening to Turtle Boy's trial?
No.
No.
It's on the Glera, right?
Yeah, it's on the Glera, but we got Karen Reed trial going, and I'm live streaming too. It's like doing 4 things at once. And we all know I like to watch the Glera. So, I'll as soon as Karen
see his chat right now.
I can't see it. I wish I could. He was playing music. Hold on.
No, he's got other things lined up.
I think he's got the mic off. Oh, no, it's on that one. Hold on a sec. I don't know where his chat is. Oh, there. All right, wait a minute. Comments. Uh-oh, he'll probably get mad. JFK, can I hit the comment button?
Yeah.
Okay, he said yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to see your chat. I'll see the chat. Yeah, you just
Yeah,
gotta
because,
scroll-
oh,
you just
there it
gotta-
is. I just clicked on
Yeah,
it.
you just gotta scroll down.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. You know how to work it.
Hi. No, I don't. I'm
Oh, who's-
technology
who's this?
stupid. That's me, resistant to silence. I was live streaming when I came over here.
Oh, so we're live streaming on both these
On
pieces.
both.
Look at that. Okay.
These fucking guys. I've been working out at the gym.
Yeah, you're pretty jacked up. I ain't gonna
I
lie.
am. Well, I'm from Waltham. We can kick some ass. So meet me at the flagpole and let me take my hoops out. Hi, LG. Hi, Spacey Stacy. Hi, Pap Smear. Hi, Roseanne McDonald. Hi, everyone. Now I can see the chats. Oh, whoever donated, Jackie, JFK would thank you for the $50 you sent in. Thank you. Hi, LG. Hi, Kelly Pepin. Scott McGinnis is right here with his signs.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a generous.
I know that's a huge, cartoon character. Hi, be kind. They're writing, hey, Scott. I can't hear shit though. Whatever he gave me this, he's probably playing a joke on me. Like, here, put these on your head, Dinas, just so you look like a fucking idiot because nothing's coming out of it. Anyways, I kind of look like I'm driving an airplane. We're not landing yet, folks. Very difficult to hear the courtroom on Glare is muffled. That's okay. Glare can do anything he wants. We all know that. Hi, it's classified. Any questions? Karen came out. She looks really good, really confident. Looked well rested and everything. Mr. and Mrs. Reed came out. Nathan came out. Esty came out. They just had like a quick bite to eat, and they looked really good. Hola, hi Laura Pike. Yeah, I went to work and I was just like, you know what? This trial's almost over. Hi, Gingy. I've invested, 2.5 years of my life into this. Why am I even at work right now when there's only a few days left? I'll take the hit in my pocket and I'm going. So I work at a gym. So I opened up the gym and then I waited for the next guy to come in and I'm like, I wrote my bosses like, you guys know how much I've invested in this and how passionate I am about this cause. Even at 9, you guys can write me up or whatever, but it's only like another week left. Oh, I think they're coming back from court. So hold on, I got to go offline on my thing. Dylan, are you there?
This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Dr. Rentschler, facts matter, don't they?
They do, yes, sir.
You've said it many, many times. Facts matter. Isn't that correct?
I think it was details, but facts matter too.
Do details matter, doctor?
They do.
They're critical, aren't they?
If you want to prove that something happened a certain way, they're critical, yes, sir.
When you were talking to the jury and giving opinions about where Mr. O'Keefe might have fell or not fell, you were discussing where Mr. O'Keefe was lying on the side of the yard, weren't you?
Where he came to rest?
Came to rest.
Well, approximately, we don't know the exact position, but yes.
You said 10 to 20 feet, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
You said that 3 times, 10 to 20 feet. Do you think Mr. O'Keefe was 20 feet from the roadway?
Well, I think he's maybe 10 feet, but 20 feet is from, if you're hit by the car, you need some distance to travel. He couldn't travel just horizontally, or perpendicularly. So it would be at least 10 to 20 feet if you look at the total distance.
You have no idea where the point of impact was in this collision, do you?
Nobody does.
I'm asking you, not nobody.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
So go ahead and ask the question.
Dr. Rentschler, before this jury, have no idea where the point of impact was of this collision, do you?
That's correct. There's no evidence.
Play exhibit 2, please. When you were giving your estimate 10 to 20 feet, Dr. Rentschler, Did you ever see this photograph before or part of this video?
I'm sure I have.
Well, when you say you're sure you have, are you guessing or have you seen it or not seen it?
I'm sure I've seen this before, yes.
So you've seen this before?
Yes.
And when you look at this video, did you look at the street and look at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Sure, yes.
Sure?
Yes.
20 feet, Dr. Rensler?
The way I explained it to you, yes, sir, 10 to 20 feet.
Details matter, don't they?
They certainly do, yes, sir.
Take that down, please. Did you speak to anybody today before you testified about Dr. Welch's testimony in court?
I did not today, no, sir.
Before today, did you speak to anybody about Dr. Welch's testimony?
I did not, no, sir.
At any point, did anybody discuss certain issues with you today that they said would be particularly important?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
When you began your testimony yesterday, before you even finished your credentials, you began talking about your work with the NHL and how important it was to use a 50% hybrid 3 dummy. Do you remember that testimony?
I did, yes, sir.
And you hadn't even finished your credentials yet. Was it brought to your attention that there was an issue in the testing because you or Dr. Wolf or you and Dr. Wolf chose to use a 50% dummy?
Not at all, no, sir.
In your preparation for your testimony, was it discussed at all that at the beginning you should get ahead of the issue and talk about the 50% dummy?
I didn't know it was an issue, no, sir.
Well, you know that the 50% dummy represents somebody who's 5'9", correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Approximately 173 pounds.
171, 172, somewhere around there.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how much did he weigh?
216, I believe.
How tall was he?
He was 73 inches, I believe.
So that is not a representative height and weight for Mr. O'Keefe, is it?
That height and weight, no, sir.
And so if you were making projections or analysis based on limb weights, they would be inaccurate if you didn't make adjustments, correct?
Well, they would certainly, the force on the limb would be less if you use a lighter limb. So if Mr. O'Keefe is heavier than the hybrid 3, and I use a hybrid 3, the forces I calculate would be an underestimate of the actual force acting on his body.
If you didn't make an adjustment, but you relied on the numbers from the test 3, the hybrid 3 dummy, ultimately the conclusions would be off, wouldn't they?
They would be an underestimate. Yes, the actual forces would be higher.
And so did you make any conclusions, or did you know that when Dr. Wolf did his tests using the hybrid 3 dummy, he didn't make any adjustments?
What do you mean? What adjustments would he make? You get the acceleration, but the acceleration's not going to change, and that's what we utilize. Then you can scale the weight of the body, but I'm not sure what he would have made adjustments for.
When you looked at the ratio of force and mass, if you use a lighter weight, the mass changes, doesn't it?
If you use a light, sure, yes.
And that changes the force equation, doesn't it?
That can, yes.
And so when you were discussing yesterday at the beginning of your testimony about the 50% dummy, had that issue been raised with you?
No, sir, it had not.
You had testified before, hadn't you?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you knew there was a sequestration order?
Prior?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't discuss the case with anyone, no, sir.
Well, you didn't discuss it with anybody, you said?
I did not, no.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information from your employer about issues and testimony in the case.
The party that retained us told us things. I didn't break any sequestration. They were the ones in contact with the court. So it was my assumption that whatever they were telling me was allowed by the court. They were the client. I didn't discuss anything with them or tell them anything, but yes, they told us certain things.
Before you testified under oath last year, you were getting updates from your employer about details of this case, weren't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Maybe we can approach briefly.
Let's open the door, Hanky Spanky. This is Hank. He's got nothing to lose. And in some ways, he wants to throw this. He wants a mistrial right now, I think, because that's the only way he can step away from this with $1 million continue. I mean, he doesn't. I just saw a comment. Alessi is pissed off. Alessi's agitated right now. This is where everything's a thin line. If he says the FBI, that's what, in some ways, I think he wants them because then he could use that as an opportunity to go for a mistrial. I'm not saying that she would accept a mistrial at all whatsoever, but Judge Bev, I do not trust her one bit for anything. But yeah, Leslie's pissed, and he's not even the one asking the questions, as in, it's Jackson. So if Leslie's pissed, you know that this is underhand tactics by Brennan right now. He's just probing. I mean, he's not going to break this witness. He's not going to break him one bit. He's just trying to portray that this witness is sus and he's dodgy and all that. I don't think the jury are ever going to buy into this whatsoever. Hank has lost his case. He is not going to find a jury to find her guilty. Hence why he will do everything he can to put anything in there, and he will be happy with mistrial. A mistrial would be a win for Brennan, so he doesn't care. But I have every confidence that you'd have to be stupid not to see what he's doing right now, the demeanor he's showing. So from everything I hear, the jury aren't stupid. Well, maybe there might be one or two, because there always is one or two, but this is just underhand tactics. This is what you do when you're losing. You throw everything at it. You throw the kitchen sink at it. He's just going to make this witness sound dodgy as anything. And that's why Alessi, who has very high integrity, is agitated right now.
Before you testified last year, you were receiving information, not from the defense, from your employer, about other witnesses' testimony during the event, weren't you?
I don't know if they told us about witness testimony. They told us about certain evidence. I had no contact with the court, with the prosecution, with the defense. I had no idea what was going on. We were retained by a certain organization, and they contacted the court. They were in talks with the court about, I guess, what we could or couldn't do. Anything I got was from that organization.
Voir 2, 118, line 15. Did you testify under oath that they did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the event that I was not aware of?
I don't know. They told us about evidence. I don't know if it was specific to who testified to what, but they told us certain things, certainly, yes.
What I just said to you, are those your words, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, if that's what's in the record, I assume it is.
Would you agree it certainly helped you prepare?
It helped me prepare?
Yes.
It didn't make a difference to my analysis or conclusions.
Made no difference at all?
It did not, no, sir.
Would you agree it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I don't think it made a difference at all. No, it doesn't change the facts that I evaluated or the analysis I conducted or the conclusions I came to.
And so as you sit here today, you are denying that that information certainly helped you prepare?
How did it help me prepare? It didn't change the opinions I offered. It didn't change what was in my report or what I'm opining to or testifying to today. It hasn't changed anything I've ever testified to.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question. I want you to give me a very specific answer.
So just go ahead and ask the question.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare?
Honestly, I can't remember. It didn't change my opinion. I don't see how it would help me prepare. I remember there was evidence about trace DNA found that we didn't know before. That didn't change my opinion then. It doesn't change my opinion now. It doesn't have anything to do with my opinion.
Details matter, right, sir?
Details can matter.
Details matter. So let's talk about detail.
Sure.
Are you denying that receiving that information certainly helped you prepare? You denying it?
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I don't think that it did. It's been a year, but certainly it didn't change any of my opinions or what I opined to. It didn't change anything with my testimony.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I'll ask you a different question. Receiving that information from your employer, are you denying it helped you understand what was going on during the trial?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't even think that it did. I don't understand it. I understood what was happening. I understood what the theory was. So saying that there's trace DNA doesn't change anything. It doesn't affect what my understanding of the trial was or what was happening or what allegedly occurred.
When you were traveling out to testify last year, you had phone conversations with the defense, didn't you?
I think I had like 2 phone conversations, 2 or 3.
So that sounds like a yes, you did.
Yes, there was one right before my qualification, my voir dire, where I talked to Mr. Jackson, and that was it. Other than that, I think it was just planning and scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Was there any discussion on how you could portray yourself as independent?
I don't believe there was.
You can say you don't believe.
Yeah, there was no need to.
That's not the question. Details matter. Was there any attempt?
So the objection's sustained. I'm going to strike that, folks, okay? Questions, Mr. Brennan?
Was there any attempt in your conversations to portray yourself as independent as far as your arrangements were concerned and coming out here?
No, I don't think so, because there was no need to, because it was independent.
When you had conversations with the defense, did they offer to give you transportation assistance getting here?
They provided a ride to and from the airport, yes.
And did you tell the defense that you prefer to take an Uber so that it would appear independent to a jury?
No, because I didn't take an Uber. I took their ride. If I wanted to appear independent, then I would have taken an Uber.
Did you have a conversation about that you were thinking about taking an Uber?
It didn't even cross my mind, sir.
And then after you testified, did you stay independent?
What do you mean independent?
Well, did you have any bias in you?
Any bias?
Bias, yes.
What do you mean? Did I have any bias?
Well, after you testified, where did you go?
Well, I was waiting for my ride, and to get back to the airport, they had to take other people. And so they were having a lunch afterwards, and they said, come have a sandwich, and then your ride will take you to the airport. So I went, and I had a ham sandwich.
You had a ham sandwich. Did you testify at some point that after you had something to eat, you just stood in the corner?
I did. I sat at a table, ate, and then went over and literally stood in the corner waiting for my ride.
When you sat at the table and eat, did you just eat your ham sandwich, or did more go on?
I ate. People were talking. I really didn't talk much at all.
Did you listen?
Well, certainly, I'm sure I did, sir.
Did you laugh along?
I assume if something funny was said, I probably laughed.
Did you talk about your testimony?
I don't, at this point, I don't even remember.
Let me alert you to something. When you were there at the luncheon, did you see a camera crew
I believe I did, yes, sir.
filming and documenting, right?
There were a lot of cameras, yes.
You know that you might have been on some of that footage?
That's fine. I could care less.
Okay. So do you think maybe you were talking about the case and your answers and laughing it up a little bit?
I have no idea. Possibly.
You were involved in conversations with the defense attorneys, were you?
What do you mean conversation, sir? I had just gotten done testifying. I was having lunch. Whatever was spoken about at the table, I'm sure I heard.
You know what a conversation is when someone speaks to you and you answer.
Sure.
Did you have conversations with some of these folks?
Sir, I can't remember conversations I had last week, let alone a year ago. So I probably did, but I have no clue
Do you remember
what we would have talked about.
Do you remember accolades you might have been receiving because you had given certain answers to the then prosecutor on the case and laughing about the answers?
I have no idea. I can't remember last week what I had for lunch last Tuesday. How would I remember a conversation from over a year ago?
You remember when you were having conversations with some of these folks and you were laughing about when the prosecutor asked you about other evidence like DNA? You had a response, well, the physics doesn't change. You remember?
I don't specifically remember that, no, sir.
How long were you at the table eating your ham sandwich with the folks there enjoying the event? How long do you think that went on for?
I honestly don't know. 10 minutes? How long does it take you to eat a ham sandwich? 10 minutes?
And after you finished your ham sandwich and then you told us you stood in the corner, you got a ride back to the airport?
I did, yes, sir.
Yeah. After you got back to the airport, ultimately your company billed the defense for your time preparing and traveling and testifying?
I believe they did.
Well, you wrote your bills down, didn't you? You wrote the time down?
Well, I don't know who gets billed to it. I think it was actually, I wrote my time down and it was the same time code for the original employer that we had. I'm not involved in billing. I don't know who the bill goes out to. I just put my time in and do my work.
Do you know that the defense paid that bill?
I have no idea if they paid it or not.
And then now you have a new contract with the defense. Or I should say you have a contract with the defense, don't you?
I assume ARCA does. Again, I'm not involved in that. I don't do any part of the financials. I just do my job.
Do you keep your billing?
I enter my billing every week, yes.
Do you know how much you've been paid so far in this case?
I haven't been paid anything. I'm a salaried employee for ARCA. I have no idea how much ARCA's been paid.
How much has ARCA been paid because of your work so far?
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the financials, sir.
You have no idea how much time, how much compensation your company's going to get for the work that you've done and continue to do on this case? You have no idea.
Yeah, it's not my concern. It's not my department, so I don't.
That's a no?
That's a no, sir.
Now, when you communicated with the defense, you texted, didn't you?
When?
At any point.
There were some texts, yes.
And at some point, there was a court order for you to bring a copy of your text?
I believe so, yes.
But when you say you believe so, details matter.
Yeah.
Do you know whether there was a court order for you to bring your text?
I believe there was, yes.
Did you comply with that court order?
I complied with whatever I had.
Did you have any of the text messages?
I don't believe so.
What happened?
Well, there were like 2 text messages about where I could get my ride and what time. And so after that day, like I do many times, I'd probably erase those texts.
When you say probably, did you delete the text that you had with the defense last year during the trial?
Again, I had like 2 texts about scheduling, and I'm sure I deleted them like sometime around that time, like I do with most texts.
Did you ever use Signal?
I did not, no, sir.
Why not?
I have no need to.
Why would you have a need to?
I'm going to allow it.
I wouldn't have a need to. That's why I said I don't use it.
What's Signal for?
It's for, I think, for encrypted messages.
Do any of your colleagues use Signal to have conversations with their clients?
I'm going to allow that you're aware.
I have no idea what my fellow employees or cohorts do.
One of your fellow employees is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wolf. Yeah? You worked very closely with him on this case, didn't you?
I've worked with him on this case, yes, sir.
And working with him on this case, were you aware of his habits, of whether or not he used encrypted apps like Signal?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm not aware of Dr. Wolf's habits, no, sir.
When you worked on this case, when you began, you worked with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Klein?
But Scott Klein is another engineer at ARCA that worked on the case, correct?
And you worked with Dr. Wolf?
That's correct, yes.
You worked as a group?
Well, I mean, we all worked on the project together. I'm located in the Pittsburgh office, and Mr. Klein and Dr. Wolf are in the Philadelphia office. So we didn't physically work together, but we worked on the same project, obviously.
When you first began your testimony yesterday, you said that you were restrained in what you could do. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, yes.
And when you said you were restrained, were you attempting like a preemptive strike because of certain things you didn't do to try to ward off any questions about that?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me ask it this way. Were the rules different regarding your initial investigation for you as opposed to Dr. Wolf?
I don't know that they were. I don't believe they were.
Did Dr. Wolf have free reign to do whatever he wanted?
Objection. Sustained.
Were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I don't believe we were, no.
You, though, were you?
Was I?
Yes. Were you given free reign to do whatever testing you wanted?
I mean, there was budgets and we had to stay within certain values. So I wouldn't say I was given free reign because I couldn't do whatever I wanted.
Did anybody tell you what tests you could or couldn't do?
I don't think there was a list of specific tests or not, but you would discuss what would be done or what we could do and what the cost of those tests would be.
Were you free to suggest any tests that you wanted to?
I'm assuming I could suggest whatever I wanted to, sure.
Were any of your suggestions denied?
I can't remember. I don't know that they were. I mean, we had what we were constrained is what the client wanted to know. And so we tailored our tests to do that and tried to keep the budget and the cost of what we did in our analysis down for that very purpose.
Could you have suggested crash tests?
Probably could have suggested whatever I want.
Did you suggest crash tests?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it might have been brought up, but I'm pretty sure that would not have been within the budget. So
I want you to be detailed. I don't want you to guess.
So without that preamp, go ahead and just ask the question, please.
Did you suggest doing crash tests last year?
I can't remember. We obviously didn't, but I don't know if that was brought up or not.
Since your memory is difficult.
Sustained. Okay.
So he's just tried to get everything in there. He's just been an absolute arsehole right now. And carry on. If he carries on, we're going to have to set the head hen on him. The head hen will beat his ass. And they wonder why his ass beat. Timmer, I love this because if you look above Timmer's name there, it's a picture of Timmer. Nice to see the head hen. We are graced by the head hen. Hello, Timmer. How are you, sir? Mark, they are sick of it. They must be sick of it. They're idiots. Do you know what I mean? Hank's an idiot. Right, what else is happening? Express the juror. The jury panel, they're writing stuff down. But I think they're writing stuff down for everything, so, we'll see. I'm getting too pissed off for him. Timmer! What's up, bitches? That's Timmer saying. Let's get him talking to now. Go home, Timmer. Go home. I've had it. No, the closing argument is not today. There's a rebuttal. Going to be done before then, Christine. So, Trisha is getting. Are you still thirsty, Trisha? You were thirsty earlier on with JFK in chat. I hope you've calmed down now. The The thirst was real. Dana, here he goes with the memory thing. I know. Your paint joke, Kristen. Kristen, I didn't see you, sorry. She's right there. Right here. Nice to hear.
To remember things, do you write them down?
That's one of the ways you can do it, sure.
Do you do it? Do you write down things so you don't forget?
Depends what it is.
Okay. You provided a CV, which is a resume.
That's correct, yes.
Resume outlines your education,
Yes, sir.
areas of specialty,
Correct.
and then it highlights your accomplishments as far as the focus of your specialty or the focus of your profession, what you like or what you do a lot, right?
Some of it, yes, sir.
So, for example, you have a number of publications that are peer reviewed.
Correct.
And peer review publications mean that you've written something that's been evaluated and considered by other experts in the industry and have been adopted or recognized, correct?
Well, that it's been published, yes, sir.
You have a long list of peer-reviewed articles dating back to 2003. Is that correct?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, most of my peer-reviewed articles are all written when I was in graduate school. Correct.
Have you had any peer review articles since 2003?
Probably not. No.
And your peer review articles, 2003, deal with the evaluation of selected electric-powered wheelchairs.
That was one of them. Yes, sir.
The next one, intelligent walkers for the elderly.
Correct.
Comparison of fatigue life for 3 types of manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of a pushroom activated power assisted wheelchair.
Correct.
Displacement between the seating surface and hybrid testing dummy during transitions with the variable configuration wheelchair.
The hybrid 3, yes, sir.
Assessment of manual wheelchair ride.
Correct. I was looking at forces and accelerations on the body. Yeah.
Fatigue life of 2 manual wheelchair cross brace designs.
Yes, sir.
Evaluation of selected ultralight manual wheelchairs.
Yes, sir.
Augmentation of 100 key ISO wheelchair test dummy to accommodate higher mass.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you would agree that all of your peer review articles deal with wheelchairs?
Well, wheelchairs and the kinematics and kinetics forces associated with propelling wheelchairs and injuries associated with that. Yes, sir.
Do any of them deal with pedestrian collisions?
No, they don't.
You've written a book chapter?
Yes, sir.
Smart technology for aging?
Yes, sir.
And again, nothing on pedestrian accidents?
That's correct.
Expanded abstracts, you've written a few?
I have, yes, sir.
Suffice to say, dealing with wheelchairs?
And assistive technology, that's correct, yes, sir.
Any have to do with pedestrian collisions?
I don't believe so, no.
Looking at your CV, you can note any area of specialty you'd like, correct?
You can put down whatever you like, I suppose, sure.
Sure. Have you listed any specialty as pedestrian collisions?
Well, not specifically. That actually falls under impact biomechanics, biomechanical injury causation. So I didn't list it specifically, but it certainly falls under the actual expertise that I perform.
Now, Doctor, when you worked with Dr. Wolf, did you have a chance to look at his report?
I did, yes.
If you saw anything in the report that was off or mistaken, would you have an opportunity to discuss that with him?
I'm sure I would, yes, sir.
Did you find anything about his report that was wrong as far as data?
I don't recall. If I did, I probably would have talked to him, but I don't recall.
You and Dr. Wolf were collaborating together, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you collaborate, you relied on each other's data at times, didn't you?
To some extent, yes.
Some things Dr. Wolf did, you relied on ultimately for your interpretation and your conclusions.
I did, yes.
Did you write a report and talked about the acceleration of the ATD, the test dummies, regarding its hands and arms?
I did, yes.
When you wrote your report talking about this very specific data, do you remember what you determined was the acceleration for the ADT right hand at 29 miles per hour? How many G's that was?
Let's see. Accelerations for the right hand.
Page 6.
Yeah, it looks like 863 Gs.
Okay. And when you were comparing data with Dr. Wolf, if something was different or off, would you correct it?
Oh, I'd talk to him about it, sure.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about his collection of data regarding peak acceleration that the arm and hand experienced at a 29 mile per hour collision?
Well, when I think that 863 is from 1,000, the CFC 1,000 hertz low pass filter. And in his report, he used a lower number from a 180 hertz. So they're both accurate numbers. It's just how you actually filter the data.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up using a lower number than when I did my calculations.
Could we have Exhibit 1, please? You've talked a lot about this photograph. Do you see it?
I do, sir, yes.
And you described, well, you didn't describe, you read that these were superficial abrasions, correct?
That's the diagnosis, yes, sir.
Any of those wounds a puncture in your mind?
I don't make medical diagnoses, so I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
Well, you talked about x-rays and injury. I know you don't make medical diagnosis, but you were very careful to be detailed about what this was. Not a laceration, right? It is a superficial abrasion.
That was what was diagnosed by the medical records, yes, sir.
And you were very careful to make that distinction when you were critiquing Dr. Welch.
It's a standing platform.
And so you also looked at x-rays, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked at them, did you try to give the impression that you've read them, even though you're not a doctor and you can interpret them?
Sustained.
Were you trying to interpret them for us?
No, it was actually interpreted by the medical examiner that there were no acute injuries.
So when you were giving all that information to the jury about the x-rays, was that your personal opinion or were you just regurgitating something you had read?
That was the medical examiner's opinion, but certainly you can look at the x-rays and see that there are no actual fracture lines or space displacement between the joints. But it's the medical examiner and his diagnoses that I rely upon.
So when you were going through an explanation of all these different photographs and x-rays, you weren't trying to portray that you were giving your own personal opinion about it?
I don't give diagnoses, but if there's no fractures on an x-ray as diagnosed by an MD or physician, you can look at the x-ray and then you can see why there are no fractures. You can look at the x-ray and see where the fractures are if there's a diagnosis. So the diagnosis was no fracture, no acute injury, and that's certainly consistent with looking at the x-ray itself.
So when you were looking up the x-ray and holding it up, was that just a prop? I mean, were you simply just regurgitating what you read in the report, or were you doing a certain kind of, were you doing any kind of analysis yourself when you were sharing with us what those x-rays showed or didn't show?
The analysis is that there's no fracture or acute injury, and that's what the medical diagnosis is, and that's what the x-rays showed.
Are you giving us your opinion or are you regurgitating what you read in a report?
That is what the medical diagnosis is, that there's no fractures and no acute injuries. That's what the medical opinion is.
So you're regurgitating what's in the report.
Sustained in that form.
Did you see any MRIs?
I don't believe any MRIs were taken or performed.
In
no.
X-rays, does it depict deep soft tissue damage?
Normally, it does not depict soft tissue damage, no.
How about muscle tears?
No, it does not.
How about tendon tears?
Not normally, except you can see laxity in the joints if there is tendon or ligament tears. Normally, you can see laxity in the joints, but it doesn't show the ligament or the tendon itself.
Nerve injuries?
No, sir.
Avulsion fractures?
Yes, sir.
People sometimes get MRIs to see if there's a fracture that doesn't appear in an X-ray. Yes?
Sometimes X-rays are the best for looking at bony fractures. MRIs looking at soft tissue injuries.
Speaking of wounds, you've cited a number of references, a number of materials in your reports, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And one of them that you've cited is forensic pathology.
Yes, sir.
This is a legitimate source to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've relied on it for at least part of the basis of your study or opinions.
Well, I relied on it because it speaks and looks at the difference between, for instance, a laceration and an abrasion.
A person could be struck by a motor vehicle and not indicate any bruising to that area, wouldn't you say?
At what speed, what part of the vehicle were they contacted, what part of the body were they contacted? It depends on the amount of force associated with that. There's a number of variables involved.
Okay. Does the absence of a bruise indicate that there was no blunt force trauma to the area?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer that?
Well, the absence of a bruise, can you repeat that again?
You were talking about bruising.
Yes.
Does the absence of a bruise necessarily indicate there was no blunt force trauma to an area?
No, you have to look at all the evidence and you have to look at the force. If there's 4,000 pounds of force applied to the body or to the arm, then certainly you would expect a bruise. And if there's no bruise, then you would have to question if that impact or contact actually occurred. You don't just look at that by itself in isolation. You look at all the variables and facts involved with the case to determine if an injury occurred.
Have you ever seen collisions where more than one person was hit or struck by the vehicle?
Multiple pedestrians, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen in a collision where the vehicle's going the same speed when it hits multiple different people, there can be multiple different injuries?
That is so vague, and you'd have to go back and look at a specific case, look at the injuries, look at the vehicle, look at the people. You can't just say, is it possible this could occur? You have to look at a specific case and demonstrate that that could actually happen.
Well, I'm not asking if it's possible. I'm asking your experience. Have you?
I'm going to allow that.
Have you ever been involved in evaluating multiple pedestrian crash where there are multiple pedestrians hit by one vehicle and they sustain different or in some cases no injuries? Has that ever happened in your study?
Sure, because it depends where they're hit, what part of the body they're hit on, what the force is for that hit. The people aren't going to be hit the same multiply by one vehicle. You can certainly have multiple people and different types of injuries.
Have you seen people hit by a vehicle at a particular speed and have certain injuries, and then you've seen other cases where people are hit by a vehicle similar speed but have no injuries? Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to allow it.
So what do you mean by injuries?
Have you ever seen in any of your cases a pedestrian hit at a certain speed and have injuries, and another case where you look at where there is a similar type collision with different injuries?
So again, do you mean abrasions, cut, laceration, fracture? Do you mean same cars? It's not something that you look for and compare between cases. You'd have to go back and actually study the cases and look at the details.
Having experience in pedestrian collisions, you can't think of a similarity between cases as far as vehicles and speeds and totally different injuries occurring.
I'm going to allow that. Can you?
Do you mean hit the same way with the same type of car at the same speed with the same force?
I'm going to allow it. Can you answer?
I don't believe I've ever seen a case where two people were hit with the same car at the same speed with the same force with different injuries. I don't even know if you can correlate that.
Looking at Exhibit 1, have you done any study about the directionality of glass or broken plastic?
What do you mean by directionality?
About when something shatters, how it shatters. Does it shatter the same every time, or when plastic shatters, does it shatter differently?
It certainly depends on the impact.
Do you have any studies where plastic shatters exactly the same way on different impacts?
I doubt that it shatters exactly the same way.
It has a lot of different variables, doesn't it?
It could.
Depends on a number of different equations, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the testing you do. If you want to see how it shatters, and if you're claiming that it shattered in a certain way to cause a certain injury, if you don't have any peer-reviewed evidence, if you don't have any research, then you have to do the testing, because you can't just say, well, it's possible it could shatter this way and cause that injury. That's not conclusive. You can't use that to come to an opinion about what happened.
Oh, that wasn't what I was asking you. I was asking you if you have seen in cases that when plastic breaks, it breaks differently.
Yeah. Well, sure. The testing we've done here, the taillights covers fractured differently, and we didn't get any contact. So I have personal experience just with this case alone.
We'll get to the contact. When you looked at all the tests you did, the plastic broke differently in each and every case, every experiment, didn't it?
Sure, it's broken like that, and I've never seen a case where you get these types of abrasions.
Well, I didn't ask you that. Is that funny?
No, it's not funny.
Okay.
So I'm going to strike the comment. Next question. Next question, Mr. Brennan. No more comments.
When you did your experiments, the sizes of plastic that broke were different in each experiment, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The number of breaks in each experiment were different, weren't they?
They were, yes.
The angles of the break changed from piece to piece, experiment to experiment, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Did you watch the videos and watch the damage and take a look and count how many pieces broke in each experiment?
I didn't specifically count, no. We looked at contact to the sleeve and to the dummy itself.
You never counted the broken pieces in each experiment?
I did not. There was no need to.
Not a matter if there's a need, did you?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay. You had talked quite a bit about Dr. Welcher's test with the paint, so I want to ask you some questions about that. Were you ever under the impression that Mr. Welcher, you can take that down, please. Were you ever under the impression that Dr. Welcher was trying to reenact the actual collision when he did that blue test?
I'm going to allow it.
Well, that was the only test he performed, and he referenced that test for his opinion that the position and orientation of the lacerations are consistent with the taillight cover. So if that test was not intended to signify or demonstrate the position of the arm, he has no evidence to say the position and orientation of the arm in the lacerations, which are abrasions, are consistent with the taillight cover. That's the only test he did. So if it doesn't represent that, it's really meaningless in his analysis and conclusions.
Now that you've shared your opinions, can I get back to my question?
Sustained. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brent, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
The guy is infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. It's getting spicy because, obviously, we all know that what Brian knows is coming to an end. He's just pushing everything now. Okay, she's letting everything in to try and help him. Just an update as well for you, actually. There is a juror looks ill. So they're breaking now because the juror has requested a court officer and she looks ill, apparently. So we'll see what happens here. But I'm not sure if they can sort this out during the break now or not. But there's a juror allegedly looking very ill, so the jury have gone out. So we'll see if they come back and put stuff on the record now or not. Here we go. Oh, I thought they were back. They're not. So the sidebar still continues. Court's still in session, but yeah, it's getting very rightly so. I mean, look, this is why Alessi was pissed off, and this is why. Oh, they're going for lunch. Okay, so we broke them for lunch. Okay, because the everyone's leaving now, so I imagine they're. Oh no, they're not. Sorry, just go to the toilet. They are okay. I thought they're breaking for lunch. They're not. This is why Alessi's so agitated. This is why, obviously, Jackson's pissed off. We'll see what happens here now.
So it will be the lunch and recess, and we'll take an hour.
All rise to the court, please.
Meeting grapes. Okay. Oh, Dana had to go to the toilet. Dana, however you say it. So, Dana, who was in the chat, obviously Dana Tracy. Dana wrote a lovely letter to my parents. Very nice letter. My parents thought that Dana was a girl because we say Dana. So Dana is Dana in Wales. They gosh, that's a wonderful letters that you wrote to us about you. I was like, I know he's not. It's a he, not a she. But yeah. But I thought that was funny. But yeah, Dana is J-Mac's friend who was in court today and was just gone to the toilet. Right. Dana, just like Tracy's Dana. Yeah, I would just say Dana as in Wales. Here we go. Right, I'm going to go for lunch whilst we got the pocket rocket.
Yeah.
Here, hang on. Let me just change some stuff right around.
Hi. Taz. Oh my God. Hi. It's buffering again down here. So
Okay.
they're all piling out from Turtle Boys.
Okay.
Everybody's out from Turtle Boy. Hi. Yeah. This Silver Fox, guys. Oh, it's only a break.
No, it's lunch
So
break.
everybody's piling out of Turtle Boy's thing.
Break for Turtle Boy. Okay, Adina, I'm going to leave it to it, right?
I'm live streaming.
I
found you on TikTok. I just joined.
I literally was like, wait,
Anyway, I'm gonna
Dina's
leave it to
following
it.
me and she hasn't said anything to me.
I'm learning it. I am. I just got on and I found you. Yeah, I did tell him my car's named after him. He just gave me the look. Like, it seriously? I'm like, yeah, seriously. Oh, they're coming out too. Hold on. Karen's team's coming out. Hold on, I'm running. Hi. No. Pop's waving at me. The car's on here.
The jury has to get dismissed before they can leave.
I'm walking up here. Hold on a second, folks. Yeah, Silver Fox is handsome. He's a handsome guy. He is. Here's the team. Hi, Ann. Hi, Lon. There's our superhero.
Hey, there she is.
Here's Mr. and Mrs. Reed. Looking beautiful.
Yeah, I guess happy because you're working on your tan.
There's the second crash daddy.
Sorry.
Hey, how are you? Good. I packed way at the end. Well, everybody was cheering, so they were told not to. I tried to warn everybody yesterday. No one wanted to listen to me. They thought I was a effing bitch, and I told them, you know, they're getting really serious about this. So
Yeah, it's their case of the problem.
people thought I was just being a bitch to warning, but I told you everybody yesterday. Yeah. All right, I'm going down here. Hold on, I gotta get down this way. What? I'm live streaming. I know. Oh, I've made announcements. I'm not doing it no more. It's not up to me. I can only say so much. If they don't listen, they don't. Cheech. I'm going down to the corner because they usually drive by for lunch. Hold on, folks. I'm running. I might make you guys a little dizzy, but it's like gym exercise. What did Elise say yesterday? Look at that. Not out of breath from running. I'm going to be out of breath. Plus, I get the power pack in my bra. All right. They might not even come this way. They didn't the last time. Yeah, they're not going to come up this way. Oh, who's down there with the pom-pom? There's a little girl there with a pom or a doll or something. Yeah. Yeah, they're not going to come up this way. They didn't the other day. Their routes are changing. They have to change their routes for security reasons. So.
11 to 2, hi Dina.
How are you, honey? Good to see you. All right. Okay, folks. So they're changing on different routes and stuff like that, which is necessary in a high profile case like this. So you're not going to, see it. So as you can tell, folks, now that everyone thinks, yesterday when I was like trying to sternly warn everybody, it wasn't to be a bitch. It was because they told me they're going to crack down about yelling stuff out, cheering, gathering, and everything. And I wasn't even over there when Hardman went over and yelled at everybody. I tried warning everybody. Not my job, but I was trying to be helpful. So, no, I liked Boots too, but you know what? Silver Fox has been around for a while, and the car's silver, so. And Dana couldn't put a pole up, so. We're just going to go with Silver Fox. That's all. Let me plug you in. That's my bra pocketbook. I got the power pack here and stuff. Oh, look who's here. She came out. Look at how snazzy she looks. I'm live streaming. I missed you, mommy.
How are you?
I was gonna bring your shirt up, but I knew you were in there.
Good to see you.
Look at, hold on. Look at how snazzy she looks.
I actually have a body suit on, and this is my.
I want to put these on. I know. Don't they look
I'm
comfortable?
gonna wear this.
Do you have your voice back?
Yeah.
How was your? It looked like a fun time.
Right now.
Hey.
I know. I think I like Phoebe when she was like, when
How was your weekend? Congratulations.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I know.
You guys put up for work real quick, so I'm gonna go grab something to eat with her. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay.
You guys gonna be here for a little bit?
Yeah.
I'll be back.
It
was nice to meet you.
What's a good place to eat?
Well, what's today? Wednesday?
Yeah.
All right, because Tuesdays is the taco place, but the taco place is delicious.
Okay.
As well as the barbecue place that's next to it is good. If you're looking for pizza, Dedham House of Pizza has always been a supporter of Karen Reed. They make great turkey subs too. They got chicken fingers and stuff. A lot of people go to Dedham, but if you want to eat quick, get there now because a lot of people are going to go down there.
Okay.
If you're looking for a bagel or something like that with the egg and stuff, the bagel place too.
Okay. Thanks.
And
so much.
Grateful Diners up there. I'm not sure what time they're open to. It's a breakfast place, but they got lunches too.
Okay.
They're really good too. Hi, look at this, Jilly. I'm live. I'm live streaming.
This is my sister Jean and my
Hi.
Dean. I always post.
Oh, I can tell you're her sister. My God.
I always post on your thing. You look fabulous.
Thank
Doesn't
you.
show. Yeah.
I'm getting there. I'm getting
Yeah,
there.
you
I'm
look
trying.
really good.
How was it in there? She's getting buried, huh?
We're in the hallway.
Yeah, so
Waiting.
We were in
much
there.
watching the Karen trial with us, but I wanted to tell you guys about something real quick. We talk a lot about personal.
Who was you? Hold on. All right, I'll talk to you. All right, Dylan must have something else up on the screen. I don't know. If I lose you guys, it's because it buffers in and out with the Verizon. So I'll get back on. You know what I mean? So hold on, we gotta take a thing of his shirt. Stand for justice. No more lies. No more cover-ups. Stop the corruption.
How do you like that? Huh?
That's a good one.
Thank you.
I forgot. Illinois? No, Missouri. I'm trying to remember.
That's all right. John and Molly. Yeah,
John and Molly. I remembered that, but I couldn't remember.
Karen team.
I know. Hi, how are you?
Boy just came out.
Oh, did he? All right, let's go. We got to go up there. Turtle Boy came out. I'm running all around, folks.
7 to 8.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Yeah, I'm running all around.
Bye, honey.
Hold on, folks. Let's go up here. Turtle Boy's out here. All right, come on. I'm running again. I don't know if he's still out here. Oh, yeah, he is.
So you're working Wednesday, Thursday. Operator does not have an office in Lakewood.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
The address listed for the Commonwealth, 2201 Lakewood Boulevard. I live right there. It doesn't good.
Good angle.
I have pictures. You want to see that?
Send it to me. So
Yeah. Will do.
Aiden.
Yeah.
I'm live streaming on Resistant.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going in there?
It's going great. It's going great. You guys, Will's streaming it, so you can watch it on
Yep.
there. Taking a while, but the College Grove's proven our case for us so far. So
Great.
Yeah.
Good luck. Everybody's pulling for you.
How's it going across the street? Good.
Good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Speaking the bully as usual.
Yeah.
Like the bully.
Crash Daddy 2 still up there.
Still up there?
Yeah. Brennan, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're trying to discredit Rensler.
Oh, it's not working. It'll be okay. I got a lot of caffeine. Anyway, we're gonna go get lunch. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right.
All said and done. I'd love to have you on the Pittsburgh radio.
Okay. Yeah.
There's still a good crowd out here, folks.
It took a recess. Yeah, a recess. I know where it is.
There we go, folks. It's lunchtime. So both Turtle Boy. I didn't know. No,
I gotta go get that. My damn minions, my kids.
It's like working kids. Don't they know we have stuff to do? Brandy, hold on. Say hi. Hold on a second. Let me turn it around. Say hi to everybody. No, it's not TikTok. It's all.
Wait, who does that?
I didn't know.
TikTok yet? No, well, not live. I got a week strike.
She got banished from TikTok for being naughty. I don't know what you
But I
did.
think everything's going great in there for Aiden. I really do.
I know it sounds it.
It sounds really good. I
Yeah.
Like, so I gotta go. I know. But so hot.
Send Ross home
Judge
for
is
the
so
kids.
good. I know, right?
Send Ross home.
Leave me here. I'll get a ride. Right?
Exactly.
Good idea. Where do you take your dog out of here? Come on, I'll go tell him. He's like, I ain't going to get those kids. This judge is awesome. This judge is like,
He's awesome.
This judge is a real judge.
Yeah.
He's by the book. He won't let you sit there and like ask stupid questions. He's like, move on, move on.
Yeah.
That's so good. He seems so fair. Now, I think a bench trial was 100% the right decision for him.
Oh, God, yeah.
100%, because you never know what he's like. You know what I mean?
All it would take is somebody that really doesn't like him.
Yeah, that's all.
And that's it.
Yep.
You know, so he is better off
Yeah,
with the
he
bench.
is. And this judge seems very, very, very fair.
Good.
Good. I got good vibes for him. I'm hoping the best.
Well, it's the truth coming out. So we
you
got
guys
it's
gotta keep me updated. Text me.
all right. Well, you know, just you're part of the alternate corner resistant to silence team.
I'm gonna watch
You
you,
can
but I'm not-
watch.
You guys,
No, we're not
Turtle Boy
streaming it.
streaming? No.
No, Glare is streaming it.
He is. Okay.
Yeah, the Glare is streaming Turtle Boy stuff. So if you guys want to watch Turtle Boy stuff too, go over to the Glare after because
see her get torn apart.
I know.
I mean,
I love the Glera, but you know, you guys can go over and watch them if you want to watch the Turtle Boy stuff because there's two things going on at once. So
Yeah, the turtle.
no shame in the game.
I guess. How is he good? He's
Good. So there is quite a bit of people here, folks. Pulling out.
Yes. Hey, come here. Wait, come here, you guys. Are get in it. Go on this. No, you gotta get over here. Hang on, yeah. Ready? Chicken.
No, it's me.
Read. Yeah. Read.
Just got a picture, folks.
I'll see you later. I love you later. Yeah, I gotta go get my damn cats.
Send Ross.
I know. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
That should have been part of your wedding vows.
You know what?
Did you say obey? Did he say obey? If he said obey, you gotta listen.
Obey no one. He knows. I don't obey no one.
Silver, I'm live streaming. But they're all asking to see what you look like. Can we show you?
It's a free country and you're on a sidewalk.
All right, folks, there he is. That's Silver Fox for all you people that have never seen him. He's a good cop. There you go, folks.
Right, it's a free country.
It is a free country, but I like to be respectful. So there you go, folks. You got to see what Silver Fox looked like. Are you all in agreement with the rest of us feral women? He's everything I dreamt of. I'm a woman. He's everything I dreamt of. But Will is still above Silver Fox. We all know that. Will's number one, then Silver Fox comes into play. Will is still above Silver Fox. We all know that. Will's number one, then Silver Fox comes into play. Ross, we're saying you should just go get the kids and leave Brandy down here. Ross, we're saying you should just go get the kids and leave Brandy down here.
Tell him.
See? Oh, look at Jack all snazzied up. Look at you.
How are ya?
Woo, woo. Oh, there's a motorcycle.
You want to plug it into yours and run it?
Look at that.
Woo, woo. Someone on EBD stream said Hank is the new Ellen Redhoff Depp's trial. Oh my God, yeah. That's hysterical. How is the stream coming? Because it looked on the TV like it was broken up. Is it breaking up the picture? I'm standing still right now. My silver hero, I love it. In person, he's even better looking. So, just so you guys know. In person, he's even better looking. Oh my God, he can hear that because it's being televised across the thing. Oh my God, he can hear that. It's being televised across the thing. All right, we're going to be on our best behavior, folks.
We're having a
Right.
All right, we're gonna be on our best behavior side.
We might be back around.
Hi, how are you? It's only audio, no video. I'm walking back out. Tell me. Hi. I know she's getting huge. Thank you. I'm getting 59 pounds now. Yeah, I can't get rid of the stomach though. I tried.
Me too.
So many sit-ups, and it's just like I'm up to 100 pounds doing sit-ups with the weight machine, and it's just I can't get rid of the
weight machine at the gym.
yeah, like the ab thing.
Yeah.
100 pounds, and it's just not cutting it. Yeah, it's just getting old stuff is for the birds.
The alternative isn't any better.
No, I know. I know. All right, let's go up to the other end to say hi to everybody. Hold on, when I get up there, it'll stop being so choppy.
Hi, Dina.
Hi. Hi, Jess. I'm live streaming, but I want to give you a hug. I'm live streaming. But, well, I'm good. I loved you on your shirt.
Oh, thanks. He's so great.
He is great.
Oh, I want you in the picture.
Oh, you want me in the picture?
Yeah. And you?
I'll take a picture of all of you guys.
No, I haven't.
Heck yeah. I know. Poor Jess probably has to get the lunch.
No,
Yeah.
I watched it doing lunch today.
Okay, all right. I got Jessica and Dina.
Nobody will know. I was like, I don't know what we're doing in that. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
And the world's seeing it too. The world's seeing it, and it's like they're like, what the hell?
No video or photos. I got news at her. They're telling me I can't watch it. But that wasn't like that in any of the hearing. I don't know, it's like out here in public and everything, but we can't take photos inside of her.
That's crazy.
I don't know if I send it to someone and it just makes it when you around it. It's okay. And I got your phone.
All right, let's go up here. Yeah, it's crazy down here when you have two cases going down at the same exact time. But it is what it is. So we're gonna go up and say hi to everyone down here. I walk up and back and forth all the time. All the time. So live streaming. Hello, ladies. Hi, how are you? They got the best seats in the house underneath the tree. Hi, how are you? I'm live streaming. Want to say hi to everybody?
Hello, everybody. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, I've run out of stuff to talk about.
Okay, there's a farmer's market today.
I know. There's more tents now.
Yes. I think it opens
At 2?
Yeah, nice.
I saw just one thing, and I'm like, oh, are they just doing that because they used it as an excuse for the buffer zone?
They call that parking.
I know.
We were the ones that.
You know what?
Everything in the farmer's
If they
market.
were smart, they would have let us stay up there because they would have made hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, they do. That's
Foolish.
We were
Yeah.
the ones that were there last year.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody racing to the farmer's.
No. Does it open at 2 or?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Hold on, we'll see. All right, we're gonna go over and look at the farmers market for a minute because it's lunchtime. I'm live streaming. I'm going over to the farmers market. Is it open yet?
Go over there and fight with them like they did last year.
No. They weren't very churchy, that's for sure. For a church. You know what I mean? I don't know what time they open at. I'm going to check it out. All right. Yeah, for being all loving and everything else, they weren't very churchy. Let me tell you, they hate us. You think they would cause some injustice like this of what's happening with Karen, and that didn't happen at all. Not at all. I don't think it's open yet, though. But we'll go see the sign to see what time it does open at. They got quite a few tents there, though. Oh, I've said it a million times. You're probably sick of me saying it. It's like a big puzzle, and each one of us are a piece of the puzzle. And so you can't have a good puzzle without all the pieces. So it matters what all of us do. It truly does. So each of us have a thing about us to help this cause. I'm a freaking loudmouth. Oh, yeah, it doesn't open till 2 o'clock. So what time is it now? Hold on, folks. 1:08. Yeah, there's another hour. But it's quite windy here, too. Oh, it looks like they got some nice salves and stuff right there, like homeopathic salves and sprays. I like a good farmer's market, honestly. So if you're in the Dedham area, come on down here and check it out. Herbal body butters. So yeah, so this was the old buffer zone, folks. And we used to park all along here. Erica's truck was at the end over here where that telephone pole is. Um, and this was where we all hung out all last year. Oh my God, they got a cookie, coffee set up over here. Ooh. But yeah, I used to have the spot up there, the very first spot. Erica parked here and stuff, and Chrissy Mello and stuff. And this is where, we fed hundreds of people, hundreds and hundreds of people. It was beautiful. There's where we did morning prayer a lot on the footsteps. That's the building where Karen and her team used to go into for break. And the kids used to play football out here and stuff and run around. I mean, we were not harmful. We were good for the area, honestly. And I'm just disgusted with the church because, as a church, you're there to help people, and they were not helpful. They wanted nothing to do with us this year, adamantly, you know. And what they don't realize is they would have made a shit ton of money with all the supporters up here, hundreds and hundreds. So, yeah, Karen and her team used to park along there, if you remember it. There goes Boston Brandy. She's leaving. I have this a little close because it's charging. Um, so let's walk over here. And everybody would line all this stuff, line up all over this sidewalk here. And Karen used to walk right down here around the corner. And this electrical thing right here, so many of the press, because they go backwards, would freaking smash themselves on it. I can't tell you how many times. Um, no, they regretted it. They hated, they treated us like shit. They really did. It was awful. So last year's trial, me and Kurt would be down here, and you can actually see pictures. This was the chain link fence where if you look at old pictures that used to be wrapped around me, and I would block it off each time, and that's where me and Kurt were. In old pictures, you'd see the bicycle police were always parked over there, and they'd line it all up here when Karen and her team walked through. Yeah, so foolish, foolish. I don't know what kind of church it is. It's the first church that I'm Unitarian, yeah, Universalist. That's from 1638. I mean, it's historic, but I don't know what kind of church it is now. And you think they'd be more active because in the back there's like a little school back there, and they're all about, I don't know what you call it, like people that have social things going on in them. It's a school for them when they can't really make it in
Last year, it
regular
was just they were
school.
protesting and like it didn't matter what color you wore. Other people.
We don't blow. Oh my God, that's so foolish. The lady over there is complaining about shirt colors and stuff, and they're complaining about blocking traffic. We've never blocked traffic. Dedham's like this all the time. It has nothing to do with the Karen Reed case. Fucking some people just can't fucking stop bitching, honestly. And it's bullshit. I'm not going to get in an argument with her, you know. I got no dog in the fight. Hi, Dina. Oh, hi, Dina from Cambridge. Hi, Nancy. Hi, Nancy. So anyways, we're going back down. Gonna walk by you guys. I'm live streaming. You're welcome. Oh, the car name, it's Silver Fox. Dana couldn't figure out how to do a poll, but I looked at what everybody was saying for the names, and everyone agreed. Like the most votes were Silver Fox, so the car is officially named Silver Fox. Hi, Robin G. Yep, it's Silver Fox. That is the announcement. Oh, Henry's like living the good life. Look at him up here.
Such a nice life.
Oh, that's good.
What? I know. I was on his stream earlier. Okay. Henry, you're so beautiful. Look at me. Oh, he wants me to rub his belly.
Yeah. That scratches chicken leg.
Oh, scratch the chicken leg. Scratch the chicken leg. I know. If that breeze wasn't out here, it'd be a real damn hot.
Yeah.
They're setting up the freaking farmer's market over there. The ladies over there.
Did they have anything good? Just a blowout.
Probably like a backfire or something.
Yeah.
So the lady over there, she's pulling her table out and she's like in the traffic, and she's like, and they're telling me I can't wear certain colors. The pink, I'll wear whatever goddamn color I want. Yeah, and then she goes, and last year the traffic was all backed up from those supporters. I know. I'm like, I wanted to say something. I'm like, I'm not gonna. I have no dog in the fight. I'm not. All right, bye. Bye. See you.
You too. What are they selling up there?
It looks like there's a coffee truck down there. It looks like there's someone made like home baked cookies and stuff. There's salves. There's all. They don't have everything set up. There's paintings or whatever.
Wow.
But if you see a white-haired lady with a purpley pinkish shirt on, she's on bitching. It's all our problem with traffic. I'm like, this is always like this.
Yeah, right. We did.
I know. Yep.
Yeah, welcome to Denver.
There's not even 400 people down here.
Why? They can play.
Oh, yeah.
And many of us are planning to go over.
Yeah.
Everybody?
That's what I said. If they'd be smart, they'd.
It's my first movie. So fucking well behaved.
I know. And even when we had hundreds over there, they would have made a ton of money if they had, you know what I mean? Like everyone's willing to spend money.
I know.
That is the most unkindest church congregation I've ever seen in my life. It's a farmer's market.
Yeah.
There's a school behind it, but they are the most unwelcoming church I've ever seen in my life.
Christians lately that aren't very Christian.
Yeah, exactly. Anything but exactly. JFK's down here. Oh my God. Oh my God, are you Jason Grant? You're famous. Can I have my picture with you?
So let's go.
Are you with that redheaded lady?
No,
I'm like, oh my God, are you Jason Grant? I'm like, oh, are you married to that redheaded lady? Oh, yeah, you stay away from Will.
She got 100 every single one of them.
Exactly, everyone's money. But churches and stuff are supposed to be like welcoming, people going through stuff, they help you all. And they were the most unfriendliest, nastiest people. It was awful. And it's not like we were willing to come back on the edge of the thing and replant grass and stuff. Like, we didn't destroy the front lawn thing because they really wouldn't let us on it too much. The kids ran around, but we were willing to fix the sidewalk grass and stuff like that. They were awful. The church across the street, they let us on there. Remember that last year? The church across the the church across the street let us stay over there, right on their lawns, all the way fully in and everything. They were wonderful. We made donations to that church. And that church had a nice, big, beautiful rainbow flag in front of it. Welcoming. So people are staying up there for to come back. Come up here. I'm live streaming. Can we come say hi to you? Hello. Say hi to everyone. That's the ginger lady. Not the vodka lady, the ginger lady.
Not vodka.
Not vodka. How are you?
I'm good. How
Were you in beforehand?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
What'd you think? How's it going?
Oh,
Do you mind
taking a
talking a little
photo
bit?
Out of themselves. They don't have a case at all. It's the fake pictures with Aiden hiding behind bushes, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They like to talk about the mobs and the violence and the angry yelling of, vanity, swearing, and they like to talk about that a lot. Megan does. And Lindsay's already mentioned it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or to sell it all over my face.
No, not at all. I would absolutely tell you if you did. No, I'm one of those people. I'll tell you if you get spinach stuck in your teeth or anything like that. I'm not like that. You guys all waiting to go into Turtle Boys?
Yeah.
Ah, hi. How are
How
you?
are
You look
you?
beautiful. Look at, I like that on you.
I got my green.
You got your green. Well, good luck staying in line. All right, folks. Oh, yeah, they're desperately reaching. All right. Let's go down here. I kind of want a slice of pizza. I don't know. I'm kind of hungry. Let's see. Scott's truck. All right, I'm going to sit down for 1 second and make it official. Okay, folks. So, because I'm not tech savvy and I can't put up a poll, and because Dana, it's always his fault, can't put up a poll. So, I looked back at what everybody said, and my car is officially named Silver Fox. It's a silver car, and that's what everybody chose to write. They like that better. There was all sorts of names. There was, well, someone wanted me to name it Will, then they wanted me to name it the Galera, and then they wanted me to name it Randy after the crash dummy. They wanted me to name it Lucky. There was Justice. There was Sally Port. Boots. Um, Someone said Hank. I would never name my car Hank. The fucking thing would break down. Honestly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mom in Wales. So. So Silver Fox it is. And if you scroll back a little bit, if you're just joining, Silver Fox let me film him for a minute so you guys could all see why we run around like feral women here in Boston. This was so unexpected today too, because I wasn't expecting to come down, but I couldn't stay away. I'm invested just like everybody else all this time, and I was like, I want to be down with my people. I do. Uh-oh. Did it shut down? Uh-oh. I think I'm gone. Can you guys hear me? I don't think, I think I shut down. Did you turn that down? Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Scott turned his thing down. I thought we froze again. I'm sorry. And someone wrote, you said to name it Steven Tyler or Tyler. One of my cars a long time ago was Tyler. I try not to rename them twice. But I like Silver Fox. It's part of, the history of stuff down here. I think it's pretty cool. You're leaving?
Yeah, gotta go.
Oh, all right. Have a safe travels back home.
Yes, yes, yes.
You're going to be here tomorrow?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
All day too. So
Yeah.
either all day here or Morrison's.
Yeah, that's true too.
Morrison's.
Yeah, I'm going to Morrissey's. I got to work tomorrow, but unless something drastically changes in the courtroom by the end of the day, I plan on coming here when I get out of work. I got to get some hours in or else I won't be able to pay my rent next week, next month. I got to budget it in and put away money for Indonesia, to rent a monkey.
To rent a monkey?
Yeah, there's a monkey island in Indonesia. I'm going inside a volcano. There's Monkey Island. There's a tea farm. that has these beautiful like statues and stuff, like enormous statues. They're like culture and heritage is really old. It's really gorgeous. So you should name it Dream On. Oh, all right. I'll see you tomorrow.
On the name of the cast?
Silver Fox.
That's what I said.
Silver Fox. Dave, that'll be the next one and hopefully a long time. And then we'll, I'll name it Dream On or something. You better take pictures, Dina. Oh, I'm going to take pictures. I mean, I'm going to go inside a volcano. It's still active, but it's not active with lava. It shoots off ash.
I hope they get nicer to you. I was just talking to you up there. You said,
Oh, yeah.
very nice. I hope
Oh,
they get
thank you. Um, you should have named your car Aerosmith. So I'm going to go inside a volcano. Oh my God, I'd love a slice of pizza.
It's hot.
That's all right. I'm hot for pizza. Oh my God, thank you, Mom.
You're very welcome. I knew I'd find something to share with.
That's all right.
Yeah, they're in my pocket.
I'm not touching you all in white. Hold on, folks. Oh!
I don't know. He's like,
I love the pocketbook, Mama.
Thanks, baby. Yeah, I got a stroll back from my kid this morning. Don't you just love doing that?
I do. Well, I never had a girl to steal money from.
For another hour. I'm like, oh, whatever. Here, Mama.
Hey, Mama.
Yeah.
The car is named Silver Fox.
Yeah, I love it.
What he looked like.
Oh, my daddy.
So the
He came in the court and somebody said something, and I was like, why? And they were like, why? You think he's handsome? And I go, climbing like a tree. It's a quote from a movie.
hold on, sir. I'm gonna turn this around so they can see you.
Water.
No, shut up.
You pour that in here.
All right, folks. I hate to be a pain in the ass, but you guys got to let me know if you can hear me, because it keeps on wavering in and out, saying I've lost connection. So I'm not sure if I have. Give me a thumbs up or something.
There you go. I'm fucking going back to. Yeah.
All right, I think we can. Someone just wrote Erica, so they must. Okay, good. I'm sorry to do that, folks. It's just it wavers in and out. The reception here gets really bad. So. Huh? Is this your chair?
Uh-huh.
No, here, sit in your chair.
I'm saying, good.
Oh.
I'm glad you're doing this.
Where did you get those pants? I love them.
Don't talk with your mouth full.
I'll do whatever I want.
My mother said.
Yeah, my grandfather said that too, but I'm in a rush.
Oh,
You got to get back in line in court.
my wife was just watching you.
Oh, yeah. I'm just streaming here eating pizza. So I'm talking about Indonesia.
Indonesia.
I'm going to Indonesia at the end of August for
Why?
3 weeks.
Why?
My son has taken me to go see his in-law, and my grandchildren are going. And her grandmother in Indonesia hasn't met my granddaughter. Yeah.
That.
Met my grandson, but not my
You just
granddaughter.
fly to Japan and then go from there.
I'm flying to,
Yeah, why?
it's by Dubai. No, not Japan this time. It's Qatar.
Yep.
Qatar.
I'm going to
On
Qatar.
that Qatar Airlines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watching to Qatar,
They go.
and then Qatar to the island of Java.
They go from Logan in that big ass plane.
Yeah.
Big,
Well,
big
better
car.
be. I hate flying, and I got to do 13 hours and 7 hours.
Yeah, but 780s.
Hey,
And that's not going to be fun.
Not a 780s.
just 3 slices up. If I gave up, people want it, have it, you, whatever. If not, I'll grab it when I come out. I need it then.
We can be.
There's one for you.
I miss your ass.
I miss you too. I'll be out in a little bit though. You
Okay.
know I have to see this shit through.
Oh, you have to see this shit through.
Love you guys. I love you.
Love you. All right, so you're gonna have to put up with me chewing on pizza. This isn't about being dainty anymore. You guys seen us at our worst. Hi. There's the ladies. Give a shout out if you want anything. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, who are you streaming with?
Resistant to Silent and Alternate Corner. We are the People's Channel.
Brandy.
Yeah.
I met her earlier today.
Isn't she lovely?
She's amazing.
She is amazing. Her and her husband, Ross.
Oh, I didn't meet her. I met her. But hey, free Karen Reed. Prayers to send soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
You guys make a difference being down here.
You make a difference.
And your chat makes a difference. And everybody who can't make it, this is the first time in 3 years that I've been able to come here physically. But
you're here. That's all that matters.
yeah, and when I'm at home, oh my God, I cry, I pray.
Do you go into the chats? Like, what's your chat name?
So I'm just regular Lyndia's my name. I'm in different chats. I'm in Melody's, I'm in JFK's, I'm in the layover with Jane Jackson, and I'm subscribed.
Isn't James Jackson the kindest freaking human being you've ever met?
They all are, yes.
Oh my God, I
all
love
are.
James.
They really are. My husband and I went to Lynn when they were doing their first
Oh,
live
did that? Yeah.
stream. And I met a lot of people in the chat. They're
Oh, that's awesome.
And my husband and I, we had a little date night, and we went.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, we've been together 29 years, so.
Oh, it's always good to
It's
get a date
right.
night out. Something different.
Our youngest.
Got to keep it spicy.
You do. I really believe that. He's
Yeah.
like, we date more now than we did when we dated.
How many kids did you have?
Total 4.
Yeah.
Because he had 2 kids. And then we have a 24-year-old together, and our 18-year-old just graduated high school.
Oh, so you're going to have an empty nest soon. Kind of, sort of. Like, you can do what you want to do now.
That's what it is. Like, he'll be like, let's go away for the weekend. I'm like, down. Like, let's go.
I know.
Right?
It's weird because you sort of like reconnect yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
After
that's
the
why
kids
there
are out.
should
When
be
they were
so much more than just the kids.
right.
So I got him on the Camry support because he started watching, and he loves old school music. And
yeah.
So say hi, everyone.
I did say hi.
She did say hi.
All the way down
Yeah.
there, and you were.
All right, so what she's saying is true, folks. When you have, like, you date somebody and then you went by, you end up having kids, and then your life changes because it's all about the kids. And then your kids get older, and you actually have to like the person that you married. Like, it changes after years, folks. Because you got to, like, rediscover yourself. So that's awesome. She went on a date down to Lynn to JFK's and James's thing they did. So that was awesome. Is Lynn Teller chat says thank you. Oh, I didn't see it till she already walked away. I tell everyone how important it is to be out here in this and thanking people for it too. I mean, it is important. Oh my God, she brought salt too. I freaking love Erica. I'm gonna eat a second slice of pizza. This stuff is like they put so much cheese on it. It's like I'll probably die later, but pizza's good. I want to choke on cheese. Someone asked about Indonesia. So yeah, I'm going with my son, his wife, and then my 2 grandchildren. And my son first traveled over there. He was into photography and stuff, and he went out and met people that he met online. It was right after he graduated. He wanted to do something crazy, like, because, then you got to become an adult and work and all that other shit. So he went out to Indonesia. And while he was out there, he met her. This was like 10 years ago. And he's been back a few times. And look, I got pizza all over my face. I'm holding the camera and eating at the same time. So tacky. There's another slice in here. Erica said eat it. So, my son's been back multiple times. One time he took all his high school friends over there too. There was like 6 of them that all went to Indonesia. And he's seen all over the place. He's been to Bali and all that stuff. I've never been out of the country. I've been to Canada, but Canada doesn't stamp your passport book. So this will be the first time me flying this far away. Canada, I drove across from Detroit, Michigan. But this time I hate flying. And the first flight is going to be 13 hours. Then there's a layover in a country called Qatar. And then there's the second journey of the flight, which is another 7 hours. And then when we land at that airport, then there's like a 3-hour drive. I'm going to a town called Bandung. It's on the island of Java. Indonesia is made up as a bunch of islands. And so I'm going to be on the island of Java, which off of there has Monkey Island. So I'm excited. That's where all the monkeys live. So I I want a monkey for a day. I'd like to rent a monkey the whole time I'm there, but my son says the monkeys are mean. But this is going to be life changing. I'm going to do it. What do I got to lose? You know, I always say if I die doing something that I like, then I died happy. But my son has to give me the lowdown on everything. Like I can't show cleavage. I can't wear these. You guys all know me. I wear this stuff all the time because I sweat all the time. Hi,
I
honey.
don't trust Dina with my child any day.
Aw.
I don't trust no one with my daughter. Because he's autistic, but I trust you.
Oh, I'd have fun. It'd be fun.
We were talking about, I was like, oh man, I was like, I gotta go, I gotta pick the kids up for school. He's like, let Dina pick them up. I was like, well, I would trust her, but no, I get my own kids, but you would be the only one I would.
Oh,
Listen,
thank
if
you.
anything ever happens to me here, they better be calling you.
They can call me. I'd take a kid in. So, what was I saying now? So I'm gonna go to a zoo too. Oh, it was about my shirt. Like I sweat. I'm menopausal, folks. I'm truthful. When you're my age, when you sweat, you sweat. It's disgusting. Why can't men have half these problems? But anyways, I wear tank tops and stuff. Cannot do that in Indonesia. You can do it in Bali, which is part of Indonesia because it's more modernized. But where I'm going, you cannot. I will get caned in the square. I can have tattoos. If I go deeper out, I'd have to wear a burqa, like that. But I can't wear a bikini. My son told me to go shop like it's 1930 and buy one of those like short outfits with like long sleeves on it to go swimming at the beach. Um, so I'm going to go to a volcano. Um, there's a tea farm there I'd like to go to. Um, but I've seen all the pictures from when he was there and all the amazing food. I'm going to be blown away. Um, he told me to expect to be sick the first week due to the bacteria of different stuff. No tap water. Um, you got to drink bottled water and like wipe the top of it so I don't get, food poisoning or whatever it is. God only knows. Um, their food, you can go down any neighborhood and there's tons of food carts and stuff. If you guys go on YouTube and look up Indonesia and look up Bandung and stuff like that, you'll see stuff. I'm going to be in the city, but we'll be going on the outskirts of it too. Um, I got to watch my French. That's going to be the tough one, is not swearing so much. Bye. They didn't give me a lighter. Um, it's a once in a lifetime event. Like I already told my work. My work must be so sick of me because I'm told them about taking days off for this Karen Reed trial because we're at the end. I'm totally not responsible at work right now, which is not like me, but I'm doing it. And then I had to go in and tell them at the end of August, I'm taking 3 weeks off to fly out of the country. they they seem to be pretty okay with it. Hold on a minute, folks. We're at the end. Totally not at work right now. And then I had to go in and tell them at the end of life. I'll make huge memories. And this whole trial right now, what everything's going through, you should really look at because your life, anybody's life could change in 2 seconds, and your freedom could be taken away in 2 seconds. Look what Karen's going through. She can't travel. She can't do whatever. You know what I mean? Her parents can't travel. They can't do whatever. You got to enjoy life while you can. I mean, you got to pay your bills, but you got to enjoy life. I can rent a motorcycle over there, but my son says they have tourist traps there where they will ticket you on purpose. He got ticketed the last time, but he was laughing because it was like $5 in American money. He gladly paid it. But knowing me, I can't go out like that just as a woman over there. Women have lesser rights over there. Not so much in the city, but on the outskirts of it. I'm like, I'll be good as long as I don't see some man hitting a woman, because you can hit women over there, and I ain't for that shit. So, but anyways, I'm really excited. It's going to be life changing. Exactly, Drew. Exactly. But I don't know. Somebody in the chat the other day said that they've been to Indonesia, or their plant is there, and they were gonna get information. I forget how many islands there are. Isn't there like 1,000 islands in Indonesia? Because I'm going to Java, and then I'm gonna go to the Java Ocean too. And some of the sand is black. Oh, they're back. Hold on. I'm talking away, and I didn't even notice that they're back. We might miss them. Thank you. I can hear Shay yelling, Jackson! Jackson! I'm on live streaming. Oh. Yeah, that's why I said it quick, so you know you don't say it. Yeah. All right, let me shut this off and you can ask me. Thank you. All right, folks. So, all right, we just got word. So here is the new rule. They've been lax with everybody being out on the corner and stuff. But if people continue to cheer them on and yell, they're going to push the buffer zone back. Sucks, Sam. Oh, I thought you were Sam.
Oh,
No, so he's been lackadaisy with it more, like you can go in, but part of the rule of the new buffer zone thing was it's about congregating and yelling. And they just said the word that they're gonna push the buffer zone back if people continue to cheer and yell. So here it is. Welcome to Massachusetts. We have to abide by the rules. I don't like it at all. And I try to warn people so they don't get arrested. But it sucks. It totally sucks, people. Hold on, Aiden's walking up. I'm good. They just came out, Aiden, and said that the police did. If we keep on cheering or anything for Karen's team, they're going to push the buffer zone back.
Oh, please.
Yep.
What are you supposed to do? Yeah. How you doing?
I found this out one night. I had insomnia and I read part one.
Yep.
And I just heard
That makes sense. Yeah. You guys were fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. All right, everybody's lined up to go into Turtle Boy's hearing. So we're going to go say hi to everyone. All right, you're out in public. I'm live streaming, just so you know. Huh? Yeah. Hey. I found you on TikTok. Yeah. I just joined. I have like 15 followers. I just learned it.
Yeah, I saw you looking. Kind of resembles Handsome Brian with a ponytail, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Right?
He does.
You guys are like rough.
Absolutely. Yeah, so here, say your TikTok handle stuff or whatever you call it. I don't know. I'm new to it.
Handle is Keeper Legal.
There you go, folks. I'm just learning TikTok. I started yesterday. A guy down in the buffer zone showed me, and I started posting pictures. I think I'm gonna become addicted to it.
Yeah,
It's so
you
cute.
get addicted to it really quick.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I'm just a loudmouth
Yeah.
player.
I have 14 followers.
It's toxic. You're saying it's
Talk to.
toxic.
Don't mess with me.
It's toxic.
It's toxic.
It might be toxic.
Yeah.
But we have fun.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm loving all the stuff.
Have you?
I started posting some of my old
If
pictures.
you just started on TikTok, you need to look up the Karen Reed AI babies.
I did. I found that.
Okay.
I'm waiting for them to come out with one with my blue glasses. That's what I'm waiting. Whoever makes TikTok little babies, can you please do one of me with the blue glasses on? Like, I'd really like that. Please. All right, folks. Everybody's there starting to let. Are they letting them in? No.
You think that people were not?
If you want to give a shout out to anyone, you're more than welcome to. This is the People's Channel.
What's in your boob? Hi, people.
My battery pack, probably with a cigarette lighter, some M&Ms, some chips, tissue paper like my great grandmother. When I go home at night and take my bra off, everything falls out. I'm like pinata. Thank you, Cheech. I like that. I love that tattoo too. That's a freaking awesome tattoo.
You gotta have her fix the hair because she's doing enough with the hair over here.
Yeah.
It'll be white.
It's awesome though. My white on my leg, it was when white first came out with tattoos. It faded in 1 year. It's better now, but back when I had that done, God, 20 years ago, it faded right out. All right.
You're doing enough with this. Let's see the light blue. It's supposed to be like white in between the light blue and the light blue. So I'm going next week to fix it. I think next year or something. Be covered, you know.
I'd love to be covered in tattoos. I just can't afford it. Here's everybody waiting for Turtle Boys, Cameron. You want to give a shout out to anybody?
Free Karen Reed.
There we go.
We love you, Karen. Free Turtle Boy.
There you
We
go.
love you, Turtle. And we love you, Gina.
Oh, thank you. I love all of you guys, man. We're all a team. There we go. If you want to give a shout out to anyone, you can. Anyone in your family or anything, whatever you want to say.
We're new here. First day. First
Yeah.
day.
Where are you from?
Medford.
Nice.
Somerville.
Nice.
Medford.
Nice. Waltham. Yep. Home warehouse.
Oh, I love Arrowhead.
I do too. There's Colleen.
Trying to get in.
I know.
Let's see what happens.
You've been here for 2 years. Go cut everybody. What are they going to say? You've been out. They should let the people that have been out here too for a long time get up there.
They should.
Yeah, they should. The lovely Chrissy's here. I'm live streaming. Hi, gorgeous yourself. How's the new job?
You know what? Oh,
You've been there a while. I'm live streaming, but
yeah. No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, I love it.
Good.
But it's a lot, you know, and I'm working 2 jobs actually. My old job calling me back.
Oh my God.
So I switched. Did you do something with Aerosmith?
I have done stuff with Arrow. Like, you mean the Aerosmith?
Or something.
The what?
I don't know. What?
I'm part of a group that there's 12 of us, and we do pull all the collections together, and we do a free event up in Sunapee. We haven't done it in a few years, but and we open it to the public for free, and everyone can come in and look at all the old memorabilia. If you're friends with me on Facebook, you can go down into my photo albums, and you can see all the stuff.
Now, I watched one of their episodes of like, who do you think you are when he did his DNA? And I forget what it was, but they showed the old van.
Yeah. The van was hidden away. It wasn't really hidden. They knew where it was.
Oh, it was American Pickers.
American Pickers. Yeah, that whole
restored it.
show was bullshit.
Oh, I
They
love
knew where the van was. No one wanted to pay attention to the van. But then when they were retiring, that's when we discovered the van.
Oh, yeah.
They actually got an old recording of the glove box in that van that was handed over to the band by a friend of ours, Rick. And it had, music that was recorded that they hadn't had before.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I know.
Aerosmith.
Fucking Aerosmith. You gotta love it. All right.
Yeah, you're the best, honey.
Honey, you're the best. I've missed you down here. I'm glad the old crew's coming back.
Well,
Rita was here earlier.
Yeah, I know. I saw her.
I know.
Morning. I talked to her on Monday, I think. No, over the weekend. She told me when she was coming.
People don't know the hell we went through in the beginning.
I have a picture of the rolling rally. Don't quote me on that because I wasn't there.
You wasn't there. I don't know. Maybe it was someone that looked like you.
Witness what?
Yeah, witness nothing. There you go, folks. And of course, Scott McGinnis is out here with us.
You get the bird?
Yeah, if they keep on yelling, they're going to push back the buffer zone. Hi, Bradle. How are you?
Karen Reed went up to Jack when they came back from lunch.
Yeah.
She goes, "You really need to tell people to stop
I know.
laughing and yelling."
I said it again on here.
Bev will tell Hardman to move us back out of there.
I
He
know.
doesn't want to lose the crowd, but people need to learn how to behave.
I know. They think I'm a bitch for saying it, and they were all pissy at me the other day, but I'm not doing it to be an asshole, folks. I'm doing it so this movement fought hard to get everybody up into this buffer zone. Please don't ruin it for us. I know everybody gets excited, but we don't want to lose this. We're almost to the end of this. And a day or two
And
matters.
it happened yesterday because the jury exits the back door of the courthouse, and they were boarding the bus.
Yeah. And I warned
people were getting loud, and the last thing we need is the jury to hear us.
Right. And
Bev will do something and make the buffer zone so we can't be down there.
Right.
People need to listen.
So, there's people down in this movement that have been down here a long time, and they're not saying stuff to you to be an asshole. They're saying stuff to you so we don't lose the little bit of right we have left to be up here. So we're not doing it to be pushy freaking assholes. Just please bear with it and us. So.
I mean, I get it. Everybody wants to cheer on Karen and cheer on her, lawyers. But that's the very thing that's going to get us kicked out of there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I don't agree with it, but that's what it is.
Everyone just stay silent and just put your hands up with the Karen Reed gesture like this. Silent, and say that because that means I love you to her. So that's how it's got to be. Silent symbol with your hand up.
Here's our friend Dina.
Yep, Dina. How are you, Dina?
We are going live while Dina is going live.
Oh my God! I've never been a part of such thing. Double live.
Double live. That almost sounds illegal.
Kiss had an album.
It's a twosome.
Kiss had an album called Alive 2.
Yep.
So I guess we're alive too.
We're live too.
Tell us where you're.
I am from Waltham, Massachusetts, which is home to the Aerosmith warehouse on Pond Street in Waltham.
They make watches there, Dina. Don't
Yeah, they made the Waltham City Watch, which was hugely, still to this day, collectible watches.
Okay, and you're just a regular lady who's turned into a worldwide.
Dina's a media sensation.
I did. In school, I always got in trouble with my mouth, but now it's
Now you're getting paid.
That was geared.
I don't get paid for this. That's a misconception. None of us get paid.
Monetized.
No, I don't. I'm not into that stuff. I'm just here because I truly believe in the innocence of Karen Reed, and I've seen all the frame job that's going on.
Okay.
And we're meeting new friends here all the time.
Yeah.
Right. You can tell this gentleman is a radio guy for two reasons.
His voice.
Number one, he has a face for radio.
Oh, stop.
And number two, I haven't asked him a question yet, but we've been on for 2 minutes and 56 seconds.
And I've been able to
I
stop.
haven't asked you.
And we have a friend in common, or at least an associate, Howie Kahn out there.
Not Howie Carr.
Nope, not to be confused. Howie Kahn.
Not to be confused with a con man.
No.
I was just about to say that.
But not terribly far removed from one either. Like, I'm just saying,
Another guy from the sales side who
Yes.
moved over to the...
to broadcasting, and he's a wonderful guy.
Okay, so we have a crowd behind us. What's
We
going
do.
on behind us here?
What is what?
What's going on behind us here?
They're all waiting in line to get into Turtle Boy's hearing because there's only so many seats. So they have to line up early to get in order to secure a seat.
Right.
And that's what they're doing because they're showing their support and love for Aiden because Aiden started this whole movement.
Yes, he did. Citizen journalist.
Yeah. And I mean, now people are learning that mainstream media completely sucks and that it's going to go into independent media.
Who's got more credibility here? No sponsors and no big people to tell what to say.
Do I even need to even confirm that? Because we know that's the truth. We've watched it down here, especially with Channel 5 that's in bed with the McAlberts. Like they were, when this trial first started, they wouldn't even report properly on this. And that's what their job is.
Well, that's full immersion in the tank. So.
I've seen the lady on Court TV in the morning. Might as well be the kid.
Julie Grant.
The Julie Grant, yeah.
Yeah.
Her.
She
She has two guests that both represent the same side of the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. vocally speak what I think of Julie Grant.
Go right ahead.
I can't say that publicly.
We have no FCC rules.
Julie Grant, you are a cunt.
Okay.
Whoa, Dina, I'm impressed.
Yeah. I have
I barely know this young
absolutely
lady, and I'm very.
no respect for her whatsoever. I think she does the most shittiest reporting, and she acts like she knows what's going on. She knows nothing, nothing, and she's never even been stepped
been here.
foot down here. So I have Julie Grant. You are a piece of shit, as well as Beth Tickles from Boston Globe, who wrote false articles on us boots on the ground people saying we wavered and posted my picture in her article, which was totally false. So Beth, you too are a piece of shit.
We got 2 words for you. I can't say it. I don't even know them, but I'll tell you.
Yeah, I have no respect for a lot of the streaming and the media and the newspapers that are out there. They're finally getting on board now that we're in the end.
Carlos making his debut here.
Carlos.
Carlos.
And also,
Let us in.
where is
Carlos.
where is the outcry over Enrique Delgado Garcia, which we have no answers for? Where is the outcry over Just en Route that was shot 31 times? Where is the outcry over Sandra Birchmore and her unborn child? We have a standout Thursday tomorrow from 2 to 4 at Morrissey's office at 45 Shawmut Ave in Canton. It's called Stronger Together, and it's all of us pooling together to protest and support what's going on.
When is he up for re-election?
Not soon enough.
2026.
There is a person running against him. I forget what his name is. We really have to start getting some more information on that. Right now, we're just diving into this so much.
There's 2 candidates.
2
that are running against him.
And he was uncontested.
They're both
wasn't he, before?
Democrats.
Both Democrats, okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
And you know what? I don't care whether you're Democrat or Republican. A one-party state is not good for anybody, right?
No, it's not. And what is a Democrat nowadays? It's thing. And, here in Massachusetts, it's going to be the hardest state to change anything. It's buried in Democratic Party, and it's buried in corruption.
There you go.
Sure.
And I never had a voice for radio.
Well, let me tell you, you changed that.
Well.
Yeah.
The 13th time we protested DA Meatball Morris's office.
Yeah.
Not just for this case.
They're back.
No, it's just on route case.
They bumped me out.
I did bump her out, but she bumped herself out in the end. There you go, we're back, straight sidebar. I think she's going to probably give a bit of a lecture as well. So we'll see. Here we go then. I think the jury on the way in, that's why camera's gone up. I wonder how long is left of this witness. Probably the rest of today, I imagine. There's 2 hours left today, so I imagine we'll have Rentschler on for the rest of today. And then rebuttal will probably start tomorrow, I imagine. So that will take, well, I'm not sure if it'll take a day, but it'll take a lot of the day. And hopefully they do jury conference. Well done, court officers. Well done on doing your jobs.
wouldn't fairly depict some of those internal injuries that you're referring to, would they?
As I described before, it can show laxity of the joint, but it normally doesn't show the actual soft tissue damage itself. No, sir.
And a crash test dummy is different than a.
Yes.
And the opinion. Dr. Rentschler, you wrote a report back in February 2024.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And in that report, you provided a number of opinions, didn't you?
I did. Yes.
Do you remember if you opined or had the opinion that the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's arm would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
And the amount of force required to fracture the tail lamp cover would result in extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Correct.
And so your opinion back in 2004 was that if a person's arm were to cause the damage to that taillight on that Lexus, you would expect to see extensive soft tissue and likely bony injury.
Yes, soft tissue referring to ligaments and tendons of the elbow and shoulder, correct, and the wrist.
And so you're saying not superficial abrasions, but in the arm?
Yes, when you look at, and you can see from the testing we did for this case, for this round, that the arm extends and you have contact with the arm, you would expect at those speeds damage to the tendons and the ligaments, the elbow, the shoulder, likely the wrist.
And the x-rays that we looked at or that we saw, and you offered the words of the medical expert, there is no MRI studying any ligament damage, is there?
There are no MRIs that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And x-rays wouldn't fairly depict some of those internal injuries that you're referring to, would they?
As I described before, it can show laxity of the joint, but it normally doesn't show the actual soft tissue damage itself, no, sir.
And a crash test dummy is different than a person, isn't it?
Certainly it is, yes.
No
sir.
muscle.
That's correct.
No ligaments.
That's correct.
The crash test dummy does not react or respond like a human being.
Well, it does to a certain extent, yes.
There are differences.
Certainly there are, yes.
And so when you're looking at a crash test dummy, you can agree that there are significant differences between what you might see on the dummy's arm and what would maybe happen to a human being's arm on the inside.
There can be. That's why you have to look at the acceleration and the force, and that's primarily what the ATD is utilized for.
But focusing on the actual observation of the arm, you would agree, doctor, that looking at a crash test dummy arm is not comparable to actually looking into a human being's arm with an MRI and seeing if there's any damage on the inside.
No, of course, that they're not the same. No, sir.
You were speaking about references earlier. You did have a chance to see Dr. Welcher's report, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And in his report, there were a number of references, weren't there?
There were different references, but I think maybe 26 within his report.
In addition to his references, you were sent a number of gigabytes of information, weren't you?
I was, yes.
And in those gigabytes, there was different references to different materials, wasn't there?
Well, first of all, there were only 26 references in his report that he cited to for his opinions. There was material contained within the batch of documents that they sent over. There was a bibliography or CV of different papers that he had submitted, I think 20 pages of papers that weren't referenced in the original report. And the most recent paper in that AutoPed packet was from 2004. Most of them were from the 60s and 70s, but there was an additional packet of information.
When you read his report and saw his references, did you look up the references?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were saying earlier that there was only one reference, you were referring to the pink test, correct?
Well, I was referring to, there's only one reference specifically with respect to automobile pedestrian impacts.
When you looked at his references, sir, did you have an opportunity to read any of the articles?
I did, yes, sir.
And many of them are peer-reviewed?
Yes, sir.
In addition, when you looked at the 20 pages of materials he sent over that were not in his report, how many references did you read out of those 20 pages of references that he offered?
Well, I didn't read any because they weren't referred to in his report for his actual opinions in this case.
Do you know whether or not he considered those references or whether he read those references?
We're gonna allow that.
He didn't cite to any of those references in either the PowerPoint presentation or in his report. That's the knowledge I have of whether he reviewed those.
So you don't know what he considered or thought, do you?
I know what he cited to and he referenced to in his report in PowerPoint. That's the extent.
The question is, you don't know what he was referring or reading or relying on other than what was in his report cited, correct?
Well, right. If he referred to the other articles, yes, certainly other articles in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, he may have, but they don't really pertain to what happened in this case.
How many references were in your May 7th report?
Well, I think there were, let's see. Uh, 26, I think.
Those 26 references, are they offered in your report to suggest some type of support for the proposition that you're promoting in the report?
Well, they support the opinions or the methodology or both with respect to what I've offered in this.
The
matter.
reason why you put a cite in is suggesting that it supports whatever proposition you're footnoting on that.
To some extent, or the methodology or some information pertinent to that opinion, yes, sir.
Regarding crash test dummies and prediction in soft tissue injury, you provided 3 sites, didn't you?
And soft tissue injuries?
Yes.
Can you show me where that it says that, sir?
Footnote 11 of your report, Mr. O'Keefe's right arm kinematics during impact with the Lexus are inconsistent with producing the documented cuts damage to his right sleeve as well as the abrasions to his right arm. Did you write that?
Yes, and which one was that again? I just want to make sure. What was the number?
You cited footnotes 24, 25, and 26.
Yes.
And when you cited 24, 25, 26, did any of those 3 sites, in fact, those are the only sites that you cited for that proposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your entire basis of sites is limited to those 3 articles or 3 papers, yes?
For reference, it's not, the testing obviously proves differently, but yes, for that one comment there, those were the 3 that were provided, yes.
Starting with number 24. When you looked at 24, did it ever suggest, this paper, did it ever suggest that it was appropriate to use a crash test dummy in the material of a crash test dummy to make an analysis or determine whether or not there would be documented damage to someone's skin?
No, it didn't. And that's not what I did in this matter.
In this article you cite supporting the claim that you made, there is nothing in here that would suggest that a crash test dummy is appropriate to use in making that determination, is there?
There is not, no, sir.
In fact, in this article, it gives you details on what actually should be used to make that analysis, doesn't it?
No, sir. It looks at, it tells you certain ways to look at sharpness and how lacerations are caused.
This is titled Skin Tissue Cuttability and its relation to lacerations, severity, indices. You know that, you cited that.
That's correct. And it looks at specifically, I think, laminated glass and its ability to cut the skin.
Number 24 in your site, correct?
Yes.
And it tells you 3 types of skin were examined and used for this type of study. Post-mortem human skin from 2 different body sites, Cameos leather, and Napa goat skin. Is that correct?
Right, to look specifically at laminated glass and it's the cuttability of that type of glass.
And the reason why the study is giving those suggestions is because a crash test dummy's arm and fabric, the way it's made, is different than how real skin would respond. Yes?
Well, it is different, sure.
Yeah.
And I didn't do that type of comparison.
You did not do any comparisons with any of the suggestions in the site that you cited in support for your proposition, did you?
Oh, I did not evaluate that. No, not in that manner. No, sir.
And then you cited number 24 or 25. You cited a book, Forensic Pathology, correct?
Correct.
And in this forensic pathology book, in the entire book, it never suggests that crash test dummies are appropriate to use when making this type of analysis, does it?
Correct. And that's why I would not do that type of analysis with respect to lacerations. That's not what my analysis involves, sir.
My question was, nowhere in that book does it say that crash test dummies are appropriate for analyzing skin lacerations on a collision, does it?
Sure. I mean, for that sake, it doesn't say it's inappropriate either.
And then you also cited an article, your third article, Understanding the Acute Skin Injury Mechanisms Caused by Player Surface Contact During Soccer. Did you cite that?
I did, yes.
And again, there's nothing in there that talks about the appropriate use of a crash test dummy when you are trying to support the proposition that someone's arm is consistent or inconsistent with producing cuts and damage in a collision.
That's correct.
Are you aware of literature relative specifically to the use of the hybrid 3 crash test dummy, which was used in this case?
There's a lot of literature with respect to the hybrid dummy, yes.
Have you ever heard of the person by the name of Stanley Bakatis?
I don't recall that I have.
Okay. How about Harold Mertz? Isn't he a leader in the field with crash test dummies?
He is, yes.
Right. Would you agree that we also do not believe the current instrumented arm configuration is suitable either for prediction of soft tissue injuries? Would you agree with that?
Well, for laceration, sure, it shouldn't be used for that. It shouldn't be used in that manner. That's why I don't use it in that manner.
Do you have any source that says it's suitable for determining superficial abrasions?
I do not, no, sir.
You have no other sites whatsoever supporting that proposition, which led inevitably to one of the opinions you gave to this jury, true?
No, not true. That's a misrepresentation of what I performed, the testing that I performed, and the results that I analyzed in this case.
Now, you've talked a lot about Dr. Welcher's pain test. You don't have any information that Dr. Welcher ever claimed that his test was intended to represent exactly how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was when he was hit, do you?
Well, the evidence I have for that is that in his report, he says that the orientation and position of the lacerations are consistent with the orientation position of the taillight cover. And then right under that, he has reference to that test that he performed. So again, if he didn't intend to do that, then there's no evidence that he can provide with respect to the arm impact at all. That's the only test that was performed to look at the arm and the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent the actual position, then apparently he has no idea how the arm was positioned or how it was impacted.
Let's get back to my question.
Yes.
Is there anything where Dr. Welcher has informed you or written that he is intending to represent the actual arm angle of John O'Keefe when he was hit by Alexis?
Again, I just described what he has in his actual report. So he didn't write specifically that that's what it's intended to do. It seems he's inferred that. And again, that's the only test that he's performed or referred to in this case.
You inferred that?
Inferred that that's how he believes that the arm was positioned?
I think we understand your perspective is that the only test he performed, but what I really want to get at is your conclusion, your assumption that Dr. Welcher was suggesting that there was a specific arm angle that occurred in this case that he was identifying. You don't see that anywhere in his report.
Well, it would be pretty odd if the one test he ran didn't actually represent what he thought happened. I don't understand what the value of that would actually be.
Did Dr. Welcher ever represent that he was trying to describe the actual body position of John O'Keefe when he was hit?
Actually, he doesn't state that. He states very little in his report or in his PowerPoint. He demonstrates through the video of his arm like that and contacting it, and then he holds his arm up to a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm to compare and apparently demonstrate that it's in the same area. But again, he doesn't actually state that opinion. He doesn't state any opinions that the contact actually occurred, except in one point, and has no evidence or foundation for that.
Would the answer to my question be no?
You would have to ask Dr. Welcher, I suppose, but if it's not, again, then I'm not sure what that test actually accomplished
Well,
or
I'm asking
represented.
You've made assumptions and then have given opinions to this jury based on your assumptions, haven't you?
I've evaluated the evidence in the one test he ran. If that's incorrect, well, then I would have to correct my opinion and my assumption and say that not only is the test not actually show what occurred, but he hasn't performed anything to actually link the arm contact to the taillight cover. If it doesn't represent that, you're right, I'd change my opinion that there's no evidence, no analysis, no conclusion whatsoever.
I'm going to try to make my question a little clearer. Is there anything in the report where Dr. Welcher has stated that the arm angle in the demonstration was in any way attempt to replicate exactly how John O'Keefe's arm was when he was struck by Alexis?
I don't believe anything's written in the report with respect to that, no.
Is there anything in the report, Dr. Welcher, anything, that states Dr. Welcher was stating or claiming that he knew the body position of John O'Keefe when he was struck?
I'm going to allow that.
So no, I guess there is no opinion or conclusion that he knows how Mr. O'Keefe was actually positioned at the time of this alleged incident.
You
You're correct.
know whether Dr. Welcher has been clear that he does not know? Let me say this a different way. You would agree, Dr. Welcher has never stated in his report that he can identify the speed at which Mr. O'Keefe was struck in a collision.
He does not state what he thinks the speed is. That's correct.
He never states how far, if at all, Mr. O'Keefe was thrown after being in a collision.
That's right. He does not.
When you don't know the speed, you don't know the body position, and you don't know the angle of the body at the time of collision, you cannot replicate a collision with crash test dummies to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well, you're right. You can't prove that that actually occurred. That's the basis. Yeah.
So
if you don't have
you
the information, you can't replicate what happened. You can't determine, you can't state to any conclusion of accuracy what actually occurred if you don't have the evidence.
So if you were to do a crash reenactment, but couldn't state to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty this replicated the actual collision, that wouldn't be scientifically reliable to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, would it?
Well, if you perform a test and you state this is what I tested and this is the angle, then you can certainly say these are my conclusions. But if you don't know the throw distance, if you don't know the position, then you're correct. You can't actually come to a conclusion that it didn't occur. If you don't know how something occurred, how can you conclude that it actually occurred? It scientifically makes no sense.
So if an expert does a crash test and they can't determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it replicates the actual collision, you would agree that would not be a reliable test to present to a jury, don't you?
I'm going to, very briefly.
I'm going to allow it. He's based it on the Commonwealth's own witness. The Commonwealth, his own expert, put that test in. So that invalidates everything that Welcher put in. That invalidates any kind of rebuttal. That means that every testing, everything that they've said to the jury is wrong. So that expert, Welcher, testified under oath about his testing. Scrap it. It doesn't make any sense. He's just basically trying to say, well, you know, so Welcher didn't put any of this stuff in writing, so you've gone off something that is not in place. So you've made it up. So you're not 100% sure that's what happened. And he's gone for around. So, well, yeah, if the theory is wrong, measurements are wrong, then obviously it changes things. But he's based it on the Commonwealth's own expert. Oh my days. This is just like, and Bev just allows everything in. This is why Jackson's probably up there going, hey, we've based this on, what do you say, the good faith, because remember, they all work together on this. So on good faith, this was put together. Now, Brennan's saying, yeah, we never said this. The expert never said this. Never said this in writing. So what was the blue paint thing about then? This is just absolutely atrocious that this is even happening. Why is the judge even allowing this? This is why Jackson's pissed right now. I don't blame him. This is exactly what, this is appalling. And I hope people see how appalling this is. Their own witness, they're saying that he never testified or put down in writing what actually, what the test should align to. But Dr. Wolf said in his testimony that they worked together and he based everything off what Dr. Welcher put in. Complete bullshit.
In reading the reports and evaluating the PowerPoint, would you agree there is no statement by Dr. Welcher ever in anything that you reviewed that he is claiming or stating that his paint test was supposed to be a reenactment, identifying the details of how Mr. O'Keefe was standing, moving, or holding his arm at the time of a collision?
He did not state that. That's correct.
So when you've made your criticisms, that you've done testing regarding Dr. Welcher, you don't have any evidence, any statement by him that he was trying to reenact the actual collision.
When I did that, there's one test with the arm like this. That's the only evidence that was presented in his opinion or in his case. I evaluated that. I have not seen any other explanation of what happened or how it occurred. Specifically, Dr. Welcher said in his report on page 9, he said, I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. If he did not recreate how he was positioned, if he did not determine the speed of impact, if he did not determine how Mr. O'Keefe's body moved, if he did not determine where he ended up, then he did not conduct either an accident reconstruction analysis or a biomechanical causation analysis. He did nothing of the sort.
Other than your opinion, let's get back to my question if I could.
I believe I answered at the beginning of that, sir.
I'm going to ask you again. My detailed question is, there is nothing in Dr. Welcher's report or any of his presentation that states he is trying to represent the exact posture, movement, and stance of Mr. O'Keefe when there was a collision. It's not anywhere in there where he stated that.
It's not stated. I'd be curious to find out what that, if that wasn't the intent of the test, I'd be curious to see what the actual intent was.
Is the answer no, it's not in there?
I think I just said that at the beginning of my answer, sir.
I'm going to ask you again, is the answer no?
The answer is no.
When you do crash tests, you have a controlled environment in some respects, don't you?
You do, yes, sir.
You get to control some or sometimes many of the variables, don't you?
You can, yes.
Real life sometimes is described in your world as chaos, right?
I suppose it could be under certain circumstances.
Testing is limited to the variables that you produce, but real life sometimes has variables you can't predict. Isn't that fair to say?
It's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible, doctor?
I don't know, is it?
What I'm asking you.
It depends on the situation and the certain variables. It depends on the case. It could be possible, yes.
Have you seen cases where variables are impossible to predict?
Where the what?
Variables. Have you had cases? You've had many cases, you said. Have you had cases where variables are impossible to predict?
It depends. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. And if you want to conclude that something happened and this is how it occurred, you have to look at those variables. If you can't control for those variables, then it's possible you can't prove that it actually happened. So yes, if you're doing a certain test to prove something, you have to look at how those variables may affect it. But there's basic information you have to know to perform that type of an analysis.
So my question again is, are there scenarios where variables are impossible to predict?
There could be, yes.
Have you had cases yourself where there are variables that were impossible to predict?
I suppose I probably have. I mean, it depends. If you don't know what happened, sure, then you don't know those variables necessarily.
How many cases have you done on pedestrian accidents?
Done hundreds of cases.
So you have a good background and basis to know whether or not there are variables that sometimes you can't predict, don't you?
Sure. As I said, it depends on the case.
When you did the crash tests in this case, did you actually do them?
I did not, no.
Were you even there when they happened?
I was not, no, sir.
So you're relying in part on Dr. Wolf's work.
I am, yes.
If Dr. Wolf made mistakes, would that affect your conclusions?
It depends what mistakes they are.
When you had, or when Dr. Wolf had the crash test dummy in test E and F on a forklift, you remember those?
I do, yes.
When it's on the forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy after being struck to move, to be thrown, does it?
Actually, if it's a force acting on it, it will move. It will like a pendulum. So if there's a force acting on it, you'll see which direction it moves. If there's a forward force, it will move. It'll swing forward or sideways or backwards. It can move.
Well, my question isn't direction. It's, can it show the throw? Can it throw or move the crash test dummy in its natural course after the collision to a resting spot?
No. In those tests, though, there wouldn't be any throw.
If a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, if a crash test dummy is restrained by a forklift, it does not allow the crash test dummy to be thrown, does it?
Assuming there is throw, that's correct. It doesn't.
It doesn't allow an observation of the crash test dummy to turn or fall, does it?
No, it does not. Well, no, actually it turns, sure. I mean, it can spin.
How about fall?
No. And a crash test dummy would just fall down anyway.
Have you seen crash test dummies where it is held in place electromagnetically, and when the collision happens, then the dummy can move? Have you seen that?
I have, yes.
Have you seen, excuse me, have you seen crash test with crash test dummy where there is a light, I'm sorry, where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or a second before the impact?
I have, yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower and a little clearer.
If you answer my question.
I just did answer it. I said it wasn't.
When the crash test dummy is held by a forklift and the car hits it, it doesn't replicate the drag that the car will have on the crash test dummy as it would a real person, does it?
You can see if there's any drag because it's on like a pendulum. So if there's any drag pushing it forward, it's going to sway that way. It's going to move the dummy. It's not going to move at the distance that it actually would. If there was any distance, it would move it. But you can actually see the motion, and you can see in the testing, the 24-mile-an-hour testing, there was no motion, which is not unexpected for that type of a test.
There is a difference between a crash on center of mass and a fender vault, isn't there?
There is, yes.
A fender vault is a different type of collision than a center of mass collision. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
it is impossible to replicate all of the different scenarios with a crash test dummy on a fender vault collision, isn't it?
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to replicate, and it depends looking at the injuries or how someone was positioned. So if you know how they were positioned, you can try and replicate that, yes.
Could I have 59 of Dr. Renschel's PowerPoint, please? An article, Vehicle Pedestrian Collisions, Validated Models for Pedestrian Impact and Projection, correct?
Yes.
And you put snippets up on the board?
Yes.
Okay. And these snippets talk about an engagement with the pedestrian in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why you took out a piece of that article that falls between those two paragraphs?
No, I don't think so, no. Those are the most relevant parts.
Did you cut out the part that says some frontal collisions are with the corner of the vehicle where the pedestrian is deflected to one side without secondary impact of the upper body with the vehicle front? Alternatively, the transverse velocity of the pedestrian at impact may be sufficient to prevent head contact as the body rotates sideways off the bonnet. And these situations are known as fender vault. The models presented here do not apply to fender vault. Did you leave that part out purposely?
Oh, yeah, I did, sir, because this isn't a frontal impact with a sedan over the fender of the hood of a sedan. This is with the back of an SUV, so it's completely different.
You've cited many, many sources where it talks about front end collisions because that is the majority of pedestrian collisions, the front end, isn't it?
The majority, it is, yes, sir.
And so there is a difference between fender vault and a center of mass collision, isn't there?
That's correct. And that's why you see a center of mass, you look at the testing we did, that's a center of mass impact. On a frontal impact, usually, if you're hit by the front of a car, it doesn't usually get your center of mass, you're too tall. That's why you do a fender vault, or you flip onto the hood, or you flip over the top of the car. So yeah, it's completely different. It doesn't pertain to allegedly what occurred in this case.
So let me get back to my question. When the tests were done, E and F was a center of mass collision at 29 miles per hour, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Right. E, are you considering E a center of mass collision?
Which was E, the
24 miles per hour?
No, it didn't hit the center of mass of the dummy, it just hit the arm.
Exactly. So there is a difference. In this case, you don't know the position of Mr. O'Keefe's arm at impact, do you?
Nobody knows. I don't think his arm was even impacted by the car, so no. I don't know the position of the arm at impact because it wasn't hit by the car.
You don't know the angle of his body at impact, do you?
The alleged angle?
So ask the question again.
Okay. You have no information about the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time the defendant's Lexus was traveling backwards on January 29, 2022, do you?
We have no information that he was even hit by the Lexus. So there wouldn't be any information on the angle if his body wasn't hit.
When you talked about force equations with this jury, you cited a number of pieces of literature, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you cited the literature, you cited all literature regarding concentrated forces, didn't you?
No, that's not true.
There's a difference between concentrated and distributed force, isn't there?
Yeah, I talked about that on my direct, yes, sir.
When you showed your slides, for example, the hand.
Yes.
Could we see slide 8, please? Okay. Let's try slide 56. You would agree with me, doctor, there's a difference between a concentrated and a distributed load, wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
When you gave your opinions in this case, it was based on concentrated load, wasn't it?
No, sir.
When you gave your force equations, was that distributed load or concentrated load?
That was the load at the center of mass. And so you can evaluate that on a distributed load. You look at acceleration and you look at bending moment. So you can do both.
When you gave your charts and numbers, was that based on concentrated or distributed load?
No, that was based on the distributed load with respect to the center of mass of that arm and where the accelerometer was.
But this was not a center of mass impact.
We're assuming a center of mass is the most dispersed impact. So if we want concentrated, then we look at a focal point, and you can do that with a hand. But center of mass, acceleration, and distributed across the entire arm, that's where it's the least amount of pressure if we're talking about force over area. And that's what I evaluated in this case.
When you gave your demonstration about the hand with the different hexagons on it, do you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. There's a difference between taking a small object and putting pressure on the body as opposed to a larger, wider object, isn't there?
Well, it depends on what it's contacting. And certainly not a difference when you look at the size of that impactor and the size of the knuckles and the metacarpal bones.
So for example, if somebody took a book and hit somebody off the forehead, it may or may not leave a mark. But if they use the same force and they took a high heel, the heel of a high heel, and hit somebody, there would likely be more damage with the high heel than there would with the book. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, soft tissue, but if the force is the same, you would expect the fracture to occur. You have to look at the distribution, you have to look at the strength of the bone, and you have to look at the overall force that's being applied.
Now, you said in your differential diagnosis, you considered all evidence. Did you say that on direct examination?
I don't believe I did. I believe I considered evidence for a biomechanical and accident reconstruction analysis in this case.
So you didn't consider phone data?
Has nothing to do with biomechanics or accident reconstruction.
Did you consider text stream data? I'll strike it. Did you consider Apple Healthcare data?
No, sir.
I'm going to allow it.
Did you consider phone temperature, battery temperature data?
I'm going to allow it.
Has nothing to do with biomechanics, sir.
I'll ask again. Did you consider it?
I did not, no.
You said it would be improper to ignore evidence. Are those your words?
For a biomechanical analysis, yes, sir.
Have you been to the scene of an accident before or a collision?
I have, yes.
Do you know what a debris field is?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen in your videos E and F, there's debris fields after the collision and the taillight brakes, isn't there?
So first of all, there's debris in the yard. What that's from, is there a collision? Was there a collision? Where did that come from? Where it was positioned? That's all conjecture and supposition. Those aren't actual facts, sir.
Can you hear my question about debris field? I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think it's in a...
Excuse me, sir. In a collision, have you seen debris fields?
I have, yes.
Have you seen debris fields where a taillight would shatter?
I have, yes.
In fact, in your videos, yes or no, after the collisions, in video E and F, there are debris fields, aren't there?
There are at a certain point, yes, sir, absolutely.
And so when you're looking at your studies, do you consider debris fields?
It depends on the evidence. It depends on how it was collected. It depends if it is accurate or reliable. But from a biomechanical standpoint, no, you don't need to look at the debris field or alleged debris field of a taillight cover. It has nothing to do with the injuries or the position or the movement of an
Exhibit
individual.
73, please. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like possibly part of the taillight cover.
Right. Is that an alleged part of taillight cover, or do you think that's part of a taillight cover, sir?
I don't know specifically. It might be part of the actual taillight cover.
Well, when you studied this case and you looked at all the evidence and all these different things, did you look at these photos and see that alleged piece of taillight shard recovered from the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road? Did you consider that?
Well, I don't. Was that part of the one that was recovered by a leaf blower or not?
When you were doing your ample study, sir,
Yes.
what I'm asking you is, when you were looking at all the available evidence, did you look at this photo
of this alleged taillight jar on the front lawn, 34 Fairview Road. Were you aware of this?
No. Oh, I was aware that there was debris in the yard, but again, that has nothing to do with the biomechanical analysis. If you can't prove that the impact happened, then everything after that doesn't actually matter, does it? Because all of that would be from something else. So unless you prove the core issue at this case, the contact, the post-impact movement, the head injury, without proving that, everything else is ancillary to what you're attempting to conclude.
Do you have any evidence in your biomechanical studies how this alleged piece of taillight shard ended up on the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I don't know, sir. I didn't evaluate or investigate that.
Could I have Exhibit 76A, please? Did you see this photograph, sir?
I do, yes.
Is that part of a red taillight shard or an alleged piece of a taillight shard?
It looks like it, yes.
Did you consider this in your biomechanical studies that this taillight shard was found in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Was found. Can you give me a precise distance from where the body was found and where that was found with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, with respect to a reference point?
Did you consider this, sir?
There is none. So, no, I did not consider that.
Do you know how this taillight shard got there?
How it got there?
Yes.
That wasn't part of my analysis. There are certainly different possibilities of how that actually occurred.
Exhibit 99D. Do you know what that is, sir?
It looks like part of the light assembly.
Mr. O'Keefe's hat?
Oh,
Did you
that's
look at
his
this
hat.
photograph?
I see now, yes.
Did you know he was wearing a hat that night?
I did, yes.
And did you consider how that hat ended up on the ground in front of 34 Fairview?
No, sir, that was not part of my biomechanical analysis. There's a number of ways a hat can end up in a yard.
Is one of those ways being in a collision with a Lexus?
I suppose that's a possibility, or someone could put it there. I mean, there's a number of different possibilities as to when or how a hat may appear in a yard.
Who do you think put it there?
Well, I have no idea. I haven't seen any evidence of how it got there, and frankly, it's immaterial to a biomechanical analysis.
Do you have a theory you want to share with us about planting evidence? Is that what we're getting at, sir? By the way, the x-rays you looked at earlier, when's the first time you saw those?
I saw those when I was on the case initially for the first trial.
No mention in your report about reviewing those.
It says I reviewed medical records and reports. That's how I actually word in every report I have. I just put generally that it refers to medical records and reports, which includes x-rays, MRIs.
Exhibit 74, please. Have you seen this photograph?
I have, yes.
Okay. In your studies or your testing, did you determine how Mr. O'Keefe's shoe ended up near the curb?
No, sir.
Exhibit 201A, please. Have you seen this photograph before?
I don't know that I have.
Have you ever seen any container that had taillight shards that matched the defendant's Lexus that were removed from his sweatshirt and his shirt? Have you ever seen any container holding those?
I haven't. Well, I believe there was evidence collected like that, but yes.
Okay, could we have 201E, please? Have you seen this photo?
I believe I have seen that, yes.
Do you understand those are taillight shards matching the defendant's Lexus, the broken taillight?
Yes.
That were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's sweater or shirt?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. Did you consider that?
I'll try. I'd rather try to reformat it than come sidebar. Did you know that taillight shards were collected after Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and T-shirt was scraped?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
I need to see for a second.
Jurors, this will be brief.
She has no shame. She's letting everything in. Hang on. We'll be back to live, hopefully.
In your extensive study of the detail of this case, did you know that these pieces of plastic were removed or scraped from Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, specifically his sweatshirt and his T-shirt? Did you know that?
I was aware that samples were recovered, yes.
Were you aware that these samples were consistent with the broken taillight of Miss Leeds' Lexus? Did you know that?
Yes.
Did you do any analysis how these broken taillight shards got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, I did not. The first step involved with that would be to actually perform a biomechanical analysis to look at the movement of the body, how the body was positioned, where it ended up. So without that knowledge, you can't determine exactly how or if those types of shards were deposited there as the result of an actual impact.
Your Honor, based on the last question, you checked on the copy of the discussion, you checked and you described based on the question that was asked. For the same reason I was thinking it sidebar. You just reformat it. I'll try again.
Okay.
When you looked at these taillight shards that were objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When we looked at these taillight shards that were consistent with the break in Miss Reed's Lexus, did you consider how they got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes? Objection. Same objection.
I understand the objection. Word it differently. Start with the different.
Yes, Your Honor. You see these pieces of broken plastic, don't you?
I do.
And you understand that these were found in the scrapings of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes.
I do.
And you understand that these broken pieces of plastic are consistent with the taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
I do, yes.
In your studies and reenactments, did you make any determination how these pieces of broken plastic got into Mr. O'Keefe's clothes?
No, when you look at those studies, first you have to know how the incident occurred. Then you can look at that and determine, if you want to, how that may have occurred. Because otherwise, there's, again, different ways, different manners in which that may have been deposited on the sweatshirt. Without knowing how this happened, you can't just then look at other evidence and try and predict how it happened. You need the actual evidence to look at the event. This all goes to the event. You need contact with the arm, I guess apparently, to actually cause this incident to occur. And without that evidence of any of that happening, knowing how the body moved, knowing how it was hit, knowing where it ended up, any conclusions drawn off of information like this is just supposition, because you don't know the movement of the body or the vehicle. It's putting the cart before the horse.
Could I have Exhibit 201D, please? Do you understand this is broken pieces of plastic consistent with the broken taillight of the defendant's car? Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
And do you understand this is a photograph of these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, do you understand
Well,
that?
if that's what you're telling me, then
I don't want you to rely on me. If you didn't see them, it's okay.
I don't recall if I saw those or not.
Have you seen this picture?
I don't recall seeing it, no.
Now looking at this photograph and seeing these broken pieces of plastic under a microscope with fibers near the plastic. Is that something you would want to consider in your analysis, forming your opinion whether or not there was a collision between Ms. Reed's car and Mr. O'Keefe?
Again, if you can't do a proper biomechanical analysis, then that evidence is not consistent. You can't determine how it occurred. You can't say that that's consistent with it. You can't just look at certain evidence and not do a proper analysis. If you can't even tell that an impact occurred, you can't look at tertiary evidence and say, well, this proves that it occurred. In order to say from a biomechanical and accident reconstruction standpoint that an impact occurred and here's how it occurred, you have to understand the mechanics and dynamics before it. This could certainly support that finding and those conclusions, but by itself, I don't know of any methodology in any study or peer-reviewed article that says you can just look at alleged evidence and then form an opinion as to whether an impact occurred.
Can you see with your eye that parts of those broken pieces of plastic are sharp?
They look sharp.
Do you disagree? Do you think they're not sharp?
I don't have an opinion as to that, sir.
We'll take a look.
Objection. Sustained.
If you look at that for me kindly, can you tell me whether you think those pieces of broken plastic are sharp?
Objection. I would allow that.
I guess they look sharp. I have no idea if they are or not. It's under a microscope. When you actually put things under a microscope, it looks much different, and it is much different than
Could let's go back to
looking at the normal eye.
20E. Perhaps that can help. Not under a microscope. If you pay particular attention to the larger one in the middle, that looks like a shark's tooth. Do you see
Yes.
that one?
Yes.
Do you think, Doctor?
Level of superficial abrasions along the entire arm of minimal depth of less than 0.5 millimeter through impact with the glass. To have that minimal force on every part of the arm to only cause superficial abrasions would be highly unlikely.
Do you think some of those sharp pieces, if they were lodged in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, could cause an abrasion?
It's possible if you had enough punctures and holes in the sweater to correspond with the abrasions on the arm. That would be, I suppose, that could be a possibility.
In your testing, not to belabor it, I'm just going to show you one. I want to show you video E. Could we go to video E, please? Stop. In video E, the arm that is sticking straight out, who determined that angle, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, well, we positioned it just so it would impact in the general area of what was shown in Dr. Welcher's paint test study, which apparently is irrelevant and doesn't show the alleged position of how the arm was at impact. But yes, we positioned it in that manner.
When you say we, did you have input on the positioning of that, or did Dr. Wolf do it?
Well, I had input into how we were going to position it. It would probably be both of us, I would say.
So you and Dr. Wolf chose to position the arm straight out, correct?
In that test, we did, yes.
Is there a glass in Randy's hand?
There's not, no.
A drinking glass, no?
No.
In any of your studies, did you have a drinking glass in Randy's hand?
We did not have a drinking glass in the dummy's hand, no.
And you see when the taillight is shattering, those red things falling down. What are those?
Those are part of the taillight.
Continue a little bit, please. Stop. Did you count how many taillight pieces broke?
We didn't count the taillight pieces. We counted how many punctures or holes there were in the sweatshirt, which was 0.
If you had done this test and changed the arm angle, do you expect the damage would look different as far as the breaks in that taillight?
Well, we conducted a number of tests. It may look somewhat different, sure.
If you conducted this test and moved the arm angle, not another test, this test, but you moved the arm angle, do you expect that the break would look different?
That the brake would look different?
Yes.
It could look a little different. I mean, certainly the brakes looked a little different in the test, but they were comparable to each other.
You do not know how John O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
Well,
No, I'm going to allow that.
You do not
How
know
he was
how John
standing there.
O'Keefe was standing that night, do you?
if he was standing, if the impact occurred, then no, nobody knows how he would have been standing.
You would not know what his arm angle was, would you?
No.
You would not know the exact speed of any vehicle that hit him that night, would you?
Sustained.
The debris, the broken taillight, is that traveling in a consistent or a different direction?
What do you mean consistent or
Is
different?
it all going in the same direction or is it going in different directions?
No, there's some spread to the debris.
So the pieces don't all fall right in a pile with each other, do they?
They do not, no.
Continue, please. Stop. Do the majority of the pieces land on Randy?
No, they do not.
And so as they fall, if Randy were to fall, many of those pieces would not be among the immediate area of his body, would they?
If the dummy fell right there, no, they would not be.
Now, the dummy can't fall because the dummy is on a forklift, correct?
It's suspended like a pendulum, correct?
And you see in your test that the taillight at what you say is 24 miles per hour can be broken without the dummy's knees touching the vehicle. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
You can't tell the full movement and fall of this dummy the way you've set up this test, can you?
Well, knowing the physics, you can certainly determine or estimate where it would be, but no, you could release it and it would fall primarily straight down. It would twist and it would fall down.
Is there something that could affect the dummy if you let it fall? Is there something that could affect its movement after being hit?
Like what?
Like, could its feet be twisted and then hit another object like a curb?
Well, there's going to be very little lateral movement of its feet, but even if it did, then it's still going to fall over right where it is.
Can you continue, please? Can you see the feet, doctor?
Yes,
Are they twisting?
they are, yes.
Is that because of the rotation of Randy after he struck?
Yeah, that's the rotation of Randy. And again, yeah, as you said, that's not a normal person because there's no normal force acting on the dummy. We just have it barely touching. So a normal individual, you aren't going to twist to that extent because this is a dummy which is suspended with just a little contact on the
And
ground.
after being contacted by a vehicle enough to break the light, could it cause a person to stagger backwards?
I mean, you're making some suppositions here. There's no evidence that would occur in this case, and not if you're spinning like that. You're not going to stagger backwards. First, you're going to spin if you get hit with your arm, as I described in my direct. But is it possible? I can't say it's impossible, but there's no evidence of that.
Could a person stumble backwards after being hit?
I'm going to allow that.
What do you mean by backwards? Because you'd be spinning. So what direction is backwards?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb, sneaker come off, and then stagger backwards and fall on their head?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow that.
Doctor?
Can you answer that?
I mean, I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that. So it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
You think John O'Keefe did somersaults into the front yard of 34th Fairfield? Is that what you're telling us, Doctor?
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir.
That's not what I'm asking. I've heard that. I'm asking
Yeah.
if he did somersaults into the front yard.
No, there's no evidence of what he did.
Your Honor, should come sidebar quickly before I start.
Okay. Oops.
This fucking motherfucker. I mean, it's great that he wasn't hit by a car, but how is Bev allowing all this in? with a straight face. Oh, let me just check that we are live. Hang on. Yes, we're live. How is she allowing all this in with a straight face? Consider this. Welcher has testified for over a day. And now the comments are saying everything he testified to, it's not actually accurate. So, everything the ARCA guy's done then since then, not even accurate. So none of it counts anymore. What are you doing? How is she allowing this with a straight face? She's allowing absolutely everything. No, Hank's not done, people. He's going to sidebar about some issue that he wants to go into. So this is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. If it wasn't so serious, the fact that Karen is on facing 20, 25 years in prison, you'd laugh at this. This is like a TV show. You'd look at home going, no way can anyone convict, or no way can anyone be this corrupt. And you'd probably be thinking, thank God this is in America, or this is in the UK or something. But this is happening in real time, in real life. But, wow. It's like an 8-part series on Amazon, this is. Amazon Prime. It's just gone on for like 30 odd days. I'm lost for words. I genuinely am. Because you've got a defense attorney as a Commonwealth attorney right now who has just basically chucked his own expert under the bus, saying actually he never said anything about how John was hit. So yeah, Arca, your analysis, we just paid him $400,000, man, but your analysis, Arca, is based on nothing. So wow. I genuinely am lost for words. I've never seen anything like this. I just don't know. And everything he goes into, she sustained a couple of things, but 99% of it, he's he's asked, let's see on redirect what Jackson could get into. What's it called? Rise Up. Let me have a look to see if I got it here. Hey Deb, you be quiet, Deb. How are you, my darling? I know I've not seen you much in chat today. How are you doing? Or today, or ever? How are you doing? What's it called again? Rise Up. Rise Up. If I don't play it today, Amanda, then I'll play it another time. Just remind me. It depends on how everything goes today. So if I don't do it today, I will do it for you. Yeah, you, Deb. I've not seen you much this week or last week. How are you doing, my darling? You well? Hope you're doing well, my darling. No, I can't put it in there. So he's from Pittsburgh. Where are the others from? Philadelphia? Is it? He's holding his own. He's adamant. Look, he wasn't even hit by a car. And he made the point so many times. Look, I can't tell you what those shards were from because I only do investigation up to a certain point. So, but Bev kept allowing him to go into it. It's like, well, yeah, I don't know.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please? Did you see this photograph, sir?
I did, yes.
And do you see the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the left side of his nostril?
I do.
In your analysis of whether there was a collision with the defendant's Lexus, did you consider or know that there was evidence that a piece of glass or a piece of broken plastic was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that. So, hold on. Let's get an answer, Dr. Mitchell. Your objection's noted, Mr. Jackson.
I was aware there was some piece of material allegedly pulled from the nose, yes.
Allegedly pulled from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And that alleged piece of material, were you aware that it was perhaps a piece of glass or broken plastic?
Objection. Are you aware of that?
That's not the evidence. That is not the evidence.
So,
Glass.
hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Brennan.
I can reword it.
Okay.
You're welcome. Are you aware of that object that was pulled from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? What material that was?
I believe it was glass.
Did you want to know in your assessment about collision where that came from?
Well, I did evaluate that, and it's actually entirely inconsistent with coming from an impact with the vehicle.
Can we have Exhibit 52A, please? Do you know what that is, Doctor?
It's hard for me to see from here. I believe that's the drinking glass.
A drinking glass. Do you know where that is in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe it was found in the vicinity of where he was found.
And could I have Exhibit 195, please? You recognize that?
That is another photograph of the drinking glass, yes, sir.
197A, please. B. C. D. And in your assessment, did you know that a piece of glass that fit the broken drinking glass was found in the street area in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 98, please. A little more, please. Do you know what that is, sir?
It's hard for me to tell from
Does it
back
look like
here.
a drinking straw?
Okay, the black, that does appear to be a drinking straw, yes.
Have you seen that before?
I've seen that photograph before.
And you appreciate that is in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And sir, in your analysis, in your reconstruction analysis, did you consider the broken glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body, the suggestion glass is found in his nose, and that glass that fit the broken glass was found on the street? Did you consider all those things in your reconstruction analysis?
Well, my biomechanical analysis, I did consider especially the glass in the nose, yes, and whether that could have been as a result of the impact.
A result of what?
A result of the impact with the vehicle.
When did you find out about the glass from Mr. O'Keefe's nose? When did you learn that?
I don't recall specifically.
Well, was it before you came and testified last time, or was it before this time?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you. I know it was before this time. I don't know when I found out about it.
Weeks ago, months ago? Could you turn the lights on, please?
I have no idea, sir.
You don't know if it was weeks, a month ago?
I don't remember with that specific piece of evidence when I found out about it.
What do you mean you don't remember it? Have you seen it before?
While I evaluated certainly for my report for this case, I don't know if I had known about it prior to that.
Is it mentioned anywhere in the report about the piece of glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
No, it's not.
When you received that information, did someone tell you about it? Did you listen? Did you watch? how did you evaluate this evidence?
It might have been in an interview or something that it was pulled from his nose, I believe.
Okay. So you saw and listened to something?
I believe so, or was made aware of it.
Okay. Just a couple more questions, sir. I had asked you at the beginning of your examination whether you denied that receiving information certainly helped prepare to understand what was going on during the trial. Do you remember those questions?
With respect to the trace DNA, correct?
Okay. And approach?
Yes.
April 20th, 2025. Page 124, line 16. Yes. 124, line 16. And approach?
Yes.
You've testified a few times under oath in this case, haven't you?
I have, yes, sir.
And you testified recently for a short bit in April, didn't you?
I did, yes.
On April 28, 2025, did you testify in this very courtroom
I believe I did.
under oath,
Yes, sir.
like the oath you took today?
Yes, or yesterday.
Now, when I read this, I'm not attributing this in any way to the defendant's attorneys. I'm going to read you this just for clarity. You were asked, did they inform you about witness testimony? And what did you say, sir?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony in situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Those are your words?
Yes, sir.
Page 125, line 7. I'm going to ask you if this is your sworn testimony, sir. On page 125, line 7, I'll read the question. And if this is your answer, you should read the answer. You asked, and by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it? What did you swear?
I said it certainly helped prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson? Okay.
So he's obviously trying to portray Dr. Rensler as untrustworthy and things like that. So look, if the jury want to buy that, they're going to buy it. You know, oh yeah, so Paul is in with Aidan now then, so because he's not here. So whether we like it or not, some people may believe that's important. So, you know, I'm not sure what the jury will think about that. We'll see how Redirect comes along now to recover some of these things. But I think overall, when it comes down to it, Brennan can land a couple of. It's like boxing match, right? You know, when you got two boxers, people will land punches. But overall, I mean, when you count the round, though, I think, you know, Jackson's got to come out overwhelming. So it's going to be like a 10-9 round. So, no, it wasn't a year ago, Robin G. It was from April this year, from the Viadaya, however you say it. So, I believe. But anyway, it's not a massive deal anyway. So. In the grand scheme of things, it's as Julie says, it's a nothing burden.
Inquire.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Rinchler, you were just asked a couple of questions about they provided information about the prior trial, correct?
Correct.
They is no one associated with the defense team, correct?
That's correct. No one associated with you, and they provided information. And again, it let me know what was going on, but it didn't affect my preparation or my opinions. It in no way changed any of my opinions or what I testified to.
Thank you for that.
To get through this, I'm going to let you just
Thank you.
answer the question.
Sorry,
And-
Ron.
And with regard to, and I appreciate that, Mr. Brennan asked you a couple of questions about they being your employer. Do you remember those questions at the beginning of his cross-examination?
I do, yes.
Who is your employer, actually? The actual employer that you work for?
ARCA.
Okay. Wasn't them.
No,
It's a client, correct?
it was a client.
A
That's
completely
correct.
separate entity that hired you for that work, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You were asked about a fender vault collision, and you said, well, this wasn't a fender vault, right?
Correct.
What is a fender vault?
A fender vault is when you're hit by the front of a car and you're moving across the car. So you're moving across the center towards the driver's side of the car, and the car hits you. You go up over the car and you fly over the fender to the driver's side of the car. So you vault over top of the fender.
Dr. Rachel, where is my, as I stand here, where is my center of mass?
Right about your belly button.
Right there.
Yes.
So what would happen if I was hit by a vehicle, front collision, and the vehicle struck me below my center of mass?
It's going to flip you. Your center of mass will go, you'd go right up. If it was coming right at you and it hits you at your legs, you'd flip right into the hood or over top of the top of the car.
Is that what's described in the industry as a fender vault?
That is part of a fender vault, yes, but it's at an angle. So instead of going direct back, it's because if the person's walking across and you get hit, you fly kind of back and over the top of the fender.
Did that set of circumstances, physics, have anything to do with your analysis in this case?
No, none whatsoever. The profile of the car is completely different, the back of the SUV.
You were asked several questions about the debris field in the test F as in Foxtrot. Well, actually, you were asked about both test E and test F. Test E being the 24-mile-an-hour impact to the right arm of Randy, correct?
Correct.
And test F, the full rear impact, center of mass impact, correct?
Correct.
You were shown several photographs, exhibits of very tiny, tiny shards. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
I'll get to that in a second. You were also shown some photographs of pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been found at 34 Fairview. Clear plastic, piece of red plastic, correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your review of all the data in this case, do you know when those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not. No.
Do you know how those pieces of plastic got to 34 Fairview?
I do not know.
Do you know who put those pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview?
I do not.
Were you aware in your review of the police reports that none of the plastic that you were shown was found at the time John O'Keefe's body was discovered and the area was initially searched?
That is correct, yes. I was aware of that.
You indicated that the cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose, the right side of his nose, was inconsistent with coming from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe why you came to that conclusion?
Well, if you're standing at the back corner of the vehicle and it strikes the arm, and let's be clear, if nobody wants to say where the arm was or how it was positioned, if they're claiming the abrasions are a result of the fractured taillight, it has to strike the arm. You have to be standing like this. The debris goes forward with the vehicle. So it's with your arm like this, it already passes by the person. And if there would be any contact whatsoever, it would be with the right side of the face. The shard can't come out and then make a right turn and then somehow embed itself on the left side of the nose. That's entirely inconsistent with the fracture and how the glass and the cover would actually move.
Dr. Renshaw, you were asked a series of questions about a hat. Do you remember that?
I do.
About some shards of plastic material, correct?
Yes.
About a drinking glass?
Yes.
About a drinking straw?
Yes.
Doctor, if there was no collision, does any of that matter in terms of your biomechanical analysis and your reconstruction in this incident?
It does not.
Why?
Well, because if there wasn't a collision, it wasn't that debris or those items weren't a result of that impact. You can explain how that got there, I believe, easier than if you can't explain how the impact occurred. If the injuries don't match up, if you can't even prove what happened, then you can't use information or evidence if you have no idea how it got there to try and prove what you don't even know what happened. Scientifically, it makes no sense.
Scientifically, is the first question that has to be answered is, was there a collision?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to watch the formal question.
Of course. In your expert opinion, based on all of your review of all of the data in this case, all of the testing that you've undertaken, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a collision with John O'Keefe?
I do.
Yeah, I'm sustaining that, Your Honor.
In your view, was there evidence of a collision with John O'Keefe?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your opinion, were any of the injuries that you saw suffered by John O'Keefe consistent with having been struck by the subject Lexus?
No, they are not.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I do.
Thank you.
Doctor, you just said that you do not believe that there was a fender vault collision. Could it have been a clip?
Could it have clipped Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Not hit him, but clipped him.
Well, I don't believe that's consistent with the evidence and what occurred. I mean, someone can get clipped by a car, sure, but in this case, no, I don't believe the evidence indicates that's what occurred.
The glass. When you learned of the information of the glass in Mr. O'Keefe's nose, when do you think it was that glass was pulled from his nose? What date?
I think it was the morning when his body was discovered.
January 29, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere around 6:15 a.m., is that your understanding?
Sometime when his body was discovered, that's correct.
Do you know or understand that, did you see any evidence that Mr. O'Keefe had a drinking glass outside of 34 Fairview Road that morning after he got out of the defendant's Lexus? Do you understand that?
What do you mean evidence?
Drinking glass. Did you hear anything about that in your review about?
What evidence would there be? Is there a video or a photograph, you mean, of him holding a drinking glass? Because otherwise there's a drinking glass there, but there's no evidence that he had it.
We have a clip, right? Okay. Judge, can I come sidebar?
Okay.
She's so patient with Hank. When Jackson was to sidebar, she sighs and goes, "Oh, quick then, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Brennan wants one." Okay, that's fine, Mr. Brennan. I mean, I don't know what he's planning on doing right now. He's just a dirty, dirty mofo, this Brennan is. So I have no idea what he's going to show, what he's going to try and put in. I haven't got a clue. So I literally don't know. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. Therefore, I don't like when he asks for a sidebar and wants to put something in to try and mess with the jury. Oh, he's got to play the clip of Karen saying John had a drink in the car and got out with it. Which, fine. He could have gone into the house with a drink, with a glass. They could have punched him and then smashed his face with a glass inside the house. I mean, none of this is relevant. The doctor said, at the end of the day, a car collision never happened. What happened afterwards and how that glass got there in the nose or whatever, it's not even relevant. Because we don't know what happened. I just think it's absolute nothing but who cares what happened to her? Closing is not on Thursday, Christine, no. It'll be either Friday or Monday. I think Erin was there this morning, J-Mac. But I think she's been back and forward. Oh, Officer Barrow said the light was not broke. I know. It's a long sidebar, so I imagine Jackson's fighting something here. Lindsay is still on the stand in with Aidan, so Paul has not been called yet. Oh, Paul's there. Oh, I didn't see Paul. He's the donut lover's there. She probably did, J-Mac, I imagine so, yes, I imagine so. Keith. AJ is pissed, I know. Any witness on Thursday? Yes, there will be witnesses. We got Rentschler coming back and we got some DNA people, I believe, 2 DNA people. So there'll be a full day tomorrow, maybe a little bit on Friday, but I suspect closings will now be, I'd say it's going to be Friday, it depends. If we can get through the rebuttal tomorrow, then I suspect closings will be Friday, but they might want a jury conference and stuff like that. That could be a half a day. So they might just say, jury, come back Monday. Take Friday off, come back Monday. The first thing will be, closing arguments and jury instructions. It depends how long the conference is going to go for the jury instructions, I suppose. Because I think there's some debatable things there, unless they've sorted it out prior to all this.
You were asked about whether or not any plastic taillight shards were found near Mr. O'Keefe's body. Do you know the limits of the search that the Canton Police Department did around Mr. O'Keefe's body? How small of an area they searched when they first went there?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see a video of somebody with a leaf blower blowing snow off the ground?
I did see that, yes.
And did you see the confined area in which that happened?
Well, I mean, I saw the area where he was blowing with the leaf blower.
Have you seen any information or evidence whatsoever that the pieces of taillight that were found after that search, have you seen any evidence that they were found in that exact area, or were they found in different areas on the lot?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall specifically.
So when there was a snow blower or a leaf blower search in that area, there would not be a piece of plastic taillight to find if it was never there, would there be?
If it wasn't there, you wouldn't find it? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay. Did you notice in the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, most of them are on the right side of his body?
Well, we have the abrasions and then a 1/2 centimeter abrasion. And then we have the laceration and scuff on the left side. And then the skull fracture, it's a little bit to the right, but it's mainly on the back of the head.
And the bruise on his knee?
That's the 1/2 centimeter. It's not a bruise. It's a 1/2 centimeter abrasions, about an 1/8 of an inch.
When you're conducting an investigation or you're doing your analysis and you keep saying the physics and the physics, do you add a little bit of common sense in the equation when you're considering the evidence?
Well, you can sit back or step back and look at whether what someone's claiming makes sense in the bigger picture.
So when you have common sense and you look at the big picture, it's not just physics, it's considering all of the evidence, right?
Well, it depends what you're looking at. To certain parts of it, the biomechanical analysis, you look at the physics. It tells you what it is. I mean, if you don't like it and you don't think it fits, well, sorry, it is what it is. That's the science. So you have to step back. I mean, you can look at it the bigger picture if things make sense. You know, if somebody was standing on the side of the road with their arm like this while an SUV backed up at them and they didn't flinch or they didn't put their arm up, that's kind of the smell test bigger picture. That doesn't make sense. But the physics, you can't deny it. You have to accept what science tells you.
You can't deny it. That's the line you were laughing about in the documentary. Is one of your answers that you were all celebrating. Objection. Isn't it?
The objection sustained.
How'd that tail light break, sir? How'd it break that night?
I don't know. There's no evidence of how it broke.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, you're all set, Dr. Lynchman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What an arsehole.
Is there an objection? So, subject to us discussing it. Mr. Jackson, subject to me taking a look at it and us discussing it. It's not coming in right now. Okay. They've been marked for identity. Jurors, I want to see counsel for a couple of minutes over here.
So it's just a clusterfuck. How dare he try to get that in and she allows it to go in? You know, I know she says to stay in the end, but it's like, if you're a juror, you can see how she hates defense. It's just not even, it's obvious the way she treats the defense compared to the way she treats Brennan mainly. So, but that is now the defense have rested. So tomorrow will be the start, I imagine. Or unless he's got a couple of witnesses that we're going to start now with, I don't know. He may start something today. I don't know. A jury conference normally takes a couple of hours, 2-3 hours. Normally, depends on if they've spoken about and agreed on stuff previously. I don't think that the jury will get it on Friday afternoon, only because I don't think either side wants them to have it on Friday afternoon. Can you imagine doing closings on Friday afternoon, finishing about 2-3 o'clock, and the jury only getting an hour to deliberate? I think they would rather start fresh on Monday. Is my guess. But, I'm just throwing that out there. Unless they start closings at 9 o'clock on Friday, I don't think that the jury will get the case until Monday, because if they don't start it till, say, 1 o'clock, then, well, say even 11 o'clock, that's 12, 1, 2 plus lunch. That'll be like nearly 3 o'clock. So they only have an hour to deliberate. I don't think either side wants that. But who am I to say? I don't know. Maybe they wanted to get it for an hour and then come back Monday fresh. I don't know. So we'll see. Yeah, Father's Day for us in the UK is Sunday. I'm not sure if it is for everybody else, but happy Father's Day to everybody that celebrates it. So we'll see. the jury is still there. We're just having a quick sidebar, and then the defense will rest, and then she'd probably say, "Okay, everyone back here tomorrow." So tomorrow's supposed to be a half day, but they are saying that the judge asked the jury if they were willing to stay for the full day or not, and I don't know if that's still the case or not. If they all agreed to it or not. I got the sun directly in my face. So yeah, tomorrow's a half day unless the jury all agree that they can do. They can be there for a full day. So we'll see. So that will also impact on it. If it's just a half day tomorrow, then it won't be till Monday. You're right, Amanda. Handsome Brian, yes. So a rebuttal is going to take at least a day, I think. So if tomorrow's a full day, they can get through it. It depends on the jury instructions. If they've nailed that down already behind the scenes, then they're ready to go. So then it'll be 9:00 jury instructions. Let's go. But if not sorted it out yet, and there's still motions pending, then and they got directed verdict, which they might do right now, then it'll take it to about midday on Friday. So, and that's why I'm thinking maybe they don't want to start at midday to do closings, because you have an hour, but then you're going to have a slight break in between, because I think Bev was like an hour last time, wasn't she? So there's like 3 hours of speeches, and you want a break in between there somewhere. So, I think last time they did it, Bev, Jackson, break, Lally, or something like that. So that's what, 3.5 hours, so 9, 10, 11, 12, half 12, plus they don't start on time, that's 1:00. So maybe they get it on Friday if they start at 9 if there's no jury conference. Yeah, something like that answer, Brian. I know. Did he already ask for directed? They asked for a directed verdict after the Commonwealth rested, but now there's a case in chief now that defense have proven their case, so they can do a directed verdict now, as in based on all evidence that's been submitted to say that defense have done enough to show reasonable doubt. That's normally the course, but whether they do that here or not, I don't know. They do it twice, Katie. They do it twice. In a lot of cases, they only do it once. They normally do it after the defense rests. Scared to think the jury will be over the way, so afraid that something will happen. Well, to be quite honest, I think what should have happened when it came to this for jury.
Jurors, we're going to release you for the day.
There you go, they're done for the day.
We will see you tomorrow morning. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
As soon as the jury come back with a verdict, Lee, then it's in their hands. It's not in the judge's hands. So, hello, Gaia Trucker. I think that for deliberation, they should be sequestered. I think they should be sequestered, so they could have done it all the weekend. Do you know what I mean? If they needed to, or even if they don't deliberate over the weekend, they should be sequestered. I think in a hotel somewhere. No TV, no phones or anything. Just my opinion.
Maybe seated.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, I'm going to take a recess. You go ahead and look at that PowerPoint. I'll come back out in 10 minutes regarding the PowerPoint.
Okay. I'm good, thank you. Yeah.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah, okay, so the PowerPoint, so there's some issues again with, I haven't got a clue. I'm not sure if Dina's been in the background on and off here, but I don't put her on because obviously it's quite loud, but jury's done for the day, Julie, yes, but we're not, the court is still in session. The court is still in session, but the jury have gone home for the day. They're back tomorrow. She did not say if tomorrow's a full day or a half day. She didn't say. So I presume it's a full day. So it was a planned half day, but I presume it's now going to be full day. So we'll see if the pocket rocket comes back on. So, oh, hang on. Before that, then, what's that's happening? Motherfucker! No, I caught him. I caught him before he got there. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, my darling, for the gifted memberships. Congratulations to Donna Jonesy, Hope 84, Quantum Vibes, and Angela Rogers. Thank you, my darling. Thank you. I appreciate you. That Jesse Webb, wherever his name is, motherfucker. Right. Let me play this for Amanda.
You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise like the day. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I like the waves. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. The silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet. Move mountains, and I'll rise up. I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. That we have each other, and for that we have each other, and we will rise, we will rise, we'll rise, we'll rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I will rise 1,000 times again, and we'll rise up. I like the waves. We'll rise up, in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again.
There you go. I have no idea why Resistance live again. I don't know. Well, is it Kurt, is it? I have no idea why he's gone live. Hang on, let's put Di on. Here we go. Di, I'll put you on, sir. Dina could get on because we're live. The court was on. Was the court still on, people? So that's, I mean, I was going to put her on when the court's still going. Let's have a take a look at where you are, Di. So those of you who don't know who Di is, this is a druid. Just a reminder, the court's still going, people. It's still going. Just a reminder, it's still going. So Di is the back. You see him there? That's Di the druid.
He was looking for soul speed. He's in the vines way behind. He's willing to make a deal. They came across this young man, so the film playing hot. He had a jumped on a hickory stone, said, "Well, let me tell you what. I actually didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. And if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now you play pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I fiddle gold against your soul, something I'm better than you. I said, my name's Johnny, and it might be a sin, but I'll take you bet you're gonna regret, 'cause I'm the best in the bed. Now you're right, and you're going to play a fiddle hard. There's double Bruce and Georgia, and the devil is alive. If you get the side, fiddle, fiddle. If you lose, the devil gets you sick. His case, he said I saw his show and flipped his fingertips and he wasn't up his bone. They pulled him all across the screens and it made an evil hiss. And the band of demons joined in and it sounded something like this. Johnny said, "We're pretty good, old son. But sit down in that chair right there. Let me show you how it's done." Run, 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 run. Devil in the house and rising sun. Singing the rock and the rock. And it's no right, no time, no. You son of a bitch, I'm the best there's ever been. And he played. Devil's in the house and the rising sun. Singing in the night, something I know. Ready to start back up town.
Let's go, Druid. Let's go, sir. Let's go, sir. Right, let's get back to court because in case we miss it. Well done, Druid. I didn't know you were semi-talented. That was really good. Thank you, Di. I think you shared 2 with me, but I don't want to miss the court, so as well. So we'll put this on here for a second. Hang on, I need to do this. So they said 10 minutes, and it's been 10 minutes. So it's been 10 minutes. So hopefully they're not going to be much longer. It's something to do with the presentation for Wiltshire. It is for tomorrow. And I think there's Jackson's probably asked for some things to be taken out or amended, and Brendan's now looking at it. So who frigging knows with that mofo what he will do. Let's go on Twitter to see if anyone says anything. Oh, Aidan's case is still going. Hang on, let's take a look. So I think what's the fake victim? She's still on there. The video of LG and Paul O'Keefe and others going to the courthouse that day. They're showing that now. She's on cross. But it asks in the video, do we hear anyone getting liar, liar, or do we hear her point Kearney? She says no at that point. The video is taken from right near LG, where LG was walking. So there's a lot of videos apparently for in Aidan's case at the minute. Apparently the judge had to reprimand everybody when the question went to Lindsay saying, do you know that Kate Peters hates Aidan? And she replied saying, I am not aware of that. And apparently the whole audience laughed. The judge had to reprimand the whole audience and be like, hey, if that happens again, we're going to throw you all out. So, but that's quite funny though. The fact that she says she doesn't know that Kate Peters hates Aidan. I think that anybody knows that Kate Peters hates Aidan. So Jessica Shadow is in there covering that. So I've been keeping a little bit of an eye on that. Sue O'Connell, whatever her name is, she's been back and forward saying stuff. You hear someone saying, do it, say something stupid, do it. Okay. Don't know what that means. Just proves she's a liar. She's a liar. Come on, Beverly. Come on, Beverly. At least we know the defense technically. Well, the thing is, the defense not rested, so if they wanted to, they could bring someone else in. Karen has said online that she will not be testifying, but she can still change her mind. It's not official yet. But no, I think they will be arresting today. So. Okay, let's do that. I need to put that there. Change that. Make sure it's live. So yeah, we'll see what happens now. But they should be arrested. They should be going with through the final motions. I hope. I don't even know. The thing is, this is the problem with sidebars. We don't know what motions she's ruled on and what she hasn't ruled on yet. That's a big problem. So there's not much transparency when it comes to that, really. So that's annoying. Because now I have no idea if all the motions have been accepted or if they've been denied. What's happening with them? I have no idea. So, bit of a pain in the ass. But I think this is a problem with the PowerPoint wrench that's going to be due tomorrow. But how is he going to be on the stand tomorrow? And Jackson's going to ask him a question, be like, so all of your testing wasn't actually testing then? You've done zero testing because according to your report, you've done zero testing. So how can you opine an opinion when you have done zero testing? In truth, isn't that the case? Or am I missing something? Brennan alluded that he didn't actually give an opinion. He never actually did any kind of reconstruction exercise. So if that's the case, there is nothing. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. That would be nice, wouldn't it, on Sunday if the jury got the case tomorrow, Friday morning, and she was acquitted Friday afternoon. What a great Father's Day gift that would be. That would be such a great gift for Mr. Reid. I think he'd give anything for that. Well, now to him, especially since Hank brought it up, so it's in evidence now. So yeah, Mr. Rentschler, all this, everything you've talked to us under oath about, none of it's relevant because you never did any kind of investigation. And if he says no, that's not the case, then Brendan looks like a prick, you know. Position the arms, everything. How many times the last 2 days did the jury hear from the experts John was never hit by a car? If I'm a jury, that sticks in my head. I know. If by proper experts, you know what I mean? Proper experts that I think are more reliable than anybody. So it would be J-Mac, best gift ever. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately, for Sunday, only because I don't think there's going to be enough time. But you never know. If they could get through the witnesses, rebuttal witnesses tomorrow quite early, then possibly they can get back on, you know, and do closings on Friday morning. They're not done for the day, Kristen. Well, unless it's the judge hasn't come out, because once the judge comes out, that fan will come down. So they're not supposed to have been done for the day. But they will let us know on Twitter if they're done for the day anyway. So it'll be reported. Father's Day is Sunday, yes. That song's in my head now. So it's now been confirmed that the defense has rested. So court is still in session. Judge will make some motion decisions and is. Oh, I'm missing something there. Why are we not live then? It is indeed confirmed that the defense has rested. Well, Paul O'Keefe's going on for Turtle Boys. No, it's something McCabe. Colin McCabe. That's on the Turtle Boy next. No, they didn't say it. So that's just been reported now by Sue, whatever her name is. So maybe she asked somebody, have they arrested? Because we're still waiting for it to go live. I'm hoping somebody will because this is what they would do. They will just can't stop the whole court and not tell us. So, but it has been confirmed there are motions she has to decide on, so that's good. So we do actually know that there is motions outstanding. So hopefully she publicly tells us. Okay. No worries, Robin. G. Have a good night, my darling. See you later. We're just waiting, Kristen, for court to come back. Inshallah, yeah. I mean, so yeah, there's another stream going on because they started in the stream for whatever reason. I have no idea why they started in the stream. I mean, I couldn't bring anyone on because obviously the court was on, but then everyone's just gone over there. So feel free to go over. I'm just going to wait here till the court's gone in. So. Di, I know you said, did you send me two, Di? But I'm a bit like, oh no, you did only one. There you go. Next time you have another one, send it to me. Jim is making her a load of gins at the minute. I'd be pissed if they don't come back now after all this. Because this is something she would do. She will just send a message out through Jim going, yeah, we'll discuss it tomorrow instead. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. If she does that, I'm not going to do anything. But, you know, I'm not going to be happy. I don't think I can do anything, but, you know. I know. What do you think she will do? Is it like a G&T or something? Do you think you could shop G&Ts?
That was it.
Hello.
Goodness.
Pocket Rocket.
Hey, you wouldn't let me in earlier. You missed Crash Daddy leaving and everything. I'm screaming into the phone.
Because
Dylan, let me in.
court was still on, my darling. I couldn't because court was still on. Court's
Is
still
it?
on. Yeah, that's why I didn't put anyone on, because court was on, so I couldn't hear you.
No, I know, but I stayed in for a while, at least to get Crash Daddy coming out and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't
And,
know you would come on.
the fan went out. Is that right? I'm like, you know, F Dylan. I don't care if your mother can hear me. I was like, F Dylan.
No,
I didn't want to miss any more people coming out, so I went on resistance till you noticed that I was trying to get in.
No, it's fine. It's no, I did put you up because of the court. I don't put people up on the court. That's all. But once you're done, they're still in session. So they're just waiting for Bev to come out. So they're all still there. But the defense have officially rested.
The what?
The defense have officially rested, apparently.
Oh, okay.
So they've officially rested.
The defense has officially rested.
So
that's what Dylan just said. The defense has officially rested.
According to Sue on Twitter, the people in court are telling us.
People in the court are saying that the defense has rested.
Yeah.
Why? They're waiting. They're waiting on a decision for a PowerPoint.
Yes, and there's a couple of motions as well. She's decided on.
And a couple more. All right. Oh, they're back.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, so I had a minute to look at the PowerPoint. Are you in agreement on the PowerPoint?
We're not. I do not want to admit it. I don't think it's substantive evidence.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Exactly the substance of
Which was not objected to, right? But did he object to the PowerPoint coming in?
It's been well under pressure. I don't know what Mr. Lesson's given you to do regarding PowerPoint. That's the question. The question is whether this PowerPoint is admissible, and it is. There's nothing in it. We've taken out all hearsay. Discussion of the opinions or thoughts, thought processes. These are all the tests that were completed and done. Exactly as Dr. Wolf's PowerPoint was done.
Is there anything in this PowerPoint by way of videos that is not already in through Dr. Wolf?
I believe the video of the drop test is in Dr. Welch's PowerPoint. There are most of the videos are included. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Things will slow down. So there are the videos are the same, but the videos that Dr. Richland used because of the side of the case that he was handling, the biomechanics side of the case that he was handling, slowed down significantly to show the deformation of the arm, the force impact on the elbow, the hand, forearm, about which he testified. So what he did, and I remember asking him this before I ever saw the PowerPoint, is there going to be anything different? He said, I use the slow motion cameras more than Dr. Wolf does because I need.
Okay, so I need you to tell me tomorrow which slides specifically answered that question for me. Okay, whether they're in evidence or not, and which ones are not regarding the videos.
Is the court suggesting that it's not just the entire PowerPoint?
Maybe. I'm going to take a look at it. There's an objection before me now.
I realize that.
So I have to rule on the objection. So I will take a look at this. Okay.
Okay.
So if you let me know, and if you want to let me know tonight, I can let you know first thing tomorrow. All right.
Have you heard briefly?
Yes.
Very briefly?
Yes.
I am objecting. It's not admissible. It's hearsay. It's a strategic decision. The past introductions have been strategic. The defense did not object to Dr. Welchers. I did not object to Dr. Wolf's, but that was a strategic decision. I'm objecting.
Okay.
The defense objected to Shannon Burgess. Only a select amount of documents were allowed. I wanted the whole thing in. I was precluded properly from introducing it because it was hearsay and they objected. I'm objecting.
Okay.
There's no hearsay. They objected to certain slides. We took out the slides. They had an objection to the PowerPoint. They should have posed that objection before it was displayed for the jury.
Well,
The jury has not seen the entire PowerPoint. I think it's tactical. It's not strategic. It's tactical. They just don't like it because it hurts their case. If they didn't want certain things before the jury, which is exactly what admitting it into evidence does, brings it before the jury so that they can see it They should have objected in a timely manner. When they objected, they chose certain slides, certain data on certain slides, and we took all of that out at their request and at the court's instruction. We did that with the court's instruction, with the Commonwealth's instruction, and there was no objection to playing before the jury. Given the fact that it's been displayed in, not in part, in whole, as it now sits for the jury, sits for the court, for quadruple K for identification, it should be admitted.
Okay.
Just like Shannon Burgess, it's no different.
All right.
PowerPoint is in evidence.
So, Mr. Jackson, when you let us know which slides answer my question about slides that are not in evidence and you want to put in evidence, the videos, just the videos, let me know that. And if need be, I'll hear you all on this tomorrow morning as well. Okay. All right. Is that it for today? Will we see everybody just tomorrow morning? What else do?
Mr. Lesson needs to, I didn't need to interrupt.
After the defendant rests, we will not be calling any witness, putting on any further evidence.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, it's late in the day. We would like to review motion for required finding of not guilty at the close of all evidence. It won't be a lengthy argument, but I'm happy to be heard on that in the morning if the court prefers when we got tomorrow morning.
Okay. Is that all we have left now? I have no idea what Mr. Alessi wants to talk about, but would it?
I'd like to respond to that, Your Honor, and the answer is, given Mr. Brennan's answer with no more witnesses, my issue is moved.
Okay, great. So,
The technical thing is we need to move in the 3 items of evidence, the documents associated with the sweatshirt. I think they've been marked for identification.
no, they were marked as evidence, right?
They're trying to mark as exhibits.
Yeah, they're exhibits.
But no, they're coming to evidence, Your Honor.
Are they?
I thought they were marked as identification, not evidence. If they're in evidence, they're in identification.
So I need to find that. It would be my intention that they get put into evidence. I'm not going to display them and bring a jury in just to see those at this point. Okay.
As long as they're in evidence and I can use them in closing argument, then.
If I can for clarity, Your Honor, they're exhibits. I have Y.
So that's not an exhibit, Mr. Alessi, if that's how it marked. That's identification.
I have a different parlance. I'll use this word's parlance. Yes, it's YYY, ZZZ, AA, BBB.
So that means that, all right, so that's for identification. Letters are identification, numbers are exhibits.
Your Honor, I understand that. We all know what we're talking about, and Your Honor agreed that they're going to be in evidence.
Right. So, and I've ruled that they're in evidence. I just need to know for this record whether they're in evidence or not. What you tell me, you just told me they're in evidence. They're not. They're exhibits. They're identification. Now they will become exhibits. Can we do that now? Do we have them? Where are they? Oh, Jim, they're in there? Okay.
Yeah, and Your Honor, my whole point in wanting to be heard is that they're not in evidence, and I want to make sure they get it. That's my point.
What number are we at, Madam Court Reporter?
To the 230.
Okay, and we'll do A, B, C, D.
No rebuttal.
Y, Z, A, and B. I think I have. I don't think I have. Counsel, I'm not sure I have those.
All right, so we will make, so as of now, they're in evidence. Tomorrow, we need to physically put the sticker on those.
Can I stick another before we get into it?
Yes.
230A,
I'm sorry, say that one.
230A through C, 230C.
All right.
Council, there are 4, A through D.
Just so the record, this is limited to saying different things. The mark for identification is triple Y, triple Z, quadruple A, and quadruple B.
Okay.
And all I need to do for my records is figure out which one is which in terms of the whole points marking. As soon as you do that, I'm good, I'll get out of here.
We will do that first thing tomorrow morning.
That's fine.
All right. We will, so everyone is in agreement then. I will let you have tomorrow without the jury. We'll have our charge conference here in person. Then I'll give you the rest of the day to get your closing arguments ready. I'm imagining that you don't want to argue tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Mr. Brenner, are you in agreement?
I'm in agreement. I'm not interested in arguing tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So we'll give you tomorrow. We'll have a charge conference tomorrow. I'm going to ask the court officers to call the jurors tonight as soon as possible. This is great that you did it. I was going to give you until 7 o'clock tonight, but if you're certain, then the court officers will call the jurors now and let them know they don't have to come in tomorrow. And then when they come in Friday morning at 9 o'clock, we'll do arguments and charge. Tomorrow morning will be the charge conference. Since we don't have jurors, do you all want to come in at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock?
That would be great.
Does that work for the Commonwealth as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 10 for the charge conference. Do you have them now, Jim?
I do, Judge. And just for the record, YYY, ZZZ, AAAA, and BBBB are 223A through D. If you want to look.
In the same corresponding order. So you know what they are, Mr. Jackson, in order. Okay.
223.
223.
Thank you. My only other question, Your Honor, was regarding the parameters for the argument. Last year, we were relegated to 1 hour. I would ask for an hour and a half.
No, I got it, but now you can go.
I would ask for. I would ask for an hour and a half for a final summation, given the case, the length of the case, the amount of evidence that's been introduced. I don't think that's outrageous, and the court normally allows only an hour.
You might get an hour and 15 minutes out of me. Let me see it out an hour. Let me see. You would not have got an hour and a half by asking for 2 hours. Mr. Brennan, what are you looking for? Do you want the
I don't
same?
have a position. I'll take whatever the defense is.
Let me think about it.
Yes,
All right.
Your Honor.
So we will see.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll see everybody at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
No, thank you.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
Then I'm not sure if Dina's coming back. She's still there. So court tomorrow, 10 a.m. Jury instructions for tomorrow morning. So court will be court will be starting at 10. No jury tomorrow at all, and then closings happen on Friday. So by lunchtime Friday, the jury will be deliberating. So AJ asked for an hour and a half. She said no. The most he will get is an hour 15, but she's not agreed to it yet. Hank said that he'll take whatever the defense get. So whether it's going to be an hour or hour 15, I think she will go for an hour 15 for both parties. So that's 2.5 hours break, 3 hours plus charging. That's 4 hours. So it's 9 o'clock start, 10, 11, 12. The jury should have this at 1 o'clock on Friday. So the wish of not guilty is on. If they could deliberate until 4 o'clock and find not guilty, that's a Father's Day present. I tried to get a pocket rocket. She's still muted, so I don't know what she's doing. But what I'll do is I'll just make it a large anyway. Let me just. Oh, the wrong one. Wrong one. Wrong one. There you go. So, wow, I can't believe it. Like, you know, there's still got some stuff to argue tomorrow about the presentation, what goes in and stuff like that, allegedly. But I don't know what that is. But yeah, closings on Friday. Now, those of you who are interested in this case, the jury instructions are probably the most important part about this. The arguments tomorrow will be super important. So if you are still interested, then please watch it, because it's going to be informative and it's going to be based on what the jury get to hear as well. So do try and watch if you can. Now, Dana is starting the stream tomorrow morning because I'm going to hospital tomorrow. So Mexi will be on the stream until I get back. So at least that gives everyone a little bit of a lie-in. Dennis, I'm not sure if he's still going to be doing 7:30 tomorrow, Dennis, or not. But you know, I'm sure we'll find out from the boots on the ground if they're going to go live at 7:30 or whether they're going to go live at like 8:30. And J Mac, good luck to you, my darling, tomorrow. Yes, Scottish, they have changed a lot. And with a no jury tomorrow, yes. Here they go, the crowd. Dina's muted. I've not got her muted. She's muted herself. So, see you, Huckster. So yeah, if anything goes wrong tomorrow, just remember it's Dana's fault. So we'll try and find out what they're doing tomorrow now in terms of what time the boots. They might be there 7:30 tomorrow. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
There you go. Hold on.
Did you catch all that? Oh, there you go. Hello.
Everybody say hi to Dylan.
Hello.
They're very quiet because we have to be quiet in the buffer zone.
Shit, yeah, they do. There's Jack. Jack, look at Jack. Look at
Jack,
smart.
he wants to talk to you.
Who is it?
Dylan.
Dylan,
Hey,
my buddy.
Jack.
Hiya.
How are you doing, fella?
Hold on a second.
My twin.
Hey, there
Oh,
you
they're
go.
coming. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, you look great, Jack. You look great, buddy. How are
Look
you?
who's next to me. Hey, mate.
How
you doing? Hi, bud.
How are you doing? Well,
How you doing, my man?
hey, good. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning.
Hey, you leave and the sun comes out. I don't know what's going on.
What can I do? What can I do? Well, it's nice to see you both. It's great to see you both. I'll see you later. I'll pass you back.
I can't even see him, can you? Yeah, barely. Hey, I'm going to pass you back to Tina.
Yeah, see you later, Jack.
I can't see you.
Stronger Together stand out for Jen Root and Mizzy put it together, and it's at Michael Morrissey's office at 45 Shawmut Ave on Canton tomorrow from 2 to 4. If anyone can make it, even if we got plenty of extra signs, bring a flag, bring whatever you want. You can write Michael Morrissey's an asshole. You can write whatever you want and bring it down there. It's free. Freedom. You can have your total freedom. 45 Shawmut Ave, Canton. 2 to 4. And they usually comes down. If you followed this case, then you know about the Sandra Birchmore case. You heard about Just En Route. You heard about Enrique Delgado Garcia.
Doesn't end with Karen.
It doesn't end.
Change. Something's gotta give.
All right, Dylan, can you hear me?
Okay, so that's great.
Yes.
Okay, I just making sure. They should be coming out any second.
Yeah, that's fine. Dina,
Actually, I think she's out.
Okay, let's go.
I think she's out. The media's over there. So, yeah. High in the air.
We're live. Here is about to out. We have new rules. I think they're starting.
They put a lot of effort into getting the buffer zone back. At least we could stand here, and we don't want to ruin it.
Word is that they.
Here they come. Make them loud and proud with your hands. Yeah, you can.
Gives me the chill scene.
It looks awesome, Dylan. They all got their hands up. Look at that.
I know they're all looking awesome. They're all
That's
looking awesome.
this is power in people right there. Because they're saying way more than we don't need a voice. We can just do it with our hands. Not that we don't have voices, we do, but this is a powerful thing when you can gather all these people from every state and everything. And they're doing this just to keep the movement like it is and stay in the buffer zone. So that's important.
Like he's got his hand ready, guys. Yeah. Okay, I'm proud. Yeah, okay, yeah.
That's Shay.
No. Next week.
Oh, good, she went that way. I don't want to do a pop. She just said thank you to all of you. She's happy. Karen did. She said thank you very much because it means a lot to her.
Means a lot.
You welcome.
Means a lot.
They made this.
Oh, bless their hearts.
We're gonna try. I try to get there tomorrow, but I don't know. But I'll be here after I get out of work.
Sounds good.
They know we're spreading the word.
That's good. Bye,
You're
guys.
welcome. Bye.
Good job, guys.
Good job, Tim. Timmy, Tim, Devin, over here, opposite side.
Hey, Matt.
Is court officially over now?
That silence spoke volumes.
There's power in the people when they can gather like this.
That would be amazing.
Do it.
With all of them holding, who has?
Is court over now officially?
Tomorrow they're doing,
No, I mean for today. I was asking Hardman.
oh,
Are we done for the day? All right, you guys are done for the day. Good job, everyone.
you can scream.
All right, thank you. All right, people, that's it for the day.
Hi, how are you? It's been a while.
I know. All right, I'm going off. Bye.
See you later. So just to reiterate, Tracy, Karen went over today and asked them not to say anything because there's a threat for the buffer zone to be moved back. So she asked everyone, please don't shout. So that's why they're doing the signs. I love you. So that came out during lunch break. Karen came out and asked everyone to not shout anymore. Where's this gone now? There you go. There. So just to run through again, people. To be quite honest with you, I also think though it's quite a lot for Karen as well. I think so. It's more control chaos potentially. So just run out tomorrow. Dana's going live. We're not sure if we're going to go live at 7:30 or 8:30. Depends on what boots on the ground do. They probably will be the 7:30. I'm not sure who's going to be down there. So Dana's doing that. I'm going to be hospital. Mexi's going to be doing the stream. It's jury conference from 10 o'clock. They're going to go through the presentation, what gets to go in, what doesn't. Jury instructions probably last a couple of hours, and then the day's going to be done. They're going to be doing closing arguments, working on that. So it'll be a short day tomorrow, half day tomorrow, and then Friday, 9 o'clock, well, Bev's time, 9:30. It's going to be closing arguments. So potentially at the end of the day on Friday we will have a verdict. I probably not, it'll be wishful thinking. So but Monday they'll be back then. Hopefully we get a verdict very, very quickly. So yeah, I presume 7:30. Just keep an eye out on the streams, see what's happening. But yeah, thank you everybody. I do appreciate you all for being here today throughout. And yes, we shall see you all tomorrow. Who goes first? First will be the defense, Keith. Because it's an hour and a quarter, the defense goes first and then the prosecution. So prosecution always has the last word, so they will just do it that way rather than splitting times and stuff. Unless they want to do it that way. But last year it was defense then prosecution. So yeah, there you go. Right, everybody. We shall see you all tomorrow at some point. Take care, everybody. Have a good evening, and as always, free Karen Reid. So, there's no rebuttal because can you imagine Welcher goes on there? Hank has just said that everything Welcher said is bullshit. So that's why. So hang on. There will be one song as I go out. Here you go. This is the song for you tonight. This is very apt. Take care. Goodbye.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. A singer in a smoky room, a smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on.